I am unleashing a mysterious revival in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Chaotic Battle. The awakened Hulk roared and charged at the abomination. The Hulk, wreaking havoc everywhere, quickly spotted the Hulk charging towards him. Hulk, upon seeing the green figure, Abomination's eyes lit up with long-awaited excitement, and he, with his powerful legs, lunged towards the Hulk. The two swiftly running figures collided in mid-air like prehistoric beasts. Bang! In the moment of their collision, the Abomination, drawing on his vast combat experience, delivered a powerful blow, sending the Hulk flying. Compared to the Hulk, whose strength had been significantly reduced by the suppressor serum, the Abomination, born after taking the enormous risk of injecting super soldier serum in the Hulk's blood, seemed to possess even greater, purer power. After just a few rounds of fighting, the Hulk was dazed and retreating. After being sent flying again, the enraged Hulk smashed the nearby police car in half. Holding a half of the police car in each hand, the Hulk used them as weapons, unleashing a barrage of blows on Abomination. Paw! After being blasted in the face by the Hulk, Abomination spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered, "Is that all you've got?" A split second later, Abomination launched a powerful kick, sending Hulk flying. Boom! With a resounding bang, the Hulk's terrifying force ripped through a building. General Ross, aboard the plane, seemed to realize that the Hulk was no match for Abomination. With his daughters pleading, he ordered the gunner in the helicopter, "Soldier, fire. Help him." "Help which one?" "Help the green one, damn it. Tear the other one apart." Upon receiving the order, the gunner pressed the fire button. A barrage of bullets from the aircraft's heavy machine guns rained down upon the Abomination, who had climbed atop a building. Da 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 da. Machine gun bullets rained down upon the Abomination. However, the Abomination's defenses were impenetrable to bullets. Even the heavy machine gun fire, powerful enough to pierce steel, only caused the Abomination some pain. Searching for the Hulk, the Abomination glanced behind him in irritation at the helicopter that was raining bullets upon him, and let out a low growl. "Damn it, Ross." A second later, the Abomination quickly climbed to the rooftop and, under the heavy machine gun fire, leaped towards the attack helicopter. The Hulk, who had just arrived nearby, saw the Abomination attempting to attack the helicopter carrying his girlfriend. Without a second thought, he lunged at it. Just as the Abomination was about to overthrow the attack helicopter, a small missile, trailing red tail fins, struck the Hulk and the Abomination directly in the chest and exploded. Boom! Although the small missiles failed to cause significant damage to the Abomination and the Hulk, the shockwave from the explosion sent both of them flying, foiling the Abomination's attempt to attack the helicopter. However, the helicopter, also affected by the blast, swayed and drifted towards the ground. Tony Stark, who had just arrived at the battlefield, saw the falling helicopter and curled his lips. "Wow, that's not my fault. In fact, I was trying to save people." Despite his words, Tony felt no embarrassment for the wobbling helicopter. Just now, through Rhodes's connections, he had learned that the two monsters in the green were truly General Ross's experiments. Everything they faced was entirely their own fault. And if it weren't for them, the green wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties. He wondered if the helicopter pilot's skills were limited or something else. Despite the helicopter's desperate efforts, the pilot couldn't prevent the helicopter's fate. Crack, crack, the helicopter, swirling in midair, spun several times before its propellers accidentally struck the wall of a building, completely losing balance and plummeting toward the road below. Seeing the helicopter about to crash, Tony sighed, and the Mark IV whizzed beneath it. Using the powerful jets of the Mark armor, it continuously slowed the helicopter's descent. Although Tony's support significantly slowed the helicopter's descent, preventing a direct crash, the immense weight and inertia still pushed Tony backward, pushing him toward the road below. And just then, a white-painted refrigerated truck approached. Seeing the helicopter suddenly plummeting from midair, the driver in the cockpit instantly unleashed his full potential, bursting into life-threatening speed. With lightning speed, he flung open the door and, without hesitation, jumped out. The driver escaped, but the driverless refrigerated truck, roaring forward without a second thought, had no such awareness. Almost as the refrigerated truck approached, Tony Stark, holding the helicopter in his hands, unhesitatingly extended his right hand and gestured to the refrigerated truck, which was speeding toward him, as if trying to drive him away. "Sorry, buddy, you ran a red light." A second later, the palm of the Mark armor glowed red, and a palm cannon blasted out, crushing the front of the refrigerated truck and exploding its cargo compartment. This blast destroyed the refrigerated truck while also preventing it from crashing into the helicopter, saving the 7 or 8 lives aboard. As for the refrigerated truck, even the driver had escaped, so how could anyone be alive in the empty passenger seat? The worst that could happen from this shot was some financial compensation. Meanwhile, in the refrigerated truck's cabinet, Ailin and Bucky, oblivious to what was happening outside, suffered an unexpected blow. The sudden impact sent their bodies lurching forward. Then, after a brief pause, they were sent flying backwards. Almost instantly, Ailin the clown and Bucky, along with a cargo of frozen fish, squeezed through the truck's rear door and tumbled backwards. After a moment of dizziness, Ailin, still slightly dazed, managed to regain his footing amidst the shards of ice and frozen fish, thanks to his clown-given flexibility. Before he could comprehend what had happened, Pooh looked up and saw the helicopter crashing onto the road not far away, and the golden red figure in front of it. Huh? Someone else. Tony Stark's face changed when he saw 2 figures wrapped in thick coats flung out from the refrigerated truck's cabinet. He immediately shouted, "Hey, men, are you okay? I didn't know there were people in the cabinet." Hearing Tony Stark's cry, coupled with the refrigerated truck's front end clearly crushed by the powerful energy weapon, Clown Ailin instantly understood what had just happened. "Goodness. So it was you who did that." "I'll remember that." Although Ailin understood the situation with just a glance, and knew that if it weren't for Tony Stark's shot, the consequences of their direct collision with the helicopter would have been even more serious, Ailin still felt a surge of anger, and remembered Tony Stark's good deed. Just as Ailin drew out his resentment, intending to teach Tony Stark a lesson. On the street not far away, a feces yellow monster emerged from the rubble, crushing the bricks and stones beneath its body. It roared at Iron Man, who had just attacked it with a missile and saved the helicopter. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." The next second, the abomination, with a swift stride, charged towards Tony Stark with the force of a mountain. Before Tony Stark could dodge, the enraged abomination slammed his fist into the Mark IV's abdomen, creating a dull, resonant sound like hammering iron. Dang! The abomination's punch sent the Mark IV armor flying, leaving a massive fist-shaped mark on its underside. Tony Stark's Mark IV was crafted from a variety of high-strength superalloys specifically selected for aerospace applications. Its hardness and toughness far surpassed even forged steel. Even so, the abomination left a deep handprint on his body, a testament to the power of the abomination's punch. After sending Tony Stark, the nosy one, flying with a single punch, the abomination didn't give up. With a whoosh, he lunged out again, intent on finishing off the obstructing Iron Man. Having gained godlike strength, Bronski no longer cared who was beneath Iron Man's armor. Billionaires, high-ranking federal officials, even the president, standing in his way would be dead. Among the Mark IVs, Tony Stark, dazed by the abomination's punch, was seized by the calf before he could react. Oh no, Tony's body shuddered at the sight, instantly snapping out of his semi-dazed state. With no time to flee, a flash of red light flashed from each of his palms. The next second, 2 palm cannons blasted into the abomination's head, their powerful energy blasts sending him stumbling. If Abomination hadn't quickly closed his eyes and turned his head slightly, the 2 blasts might have hit him in the eye. HMPH, seeing the little ant in his hand still resist, Abomination grabbed one of the Mark armor's legs and began to slam it across the street. This scene is a reference to the scene when the Hulk threw Loki, crackling. As Abomination slammed down, the Mark IV armor soon began to emit sparks. This was a sign that the electronic components within the Mark IV armor were damaged by the violent impact and vibrations. At the same time, Tony Stark, in the Mark IV, was also dizzy from the violent tumble, and blood began to flow from his mouth and nose. Just as Tony Stark was about to collapse, a huge green figure suddenly appeared from the side and kicked Abomination away with a powerful kick. Tony Stark also took the opportunity to escape from Abomination's clutches. After a long pause, Tony Stark finally pulled himself up from the ground, suppressing the slight dizziness in his head, and thanked Hulk. "Thank you," but before he could finish his words, Hulk punched him and sent him flying. HMPH, Hulk's nostrils emptied as he saw Tony Stark being sent flying. Although Hulk knew his opponent was the Abomination, He hadn't forgotten who had just sent him flying with that missile. He, the Hulk, held grudges. Sneak attacks aren't a good habit. Abomination, emerging from the rubble, watched the Hulk kick him, a scowl crossing his face. After turning his head, Abomination charged at Hulk again. Abomination knew that his greatest enemy had always been the Hulk. Whether it was Ross or Iron Man, they were merely obstacles standing in his way of the Hulk. Even Iron Man, the much-hyped superhero, was a mere ant compared to the Hulk. After becoming the Abomination, Bronski's beastly instincts awakened, and he knew exactly who posed the greatest threat to him on this battlefield. Hulk. Facing the oncoming Abomination, the Hulk roared and charged forward, unyielding. The next moment, the two giants collided again, erupting in an even more intense battle. Elsewhere, Tony Stark, blasted away by the Hulk once again, looked at the Mark IV, sparks flying from his body, his face grimacing. This battle was arguably the most frustrating one Tony had fought since becoming Iron Man. Aside from the initial rescue, his Mark IV armor was subjected to constant beatings. However, this battle also made Tony realize the shortcomings of the Mark IV. He shouted fiercely to Jarvis in the Mark IV, "Jarvis, immediately collect the data models of these two giants. This time when I return, I must create a special armor to deal with these giants." Chapter 152, Bloody Battlefield. Accepted, mission established. After completing the mission, Jarvis reported to Tony, "Sir, upon inspection, the Mark IV has sustained over 38.72% damage. The left-hand weapon system, sensor system, energy transmission circuitry, and other areas are damaged. It can no longer withstand high-intensity combat. We recommend you immediately leave the battlefield and stay away from those two dangerous creatures." Leaving the battlefield. Would that be desertion? That wouldn't do. Although Tony looked somewhat miserable, he didn't want to leave in disgrace. Otherwise, it would be a stain on his reputation. No need to leave the battlefield. Jarvis, observe the battle and calculate the best time to strike. I've specially brought several powerful little cuties this time. Where would I stand if I don't teach that guy a lesson? If Tony hadn't been careless this time, caught off guard by the sudden outburst of Abomination, his fate wouldn't have been so disastrous. With the Mark IV's powerful maneuverability and the specially equipped weapons, as long as he didn't get close to those two monsters, Tony was confident he could deal with them effectively, or even teach them a lesson. At least, it wouldn't be such a crushing defeat. However, what Tony Stark didn't know was how much trouble his beating by the Abomination would cause once it caught the eyes of those with ulterior motives. Within SHIELD, upon learning of the devastating crisis in New York, Nick Fury immediately ordered all SHIELD agents still in New York to assemble and rush to Harlem. He himself closely monitored the two monsters in Harlem through various live broadcasts. Based on the footage transmitted back, Nick Fury had already raised the danger level of the Hulk and the Abomination to the highest level. Initially, he thought he had overestimated the two monsters' strength. But when he saw Tony Stark's powerful war machine-like armor being pinned to the ground and beaten relentlessly by the Abomination, Nick Fury realized he had underestimated the two giants' strength. This made Nick Fury extremely wary of the two giants, but also piqued his interest in the super soldier serum variant that Ross was researching. The ability to create two such powerful monsters demonstrates the undeniable potential of Ross's research on the super soldier serum variant. While it appears the project currently has significant flaws, otherwise those two test subjects wouldn't have spiraled out of control, causing such a major crisis. However, this variant of the super soldier serum is simply too powerful. With its invulnerable defenses and terrifying destructive power, unleashing several of these monsters on the battlefield would be a crushing blow to the enemy. Since they currently lack access to high-tech, highly maneuverable armor like Tony Stark's, perhaps they could shift their focus and try to obtain this variant of the super soldier serum from General Ross? Not just Nick Fury. Even the FBI and Hydra, after witnessing the destructive power of these two monsters, have quietly turned their attention to the super soldier serum variant being researched by General Ross. However, what they will never know is that the Hulk and the Abomination's appearance was merely an accident, and Ross doesn't possess the serum they were hoping for. Meanwhile, as the Hulk and the Abomination clashed once more, Joker Ailin and Bucky retreated into a nearby alley. Watching the fierce battle unfold not far away, Bucky's eyes flashed with shock and a hint of eagerness. Meanwhile, Joker Ailin mentally called upon his true self. If he remembered correctly, while the Abomination had initially overpowered the Hulk, His rage had intensified the Hulk's power, ultimately defeating him. Yet, that's right. Just defeated. Joker Ailin didn't bother to ponder why the Hulk hadn't ultimately killed the Abomination. His current focus was on how to snatch a kill from the Hulk and Iron Man at the end of this battle. As one of Marvel's most powerful villains, Joker Ailin was certain that the Abomination must possess a vast amount of destiny power. If he could defeat him, he would surely gain a large number of destiny points. Furthermore, beyond destiny points, the Abomination's body itself was actually a very valuable supernatural item for Ailin. If Ailin had already ascended to Sequence 5 Puppet Master, capable of transforming puppets, then the incredibly strong Abomination would likely become his trump card, transforming him into a powerful human shield and thug. Furthermore, even if Abomination couldn't be transformed into a puppet, Ailin the Clown believed he could still obtain something valuable from placing his corpse on the scales of fate. In fact, without summoning his clone, Ailin immediately set off for Harlem after seeing Abomination on television. As Ailin himself rushed to Harlem, the fighting intensified. The street where Abomination and the Hulk stood was practically a meat grinder. Whether it was the ground, passers-by in the shops along the street, or ordinary people in cars or on the road who were unable to evacuate in time, anyone unlucky enough would be torn to pieces by the two frantic, enraged beasts. Even if Abomination and Hulk didn't intentionally attack ordinary people, the stones they accidentally flung during their fight would have been fatal to the flesh and blood of ordinary people. Not to mention those unfortunate enough to be directly caught in the aftermath of their battle, nearly crushed to pulp. In just a dozen minutes, the street was littered with broken limbs and even smaller fragments of flesh, staining the entire street crimson. The blood, dried by the flames of the explosion, transformed into a bloody odor mingled with the aroma of meat, wafting in all directions. As the evening breeze blew, countless people wandering around the battlefield vomited violently at the smell. Quick, evacuate the crowd, establish a blockade. We must stop them. We must not let this battlefield expand any further. General Ross, climbing out of the helicopter, roared angrily into a walkie-talkie, regardless of his bloodied wounds. Gazing at the tragic scene unfolding on the nearby streets of Harlem, General Ross's face flushed crimson, whether from anger or guilt. His eyes brimming with rage, he threatened to burst forth, incinerating the two colossal figures. As the battle between Abomination and Hulk intensified, the devastated Harlem clearly demonstrated the gravity of the situation. Even if he could resolve this mess, he would likely face a harsh court-martial. Who knows, he might even face. Following Ross's orders, the army rapidly mobilized, armored vehicles being deployed one after another, blocking both ends of the street. A barrage of powerful bullets, forming a web of fire, barely held Abomination and the Hulk back. A single bullet might not be enough to stop either of the two monsters, Abomination or Hulk. But the metallic storm of countless bullets held both Hulk and Abomination back, even causing Abomination to feel a pang of pain. Feeling the metallic storm pouring down upon him, a flicker of fury flashed across the Abomination's yellow, beastly eyes. "You're looking for death?" He casually grabbed the car and flung it into the air, smashing into one armored vehicle. Just as he was about to charge out and destroy the rest, Tony Stark, hundreds of meters away, unhesitatingly fired a Stinger missile at the Abomination he had locked onto. Swish, a Stinger missile, trailing azure fins, burst from the Mark IV's shoulder, quickly breaking the sound barrier and hurtling towards the beast wreaking havoc in the center of the battlefield. Humph! Catching the incoming Stinger missile from the corner of his eye, a flicker of disdain crossed the Abomination's face. A hand as large as a palm leaf fan swiftly reached out and snatched the Stinger missile from its path. "Looks like that guy's brain isn't working properly," Tony Stark said with a hint of sarcasm after seeing the Abomination arrogantly seize the single-unit Stinger missile he'd developed. Explode. Just as the Abomination was about to throw the missile, the Stinger he'd grasped exploded, emitting a blinding flash of fire. A blazing ball of flames, several meters in diameter, quickly engulfed the Abomination and everything within 3 meters of him. As the flames erupted, a smaller silver missile burst from the Stinger missile, piercing the Abomination's chest with lightning speed. Tony, watching from a distance, flashed a smile upon his face. "Excellent, a dead-on hit." Roar. Soon, a deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. Unlike the previous roars, which bordered on defiance, this one was filled with undisguised pain and rage. As the flames enveloping the Abomination slowly died down, the Abomination's figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. Compared to before, The abomination's skin was now ablaze, and the scorching heat rising from it distorted the air around it. This terrifying temperature, even with its formidable defenses, felt a burning sting. Even more excruciating was the silver armor-piercing round that penetrated almost completely into the right side of its chest. Defense broken. General Ross and the other federal soldiers battling the abomination were heartened when they saw the yellow-green blood coursing through its body. This wound not only broke the abomination's defenses, but also shattered the soldiers' fear of it. Because of this wound, they realized that the terrifying monster before them was not truly invulnerable. The reason their previous attacks had failed to harm it wasn't because it was truly invincible, but because their own firepower was insufficient. Their shared fear stemmed from this lack of firepower. Thinking of this, an officer immediately turned to Ross and shouted, "General, I request the use of missiles to inflict a devastating blow on those two monsters." The missiles the officer was referring to weren't the small ones Tony Stark had ordered. They were massive missiles like the Jericho missiles, capable of destroying an entire city block. Ross's face darkened, and he shouted, "You're crazy. Using missiles against New York? Are you looking for death?" After Ross's scolding, the officer's face paled, quickly realizing the folly of his words. If General Ross had actually listened to his suggestion and used missiles against those two monsters, even if he could have killed them, he would have been finished. Not only would he have been sentenced to death by a military tribunal, he might have also endured a lifetime of infamy, bringing disaster upon his family. The thought made the officer wince. Fool. After glaring at his officer, General Ross quickly shifted his gaze to Tony Stark, who was standing nearby. His subordinate's words, though foolish, served as a reminder. The abomination was wounded by a small missile fired by Tony Stark. If Tony Stark's weapon could injure the abomination, why would he bother with anyone else? Just as General Ross focused his attention on Tony Stark's hand, the abomination looked at his chest with a look of disbelief. "I'm actually injured." It could be said that this was the first time in the battle that the abomination's defenses had been breached, a true injury. Feeling the pain from his wounds, Abomination's heart suddenly erupted with boundless rage. "Little bug, you're courting death." With a roar, the Abomination rushed madly towards Tony Stark, who was in a corner of the battlefield. Seeing the incoming Abomination, Tony Stark's face changed. From the palm of his right hand and the sole of his left leg, two areas of intact energy transmission, erupted orange-red flames, lifting him high into the sky. But, because the suit was damaged in many places, Tony's ascent was slowed. Fortunately, just as the Abomination leaped up, intending to knock Tony down mid-air with a punch, a green figure also leaped high, and with a loud bang, it collided with the Abomination and sent it flying. Well done. Although Tony had been deeply dissatisfied with the green giant after being sent flying by the Hulk's punch, he felt relieved at the timely rescue. Chapter 153 Underground Shadow. Tony felt a sense of relief at the timely rescue, but also a strong sense of danger. His previous experience had taught him that simply maintaining a safe distance from the giant wasn't enough. For the sake of his own life, Tony Stark simply flew to the rooftop of a building over 10 stories high. This height gave him ample time to react even if the Abomination attacked him again. After all, the Abomination couldn't fly. Climbing to this height would take considerable effort. Just then, Jarvis' voice rang out again. "Sir, General Ross is requesting a call. Could you please take it, Ross?" Tony glanced at General Ross, who, despite his men's pleas, was personally commanding the front lines, hundreds of meters away. A slight frown crossed his face. "Go ahead." Although he had no idea what Ross wanted to do with him, Tony, mindful of his leadership, answered the call anyway. "General Ross, what can I do for you?" Tony was deeply resentful of Ross because of the bloody battles on the street below, so his tone was certainly not kind. Ross didn't care about this, but said in a tough tone, almost in an ordering tone, "Listen, Tony Stark, our military will find a way to create an opportunity for you later. We need you to use the weapon that injured that monster to blast into his head at the right time and kill the shit yellow guy." "Kill the shit yellow one? What about the big green guy?" After a slight pause, Ross asked, "Don't you see that Hulk is on our side? If it weren't for him, no one on our side could stop Bronski." "Hulk? Bronski?" After hearing these two names, Tony Stark's voice condensed, and he seemed to understand something. He said to Ross coldly, "It seems that after this matter is over, General Ross, you have to give an explanation to the Supreme Military Court. This is my business, so you don't have to worry about it." Tony Stark. You just need to take care of yourself and don't waste the opportunity we will create for you later." Although somewhat annoyed by Ross's tone, Tony still responded for the greater good and for the sake of the ordinary people still fleeing nearby. "I know what to do." Just as General Ross and Tony were planning how to eliminate the abomination with the powerful, custom-made weapons Tony carried, hundreds of meters beneath the surface of New York City, a wriggling insect shadow, like a shark scenting blood, moved with seemingly slow but in fact incredibly swift speed, breaking through the layers of earth and rapidly crawling towards Harlem. Even through the thick soil and the distance of tens of thousands of meters, it could still smell the unusually rich aroma of blood emanating from the streets of Harlem, as well as the fear and resentment of countless people facing death. Hiss, 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 what a wonderful aura. If I absorb that fragrant blood and resentment, such a massive energy will instantly propel me to the next stage, then I'll no longer have to hide deep underground, accumulating energy bit by bit. Wait, could this be a trap set by those mages of Kamartaj? Just to lure me out? The rapidly advancing dark insect figure paused, as if doubting something, but soon began to move again. Whatever, with such a vast amount of blood and resentment, even if it's a trap, I'll accept it. At most, I'll just be more careful. Meanwhile, Arin's true form finally piloted the Aston Martin through the dense traffic under the New York night sky, arriving in Harlem. Due to the destruction caused by Abomination and the Hulk, as well as the joint blockade by multiple law enforcement agencies, including the military and the NYPD, the roads approaching Harlem had long been blocked. The dense traffic made the area impassable. Not only cars, but even people were hard to get close to. Finding a spot on the roadside and parking his conspicuous Aston Martin, Ailin quickly headed towards the police cordon area. Approaching the NYPD's restricted exit, Ailin, without waiting for the officers on duty to question him, swung a club membership card before them. The moment they saw the card, their attention was drawn to the voluptuous figure on the card. Ailin's hand, holding the card, swung slightly, creating a cascade of afterimages. Like a dazzling display of flowers, it quickly formed a dazzling, cascading lotus flower seal. Just looking at the gesture was enough to make one feel dizzy. In that moment of daze, an invisible spiritual wave followed Ailin's gaze, penetrating the depths of these ordinary police officers' minds, distorting their perceptions and cognition. After doing all this, Ailin naturally greeted the officers, then lifted the cordon and headed back toward the cordon area. A few seconds later, as Ailin gradually walked away, the inspector, who had just arrested a few criminals who took advantage of the chaos, glanced at Ailin's retreating figure and frowned slightly. "Who is that guy? Why did you let him in?" The middle-aged officer who had been closest to Ailin said. "That guy must be an FBI agent. I only let him in because he showed me his ID." "FBI agent? Are you sure?" The inspector frowned slightly at the seemingly youthful figure not far away and asked again. At this moment, another officer who had met Ailin before spoke up. "Bob's right. That guy must be an FBI agent. He looks familiar to me. I think I saw him on a previous mission with the FBI, but he was only an intern back then. Now it looks like he's been hired." After seeing his other officer confirm that the figure was indeed an FBI agent, the detective put his doubts aside and stopped dwelling on them. The current situation didn't allow for further speculation. The meat grinder-like battlefield in Harlem had not only caused countless tragedies, but also provided opportunities for some daring criminals. As countless people rushed to flee Harlem, some took advantage of the situation by engaging in $0 shopping and looting businesses along the street. Such outrageous things, can you believe it? Of course, most of these people were black people who valued money over their lives and were eager to create chaos. Just thinking of those black people. The inspector's face darkened as he watched several braided black men seize control of the chaos and storm a jewelry store. They picked up rocks and smashed the glass cases, then scrambled to stuff the jewelry into their backpacks. "Damn it," he muttered, then immediately called a few of his men and charged at the black men who had activated the $0 shopping offer. Shortly after walking down the street, Ailin spotted a little girl, about 10 years old, in a white dress. She anxiously dodged the oncoming crowd and, like Ailin, headed upstream toward the center of the battlefield. Her tiny white figure, caught in the surging, fleeing crowd, was like a small boat drifting in a storm, threatened to capsize at any moment. Ailin's guess was correct. Even though the little girl desperately pushed her way to a less crowded area, her frail frame was still too small. Not long after, she was knocked to the ground by a panicked, burly man who was frantically fleeing. Just as the frail figure was about to be swept away by the surging crowd, becoming a stampede, Ailin suddenly pushed through the crowd, standing in front of the little girl like a solid wall, blocking the flow of people rushing towards her. "Be careful." Reaching out and pulling the fallen girl up, Ailin quickly led her through the crowd. They squeezed through the most crowded intersection. After squeezing through that intersection, they walked further in, reaching the core battlefield of the battle between Abomination and Hulk. The people surrounding that battlefield had either fled long ago, been caught in the fight between Abomination and Hulk, or been hit by stray bullets from the military. They became the wailing wounded or the fallen bodies. After dragging the little girl to a relatively deserted area, Ailin pointed to a group of police officers nearby, who were maintaining order with megaphones. "I don't know what you're trying to do here, but going in any further would be too dangerous for you. If you really need help, you can find those officers and ask them to help you." The officers who risked their lives to maintain order and disperse the crowds on the edge of this potentially life-threatening battlefield were undoubtedly among the most dedicated and responsible officers in the NYPD. If the little girl in white, whom she had so easily saved, really needed them, they would be the ones to turn to. They were confident they could still help with most common problems. As for those they couldn't handle, it was certainly not something a 10-year-old girl could handle on her own. Seeing Ailin seemingly about to hand her over to the police, the little girl suddenly said, "Big brother, I don't want to go to those officers. Can I follow you in? Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. Just get me through that blockade." Ailin glanced sideways at the little girl before him, his gaze deep and profound. Seeing Ailin's gaze, the little girl paused, her words trailing off before her eyes dimmed. She forced a smile and said, "Sorry, big brother, I shouldn't have troubled you. And thank you for saving me, thank you for bringing me here." With that, the little girl bent down and bowed deeply to Ailin. She was truly grateful to Ailin. She knew full well what would have happened if Ailin hadn't rescued her. If Ailin hadn't helped her, she might have been trampled into pulp by the surging crowd. If only she could. Elena truly wanted to repay this kind brother, but now, her grandmother, lying in the hospital bed, was waiting for her help. She could only express her gratitude with a bow. Standing again, Elena glanced at the battlefield not far away, filled with the roar of heavy machine gun fire, punctuated by roars and explosions. A flicker of anxiety flashed in her eyes. "Big brother, I'm busy, so I won't bother you anymore. Thank you so much for what you did earlier." Elena turned and ran toward a nearby alleyway, submerged by half-collapsed houses. She seemed to be trying to reach the streets deeper into the battlefield by climbing the unguarded alley. After a few steps, she suddenly noticed a shadow in front of her. She instinctively looked up and saw Ailin crouching in front of her. "It's dangerous in there. Everyone's running out. Why are you going in?" Elena's eyes flickered with bitterness as she spoke. "My grandma's still in there. She injured her foot a while ago and is now bedridden. I want to get her out. But my house is too far in. I heard it's right next to where those two monsters were fighting, and the police won't go there. It was simply too dangerous." Elena didn't say the last part, but Ailin quickly understood her meaning. No wonder she'd chosen to climb the half-submerged alleyway by herself rather than go to the police. She knew full well that the police wouldn't take her to such a dangerous place to rescue her grandmother at this moment. They might even stop her for her own safety. In that case, Elena's grandmother, lying in bed, would likely be left to her fate. Is that so? After realizing this, Ailin straightened up, picked up the little girl, and placed her on his shoulders. "Then you lead the way, I'll take you there." Ailin, already nearing the battlefield, could hear the two powerful roars from afar. And from his clairvoyance, the two auras emanating from the battlefield were incredibly vibrant and full of life. With such a vibrant vitality, barring any unexpected events, the battle inside would likely continue for quite some time. Taking the little girl to find her grandmother seemed perfectly safe. Besides, there were clones watching over the core of the battlefield, and if anything happened, the Joker clone would notify him immediately. Chapter 154. Are fortune tellers really that powerful? Fortunately, despite a large hole in the center of Elena's apartment, likely caused by either the Hulk or the Abomination, other than some damage to the exterior walls, Elena remained largely unscathed. When Elena anxiously opened her door, Elena saw a silver-haired elderly man, leaning on a cane, standing by the window, gazing into the distance. The moment the elderly man heard the noise and turned his head, Elena noticed that her eyes held no fear of the danger before them. Instead, they held a calm, unperturbed composure, like a still pool of water. It was as if she didn't care about anything at all. However, the moment she saw Ailin, that calmness was instantly shattered. Her eyes held a look of wonder, as if she were surprised to see Ailin at this hour. Soon, that incredulity gave way to confusion and bitterness. I clearly signed Ailin up for an interest class in Queens. She should be there right now. Why? Why is she back now? Why has everything returned to square one? Is fate truly unchangeable? When the silver-haired old man's whisper reached Aaron's ears, Aaron was startled for a moment, his eyes fixed for a moment, and he gazed at the old man with a gloomy expression. At this moment, Ailin, beside Aaron, rushed forward with a look of surprise, saving the old woman by the window. "That's great, Grandma, I knew you were okay, I'll get you out of here right away." Feeling the warmth and worry Ailin couldn't conceal as she held her tightly, a flicker of relief crossed the old woman's eyes. She gently stroked her granddaughter's back, quickly dispelling the confusion and bitterness that had previously lingered in her own eyes. "No, I can die, but Ailin is still young. Her life shouldn't end here. Even if everything is already predetermined, I'll risk my life to give her a chance to escape this doomed disaster." Ailin, in the old man's arms, looked up and said, "Grandma, you're talking nonsense again. By the way, let's get going. There's a big hole in the middle of this apartment building. It might collapse at any moment. Let's get out of here." The old man heard this and gently patted Ailina's shoulder. "Okay. Grandma, I'll come with you." "Great." At this moment, the sharp-eyed Ailin pulled a folding wheelchair from the corner and said, "Okay, now is not the time to talk. Let's get out of here." "Thank you, big brother," Ailin said sweetly to him. Then she let go of her grandmother and quickly helped her into the wheelchair. With Ailina's help, the old woman sat in the wheelchair. Ailin pushed the wheelchair, taking her and Ailin with him, quickly away from the dilapidated building with a large hole in its center. After walking for a while, Ailin suddenly asked, "By the way, Ms. Christine, what did you just say about everything coming back to square one? What do you mean by a fatal disaster?" Ailin had already learned the old woman's name, Christine, from Ailina's casual conversation with her. Christine had also learned from her granddaughter how Ailin had saved her precious granddaughter from the surging crowd. Christine still had a strong fondness for the young man who had saved her only hope. Therefore, after a moment's hesitation, Christine said, "The fate of everything in the world is actually predetermined. In fact, this disaster was foreshadowed long ago." As she spoke, the old woman glanced off into the distance, where the abomination and the Hulk had, amidst a hail of bullets, shattered a building into rubble, reducing it to rubble. "You know what? The battle between those two monsters is only a precursor to an even more desperate and terrifying disaster," she murmured. "Scarlet blood and disparate souls will become the fodder that awakens the devil. When the final devil descends, all will be burned to ashes in fear and despair." Just as Ms. Christine was about to say something, Ailin, beside Aaron, suddenly interrupted with a complaint. "Grandma," interrupting Aaron with a call, Ailin gave Aaron an apologetic smile and apologized. "Excuse me, big brother, my grandma often has strange dreams. She's old, and sometimes she confuses her dreams with reality and says strange things. Don't mind, I wasn't kidding. That dream wasn't just some strange dream, but a famous precognitive dream. In her youth, your grandma was the most famous psychic in Connecticut. If I hadn't decided to quit the mediumship world and remain anonymous after becoming pregnant with your father, your grandmother might be the most famous medium in the entire Federation." Looking at Ailin apologizing to Ailin, Ms. Christine almost blurted out these words, but in the end, she forced herself to hold them back. The mystical world was too dangerous and strange. There were some things Ms. Christine had never shared with her precious granddaughter, things she didn't want her to know too much about. Because Christine knew that some things, once known, could never be shaken off. The hidden dangers she had planted as a medium, even decades later, still haunted her deeply. They even cost Ailina's parents their lives. She didn't want Ailin to repeat the same mistake. It was strange. Christine, fearing that revealing too much would alter the course of the future, never spoke too much about precognitive dreams. Why would she explain so much to a young man like Ailin? Even telling him about the impending catastrophe? Strange? Could it be that because he'd already decided to defy fate for Ailin, and because he'd saved her, that he'd said a few more words to him? Ailin pushed the wheelchair with one hand, patting Ailina's head with the other, and smiled. "I don't mind. Honestly, I've always been fascinated by these mysterious things." "Interested in mysterious things?" Ms. Christine shook her head. "That's not a good habit. Sometimes, curiosity about the unknown can bring disaster. Really, actually, I'm quite interested in those disasters. Ailin's eyes suddenly shone brightly as he spoke. Despairing gaze. A few minutes later. Through despairing gaze, and the great seal of the mind, Ailin finally managed to obtain the information he desired from Ms. Christine, whose mental power was unexpectedly strong. After obtaining the information he needed, Ailin immediately escorted Ms. Christine and Elena out of the core battlefield while the hypnosis lasted. He then had two kind police officers personally escort them quickly away from Harlem. Watching Kristen and Elena being led away by the two police officers, Aaron's gaze grew profound. Ancient psychics, and so-called precognitive dreams? Interesting. It became even more interesting together. Originally hoping to take advantage of a bargain, Aaron unexpectedly learned shocking news from Elena's slightly mysterious grandmother. Precognitive dreams? Could the bloody battle between the Abomination and the Hulk really lead to an even more horrific disaster? Could something completely unplanned in the original plot actually happen? Wait. Tony Stark didn't appear during the original Abomination's battle with the Hulk. Now, Tony Stark also appears early in this battle. Add to that his presence here, and Bucky, the Winter Soldier. The original plotline has already been altered. So, some unforeseen disaster wouldn't be surprising. At this thought, Aaron's eyes narrowed. So, that's the case. Then I must make some further preparations. At that moment, Aaron's phone rang crisply. Picking up the phone, Aaron saw that the caller was actually Tony Stark. Seeing the name on the caller ID, Aaron was slightly surprised. Faintly sensing a gaze, Aaron looked up and saw Tony Stark, staring intently at him from the rooftop of a 10-story building a few hundred meters away. That guy. How did he detect me? To minimize trouble, Aaron had disguised himself before leaving. While his appearance wasn't completely changed, it was still very different from his original self. Without careful observation, the average person wouldn't have been able to connect this version of Aaron with his original self. Under these circumstances, how could Tony Stark detect his disguise from a distance of several hundred meters? It was incredible. With a hint of doubt, Aaron answered the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Tony Stark's annoyed voice came from the other end. Well, I didn't expect it was really you, Brad. Don't you see that this street is littered with broken limbs? I don't know how you got in during the police and military blockade, but now, you little bastard, get out of here right now, or I'll call Pepper and have her take you back personally. He's such a grown-up. And he's still trying to call his parents. You really don't have any shame. Ailin ignored Tony Stark's danger and asked on the phone, how did you find me? As soon as Ailin finished speaking, Tony's disdainful voice came. PFFT, your poor disguise couldn't possibly fool Jarvis. I just recently rebuilt an algorithm for Jarvis that can easily analyze your identity based on your height, weight, build, and gait. Your poor disguise is indistinguishable to Jarvis. In reality, the algorithm Tony had just upgraded for Jarvis wasn't that insane. Tony Stark was able to locate Ailin only because Ailin's Aston Martin hadn't been deactivated, along with the tracking system Tony Stark had installed. In fact, as Ailin drove the Aston Martin into Harlem, Tony, who had singled out Ailin, Pepper's nephew, as a key target, received a heads-up from Jarvis. Then, by comparing the data from the intact street cameras, Jarvis finally singled him out as a key suspect just as Ailin was escorting Christine and Elena out of the battlefield, and notified Tony. Tony was immediately horrified to learn that Ailin had actually been so close to the battlefield. However, Jarvis wasn't 100% certain at the time that the man just a few hundred meters away was actually Ailin. So Tony simply had Jarvis make a test call. Who would have thought that this test would instantly confirm Ailin's identity? That's why he'd said that at the beginning of the call. Well, I didn't expect it was really you, kid. Meanwhile, Ailin wasn't about to be fooled. He scoffed. If Jarvis's algorithm was truly that powerful, you wouldn't have said that when we answered the phone just now. Let me think, could you be using my phone number to locate him? Ailin, observing Tony Stark's emotional aura from afar through his clairvoyance, saw that Tony's mood hadn't changed. He then said to himself, it's not that. So, could it be that Aston Martin you gave me? As Ailin finished his words, a tinge of surprise flashed across Tony Stark's face. Instantly, Ailin knew he was right. Seeing this, he said angrily, damn, it's actually an Aston Martin. I didn't expect you to be that kind of person. You'd have the nerve to leave a back door in a gift? Tony Stark, I misjudged you. Seeing his character being questioned, Tony quickly explained, "Ahem, don't get me wrong, I'm not that kind of person. I installed a GPS tracking system on that car for convenience, but who knew you'd never remove it after giving it to you? Besides, I didn't even touch it after you drove away that day. How could I have done anything to it in that situation? You're just too lazy." After this self-defense, Tony was now filled with confusion. How did that guy know that he had confirmed his identity because of that Aston Martin? Damn it. He hadn't known anything just now. Are fortune tellers really that powerful? Can they even predict this? Chapter 155, Shadow of the Worm. Not to mention Tony Stark, who was filled with doubt. Ailin sneered and decided to give the Aston Martin a thorough inspection upon his return. He then threw all the GPS gadgets and other gadgets into the trash. He didn't want Tony Stark to detect his whereabouts for no reason again. Seeing Ailin's silence, Tony on the other end of the line awkwardly changed the subject. "Okay, now is not the time for that, brat. This is definitely not the place for you." As he spoke, Tony Stark's expression grew serious. Although Ailin had some mysterious abilities, Tony clearly didn't believe they could handle the two violent men nearby. Even though Ailin was Pepper's nephew, Tony didn't want to see anything happen to him, considering he'd saved his life so many times before. Before Tony could finish, Ailin said, "Don't worry. Even if something happens to you, nothing will happen to me. Since I dared to come here, I must have some way to protect myself." As he spoke, Ailin suddenly noticed several tiny figures wriggling in the pool of blood a few meters away. What are those things? Gazing intently, Ailin quickly realized that the twisting and wriggling forms in the pool of blood were actually tiny worms. The tiny, white and tender worms were lying in the pool, emitting subtle grunting sounds, as if they were drinking the blood. Where did these worms come from? After a slightly puzzled glance at the worms, Ailin happened to witness a terrifying scene. Right under Ailin's nose. In just a few breaths, the worms, guzzling copious amounts of blood, seemed to be bloated with it, expanding rapidly like balloons, their bodies expanding countless times over. Even their tough outer skins were stretched taut. From afar, these well-fed worms resembled inflated balloons. It seemed as if a gentle poke could pierce their slightly reddish, flexible skin. Puff, puff, bang. No, there was no need for prodding. The swollen worms, bloated with food, exploded in a gentle breeze. However, unlike what Ailin had imagined, the explosions didn't scatter blood and flesh, but rather tiny worms. Almost every single one shattered into dozens of smaller worms of varying sizes. In just a dozen seconds, the number of worms in the pool of blood had multiplied tenfold. What the hell are these worms? Ailin, quickly realizing the worms were a problem, couldn't help but recall the horrific disaster Miss Christine had just described. Could the disaster Miss Christine had been referring to be these worms? Ailin frowned slightly at the thought. Puff, puff. Just as he was wondering, more and more puffing sounds reached his ears. It was as if Ailin had already entered a worm's nest, surrounded by them. This sound, could it be? Ailin, with a foreboding feeling, turned and glanced around, realizing that besides the small pool of blood, these worms had appeared in every corner of the battlefield. Looking around, he saw. Atop the scattered flesh, a few wriggling insects occasionally crawled. The scattered limbs and arms were also crawling with disgusting worms. The bodies of those crushed to pulp, those still struck by stray bullets, and those scattered across the battlefield. Some worms even burrowed into the blood-soaked cars, sucking the blood from the bodies inside and gnawing on them. Just moments before, when Ailin had entered the battlefield, there had been no sign of worms, but in just a few minutes, these strange worms had overrun the battlefield with incredible speed. Ailin wasn't the only one. As their numbers rapidly increased, more and more people began to notice their noises. A hapless man, struck in the thigh by a stray bullet and unable to evacuate in time, had to drag himself into a nearby alley. He nervously watched the two giants still fighting outside, praying they wouldn't come his way. Several large, fat worms crawled out from nowhere, following the trail of blood. They squirmed and twisted their bodies, swiftly crawling up the unfortunate man's trouser leg and heading for the still bleeding wound. Sensing movement from his trouser leg, the unfortunate man turned back and saw a worm burrowing into the wound on his thigh. The horrifying sight startled him. Who knew what viruses these worms carried? He had already been unlucky enough to encounter a battle between two monsters and get hit by a stray bullet on his way home from get off work. He didn't want to contract any more strange illnesses from the germs these worms carried. Goddamn it. "Get out of here, you damned worms." He reached out to pull the disgusting worms out of the wound on his thigh. Unexpectedly, the worm, which had already burrowed into his wound, suddenly disappeared completely into the wound just as his hand was about to touch it. Then, from within his wound, a low-pitched, excited whine erupted. Oh my God! The unfortunate man, watching the worm burrow into his wound, paled with fear. The next second, a piercing pain shot through his bloody wound. At the same time, dozens more worms appeared around his injured thigh, swarming toward the wound. No, the unfortunate man's eyes flashed with fear, and he screamed, like a madman, swatting the worms with his hands, turning the bloodthirsty worms into a puddle of mud. His self-rescue attempt temporarily eliminated the worms still swarming around him, but it couldn't stop the worm that had already burrowed into his wound and was sucking his blood. With a muffled puff, as dozens of tiny worms swarmed from his ruptured wound, a miserable, desperate wail echoed through the alley. The unfortunate injured man was not an exception. After the blood and flesh on the battlefield were devoured by the surging worms, the bloodthirsty worms set their sights on the wounded that littered the battlefield. These strange, bloodthirsty worms, while significantly stronger than ordinary worms, were still far from a match for humans. Even those caught in the crossfire and injured by the battle between Abomination and Hulk could easily be slain by the worms. A few worms alone could not harm a human. But as these tiny figures grew in number, gathering together and forming a torrent of worms, overwhelming the humans, human flesh and blood suddenly became incredibly vulnerable to this torrent of countless worms. In the center of the battlefield, he was directing armored vehicles and mecha attack helicopters to focus their fire on the Abomination. Suddenly, Ross heard a captain's panicked voice, "General, we're under attack by worms." Just as Ross wondered if he'd misheard, he turned to look at the captain who'd reported it. The captain, also assuming Ross hadn't heard clearly, shouted again, "General, we're under attack by worms. 2 soldiers have already been overwhelmed by them." Fuck! Before he could finish his sentence, Ross angrily kicked him. Damn it. It's one thing to not be able to defeat Hulk and Bronski's monster transformation, but now you're telling me my soldiers were attacked by puny bugs, those soft, squishy worms, and even suffered casualties. Do you want to make me a laughingstock? The captain, staggered by Ross's kick, a flicker of fear crossed his face. He smiled bitterly, "General, it's not our fault. Those damn worms were simply too numerous. The ammunition we carried simply couldn't mount an effective counterattack. Just look at them and you'll see." The captain pointed behind him. A massive wave of wriggling worms appeared on the street behind him. It had already engulfed half the street, swarming towards the injured and disabled. If the torrent of worms hadn't been moving at a moderate pace, the disabled wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the worm tide, several soldiers armed with submachine guns frantically fired their bullets into the worm swarm before them. The powerful submachine gun bullets, extremely dangerous and deadly to most creatures on Earth, seemed remarkably insignificant against this surging worm tide. The bullets, packed with powerful kinetic energy, pierced the worm tide, each shot capable of killing dozens or even hundreds of worms, spraying their expelled fluid everywhere. But against the countless worms, these volleys of bullets were like a stone sinking into the ocean, creating no ripples. The surging worm tide, undeterred by the bullets, continued to devour the Federal soldiers. Behind them, an armored vehicle was crawling with a dense swarm of worms. Countless worms gathered together, twisting and writhing frantically. This absurd and terrifying scene sent chills down General Ross's spines. Even those without trypophobia would have felt a strong uneasiness upon seeing this scene. General Ross instinctively cursed, "Shit. What the hell are these worms?" At that moment, a small missile, its tail fins dragging, instantly struck the advancing worm tide. Boom! The next second, a blinding flash of fire erupted from the surging worm tide, incinerating countless worms into a pool of ash. Immediately afterwards, an incredibly ferocious shockwave directly collapsed most of the surging worm tide, ripping countless worms into a haze of shreds. This small missile had been launched by Tony Stark. Upon seeing the worm wave, he instantly realized how difficult it was to deal with them. With such a terrifying number, he had only a few powerful small missiles specifically designed for the Abomination, and no other weaponry was effective in destroying the worms. Therefore, after watching the swarm of worms attack the survivors on the battlefield, Tony decisively deployed missiles to stop the dangerous worms. General Ross and his men on the ground, observing this scene, quickly gained an insight. General Ross shouted to the captain beside him, "Idiot, Bullets won't work. Can't you use grenades, bombs, and missiles to deal with those damn worms? Those weapons couldn't kill the incredibly defensive Abomination and the Hulk, but wouldn't they be able to kill those disgusting worms? Yes, sir. Just as the captain understood Ross's intentions and was about to rally his men to attack the worms, the collapsed swarm of worms on the street nearby regrouped. The corpses of the worms that perished in the flames and explosions served as food for the worm shadows behind them, feeding on their bodies and rapidly growing. Similarly, on the rooftop of the building, Tony Stark watched the rapidly regrouping swarm of worms. His face couldn't help but turn ugly. Damn it. These bugs are too difficult to deal with. Because they came too hastily, and the carrying space of the Mark IV armor was limited, Tony Stark's fake stone didn't carry many high-powered weapons. The high-powered missiles on his body were used up one by one. Every time he used such a missile, his inventory was reduced by one. If there were a few more missing stocks, Tony Stark would not be sure to deal with the monster of Abomination and play a good auxiliary. Thinking of this, Tony Stark immediately connected to General Ross's intercom. Then, through the intercom in General Ross's hand, he said, "General Ross, I hope you can mobilize a batch of weapons that can effectively strike these worms as soon as possible. I have a hunch that if we don't deal with those disgusting worms, the damage caused by these weird worms may be much more terrifying than those two big guys." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Prayer and Change. Hearing the voice coming from the intercom, General Ross said with a grim expression, "I know all this without you telling me. I've already submitted a request to Fort Drum, and they'll be airlifting a batch of targeted weapons soon." Tony Stark breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Fort Drum was the closest Federation military base to New York. Given the military's speed, the targeted weapons would surely arrive on the battlefield soon. Given the Federation's immense strength, with targeted weapons, dealing with a wave of genetically mutated worms should be easy, right? Right? Looking down at the rising tide of worms below, Tony suddenly felt a surge of uncertainty. Before the worm torrent, the survivors, who had finally gained a respite from the bombing that had killed countless worms, had no time to rejoice when they saw the rising tide of worms. In an instant, fear and despair crept over their faces once again. "Oh my God. What have I done wrong to deserve this punishment? Save me. I don't want to be eaten by these disgusting worms. Mom, run. Don't just stand there. Run." At this moment, under General Ross's command, several soldiers, carrying 2 rocket launchers, took aim and fired at the resurgent worm tide. Boom, boom. Accompanied by 2 blazing balls of fire, the shock waves from the rocket launchers shattered the rising worm torrent into a hail of debris. Meanwhile, a tank, stuck at the end of the street, constantly adjusted its muzzle, aiming its narrow barrel at the worm tide that seemed to be gathering again. Before the worm tide could fully form, a shell roared out from the tank's thick barrel. In an instant, a vacuum zone several meters in diameter was cleared in the center of the worm torrent. In just a few short attacks, it directly interrupted the worm tide, effectively killing a large number of them and wiping out the worm population. Well done. Just as the captain, who had delivered the message, was jubilant over the success of his self-deprecating attacks on the worms, the ubiquitous manhole covers on the street suddenly began to vibrate with a buzzing sound. The next second, countless disgusting worms, twisting their bodies, surged out of the manhole covers. Shit, Tony Stark, perched atop a building, overlooking the battlefield, saw more than a dozen manhole covers flipped over by countless worms. 3 of them were even at the end of the street. There, hundreds of ordinary people were retreating towards the outskirts of Harlem. Faced with a crowd, these bloodthirsty worms, like wolves seeing food, quickly became excited. Countless worms surged out of the small canal, swarming along the human trouser legs. In just a dozen seconds, several bodies, engulfed by the worms, were reduced to skeletal remains, appearing on the street. Meanwhile, the people huddled together for evacuation became the worms' prime rations. Amidst terrified screams, the worm tide surged out like a wild horse unleashed. At that moment, a plasma bomb, gleaming blue, suddenly descended from the sky, landing precisely at the entrance to the sewer. The next second, a blinding blue electric current suddenly flashed through the dark, surging sewer. This current flowed along the worms' drenched bodies, instantly spreading out, forming a dense web that enveloped all the worms at the entrance. Zzz, a piercing sound of electricity echoed. The worms trapped in the electric grid were instantly reduced to charcoal. Nearby, the roof of a building appeared. Natasha, her fiery red hair still in place, leaned against the eaves. She breathed a sigh of relief as her plasma bomb took effect. Then, she reported directly to Nick Fury through her wireless earpiece, "Director, I have good news. The agency's newly developed plasma bomb is quite powerful. It's doing more damage to those worms than I expected. Of course, the bad news is, I only have 2 left. If reinforcements don't arrive, the death toll in Harlem tonight will soar to an unbearable level." There was no doubt about it. The strange worms that appeared on the battlefield in Harlem, creating a torrent of worms, already fell into the realm of supernatural events. And supernatural events are undoubtedly part of SHIELD's responsibilities. If these worms weren't dealt with promptly, it wouldn't be long before Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, would face accountability from the World Security Council. That outcome was definitely not what Nick Fury wanted. Fuck, Nick Fury, who happened to be watching the scene live on the other end of the line, said with a sullen face, "New York's 2 remaining Special Operations Forces will arrive on the battlefield soon. But before that, Agent Romanoff, I don't care what method you use, until reinforcements arrive, you must do everything in your power to contain the spread of the worm swarm and minimize casualties." Natasha, could I stop this just because I wanted to? But the higher the rank, the more powerful the person. Faced with Nick Fury's mandatory order, Natasha couldn't argue. Jarvis, that person, was I mistaken? Natasha's rescue had also exposed her voluptuous body to Tony Stark's eyes. Looking at that all too familiar and beautiful figure, he could hardly believe his eyes. "Sir, you're not mistaken. The woman who just used that special plasma bomb to kill tens of thousands of worms is, unsurprisingly, Ms. Pepper's new assistant, the very person you planned to ask her to be your personal assistant." Jarvis had barely finished speaking when Tony cursed. "What the hell, assistant? That's a spy. I wouldn't have a spy as my personal assistant." Tony, with his wit, instantly understood Natasha's presence at Stark Industries. It must have been that old bastard who had seen his Mark armor and the arc reactor and become jealous. Then, he resorted to a shady scheme, sending a beautiful spy like Natasha to extract intelligence from him through a honey trap. Tony's face darkened at the thought of how close he'd come to falling for Natasha's honey trap. "Damn it, Jarvis. Find out who's behind this spy girl? I'm suing them for attempting to steal Stark Industries' trade secrets." "Yes, sir." Mission established. S.H.I.E.L.D's newly developed plasma bombs are limited in quantity, and only super agents like Natasha can apply for a few. Furthermore, there's only one Black Widow in this world. Besides the sewer exit that Natasha temporarily suppressed with her plasma bomb, countless worms swarmed from 2 other sewer exits within the crowd at an incredible speed. They crawled up one trouser leg after another, engulfing those trying to escape. In just a few seconds, dozens, even hundreds, of people were devoured by the worm tide, reduced to gnawed bones. And this devoured flesh and blood, at an incredible rate, spawned more and more worms. Meanwhile, at the top of the sewer junction in Harlem, at some point, someone had carved an inverted ritual in blood. A twisted figure, shrouded in black mist, stood at the center of this chaotic, twisted ritual, resembling a child's scribbles, upside down at the top of the sewer. Hands folded across his chest, he whispered a prayer. "Wanderer among the stars, devourer of endlessness and doom, supreme mother of fertility, ruler of the worm clan, great worm mother, your humble believer, offering the blood of despair and the soul of malice, please grant me the greatest power." The twisted figure, shrouded in black mist, was like the most devout believer. During this inverted ritual, he prayed over and over again. And as his whispered words continued to echo, a mysterious force seemed to pierce the void, carrying his prayers to a special, unknown place. To the ears of an indescribable, terrifying figure. The nameless, terrifying figure paid no heed to this humble prayer. Like countless other prayers, it was repelled by its aura. However, this repelled prayer, tainted by a hint of an indescribable aura, was twisted into a strange murmur. The next moment, that prayer, tainted with an indescribable aura, crossed layers of space at an even more terrifying speed, descending back into the ritual, before sinking into the ears of the figure in the sewer. The next second, an eerie whisper echoed within the distorted figure's ears and soul. Within that eerie, vast whisper, he seemed to vaguely perceive an indescribable phantom. The moment he saw that phantom, an uncontrollable flood of strange information flowed uncontrollably through his ears and into his brain. At that moment, almost every cell in the figure's brain twitched wildly, as if under an unknown shock. Countless information continuously refined within his mind, disrupting his sanity and distorting his thoughts. Then, in the depths of his mind, a picture of an immense worm gradually emerged. Could that figure be the true mother of worms? In a trance, the figure hanging upside down at the top of the small waterway seemed to understand what the shadow represented. At the same time, the whispering in his ears became clearer. This eerie whispering almost instantly awakened the figure's initial, most desperate fear. Confronted with that initial despair within his heart, his eyes seemed to behold the essence of the entire universe. Within the ever-shifting laws of the universe, he witnessed a despair that lay at the very foundation of the world. Soon, his fragile mind and soul, overwhelmed by the terrifying information, activated their own protective mechanisms, blocking out the deeper, more despairing information that followed. Just as the figure hanging upside down from the sewer ceiling, momentarily unconscious due to its brain's self-preservation, was about to fall, threads like silk suddenly shot out from the ritual carved into the sewer ceiling. These tiny, transparent threads, like the sharpest blades, instantly pierced the figure's body and penetrated deep into his body, securing his falling form back to the sewer ceiling. Simultaneously, the ritual at the sewer ceiling began to emit a crimson glow and began to operate at an overclocked rate, continuously draining the despair born of fear and death within a 10,000-meter radius. Wisps of pitch-black energy began to flow frantically from the threads, then channeled this despair into the figure's body. Suddenly, countless black auras surged, slowly weaving into a pitch-black cocoon that enveloped the twisted figure. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, a muffled heartbeat echoed from within the pitch-black cocoon. That drum-like heartbeat seemed to foreshadow the terrifying existence gestating within this black cocoon. The moment that wisp of information, carrying a hint of the mother worm's aura, appeared in the sewer, the scales of fate within Ailin's mind seemed to register something. A slight tremor rippled through the river of fate. But soon, as if sensing something, the scales returned to silence. However, while the stillness returned, the ripples rippled across the vast river of fate within this world lingered for a long time. As if reminded by the scales, the river of fate within this world also sensed the twisted, blasphemous aura of fate. Sensing this aura, which threatened to wreak havoc on established destiny, the river of fate trembled even more violently. The scales of fate, straddling the long river of fate, seemed to have also picked up some of the fluctuations emanating from it. They then directly transmitted this information to Ailin's mind. Ding. Chapter 157 Dancing in Despair. Ding. The arrival of the evil god's aura has been detected. The original trajectory of the world's destiny is beginning to deviate slightly, and the long river of fate is gradually becoming turbulent. Purifying this evil god's aura will correct the original trajectory of the world's destiny, gaining a large number of fate points and a chance to gain the world's favor. Ling. Here are the methods to purify the evil god's aura. Method 1. Consume 1,000 fate points to condense a purifying light from the long river of fate, completely purifying the evil god's aura. Method 2. The angels master the law of purification. The host can use the angel scepter to summon a seraphim to purify the evil god's aura. Note, even a trace of the evil god's aura cannot be easily purified by the seraphim. Before purifying the evil god's aura, retain most of the angel's energy, otherwise, the purification may fail. Method 3. Master the laws of purification or illumination to eliminate the evil god's aura through the power of these laws. Method 4. Warning. The evil god's aura has now been absorbed by the evil god's followers, and unknown changes have occurred. Please choose carefully. Hint. This evil god's followers are gaining power and undergoing a transformation through a worm blood sacrifice. Eliminating all the worms will interrupt this blood sacrifice and cause the other party to suffer some of the ritual's backlash. Having just reached the rooftop of a 5-story building, Ailin, feeling a sense of unease, suddenly heard a reminder in his mind. Hearing the message, Ailin's pupils shrank sharply. After seeing those strange worms, Ailin had considered this matter to be unusual, but he had never imagined they could be so unusual. The fact that they were even connected to the evil god was truly beyond Ailin's expectations. The evil god mentioned in the Scales of Fate was clearly not a half-baked evil god like Loki from Asgard. He didn't have the power to deflect the fate of the world with a single breath. He looked at the warning in the Scales of Fate, and the words that urged Ailin to make his choice carefully. Ailin easily analyzed the potential dangers of this mission. Thinking of this, Ailin couldn't help but ponder whether to accept it. While this mission was threatening, the benefits were also invaluable. The large number of fate points indicated was definitely not insignificant. If he could obtain them, Ailin's strength might be further enhanced. And the chance to be favored by the fate of this world also made Ailin tempted. The benefits of being favored by fate were self-evident. Not to mention being treated the same as those children of luck, it would at least improve some of Ailin's luck, making him less unlucky. That's right. Unlucky. It had only been so long since he'd traveled here, and yet so many things had already happened around Ailin. Sometimes Ailin wondered if there was something wrong with his luck. Otherwise, why did all those unfortunate things always happen around him? Of course, it wasn't ruled out that some of these things were deliberately happening to him in order to gain fate points. After a few seconds of thought, Ailin decided to see if he could purify the evil spirit mentioned in this mission. For no other reason than to see just how miraculous fate's favor truly was. After Ailin made his decision, in a nearby alley, Ailin the clown, who was using a wooden stick to pull at several frantically writhing worms, also received a message from his master. The evil spirit's followers, imbued with the spirit of the evil spirit, the worm blood sacrifice. This thing seems to be getting more and more interesting. After casually tossing the short wooden stick aside, Ailin the clown stretched and walked out of the alley. In that case, let me test the quality of that evil spirit's followers. Ailin the clown gently stroked the silver-white silk bracelet on his wrist. Come to think of it, you can't wait any longer, can you? Behind Ailin, the Winter Soldier, Bucky, stared at his new boss in silence. He didn't know why, but sometimes, he felt that his new boss's way of thinking was a little different from that of ordinary people. Stepping out of the alley, Clown Ailin opened his arms and gazed with anticipation at the nearby worms merging with the sewers, regrouping and surging towards him. Come on, boys, damn you worms. I'm out of bullets. A Federation soldier emptied his magazine into the worm tide. He unhooked a tactical grenade from his belt, unbolted the latch, and lunged forward. Using the momentum, he launched a powerful lob at the worm tide. But before the grenade could hit the ground, two long snakes of worms suddenly emerged from the worm tide and seized the thrown grenade. With a roar, the two snakes exploded. However, the prematurely detonated grenade's effectiveness was far less impressive than before. Damn it, am I hallucinating? Those worms seem to have brains. They can actually use. Before the stunned Union soldier could finish, his teammate grabbed his arm and, stunned, rushed him away. Idiot, stop distracting yourself. The moment the soldiers fled, the worm tide completely engulfed their area. Not long into their run, the Union soldiers spotted a strange figure with arms outstretched, wearing a clown mask, approaching. Noticing that Ailin seemed to be walking against a flow of people, one of the Union soldiers shouted, "Hurry! Get out of here if you don't want to die." Really? Ailin the clown chuckled, then said, "It's just a worm blood sacrifice. I want to see who can kill whom." With that, Ailin the clown leaped towards the worm tide. Web devour. Just as he was only a few dozen meters away from the worm tide, Clown Ailin suddenly swung his right hand fiercely at the worms in front of him. In the next second, the threads of resentful love woven into a simple silver spiderweb were flung over the worm tide ahead. The silvery strands, like the razor-sharp threads of legend, easily severed the surging worms. The worms killed by the threads of resentful love were not transformed into nutrients for transformation by other worms as before. Almost instantly, their flesh and blood were devoured by the threads of resentful love. After consuming so much of the worm's flesh and blood, the threads of resentful love grew even longer. The most noticeable thing was that the web swung by Clown Ailin seemed to have grown even larger. Good, seeing the threads of resentful love grow in length after devouring the worms, a hint of insane laughter played on Ailin's lips. Then, reaching out and yanking the threads of resentment, he swung them aside. With a swing, the web of resentment ripped countless worms in two, and the torn flesh was instantly devoured by the threads, turning them into a cloud of ash. As if sensing a difficulty with the web, the threads folded back and forth, swiftly forming a crude whip in Ailin's hands. Raising the whip, he swung it fiercely at the swarm of worms ahead. Instantly, dozens of silvery white threads tore through countless worms, carving a rift through the swarm. Sure enough, clowns and whips are a perfect match. Feeling that this simple whip was far more manageable than the spider web before, Ailin raised his soul-eating whip and spun again. The swarm of worms, almost within his reach, continuously emitted dangerous signals, irritating Ailin's nerves. Under the threat of these dangers, Ailin the clown's body became even more agile and nimble. He simply stepped back, dodging the swarm of worms that suddenly spewed towards his face. Then, with a flick of the soul-eating whip in his right hand, dozens of venomous threads sliced through the worm tide once again. Ailin the clown misstepped and stepped into the very slit he had created. At Ailin's seemingly self-defeating move, the worm tides on either side trembled slightly, and countless worms poured out like dumplings, madly swarming towards Ailin the clown, attempting to devour him. Faced with this imminent threat, Ailin the clown showed no sign of panic, but instead grew even more excited. He even began to spin rapidly in circles. As Ailin the clown spun, the soul-eating whip in his hand also spun rapidly around him. The excited clown Ailin danced a death waltz amidst the worm tide. With each spin, countless worms were torn apart and devoured by the soul-devouring whip. As more and more worms' flesh and blood were devoured by the venomous threads, the soul-devouring whip grew longer and longer, its reach expanding even further. Circle after circle, and before he knew it, he had cleared a 6-meter diameter vacuum around Ailin. Within this area, there was practically no worm left. Then, as if realizing Ailin was not to be trifled with, the vast worm tide split off into a torrent, avoiding Ailin. They actually know how to hide? It seems these worms aren't as foolish as I thought. The worm tide seemed to have no intention of provoking Ailin, but sensing the rapid growth of the venomous threads, and having tasted the sweetness of their power, Ailin refused to let them go. With a single movement, Ailin brandished the soul-devouring whip, charging towards the center of the worm tide, where the worms were most numerous. That lithe figure glided through the sea of worms, twirling and twisting as if untouched. The soul-eating whip in his hand, enhanced by the clown Ailin's spiritual power, seemed even more eerie and ruthless, brimming with unimaginable terrifying power. Each swing effortlessly ripped through vast swarms of worms, creating a gap in the vast worm tide. However, Ailin's every movement was like dancing on the edge of a knife. This seemingly incredible scene was also due to Ailin's keen observation. After all, any misstep could lead to Ailin being devoured by billions of worms. While Ailin's body was considerably stronger than an average person, he was far from being as invulnerable as the Hulk. Given the worm's fangs, if he wasn't careful, they could easily gnaw him down to a skeleton in just a few seconds. Under these circumstances, Ailin's mind was practically spinning in overdrive. At this point, he had practically harnessed his clown's keen intuition and observational abilities to the limit. He even used self-sleep to overload his adrenaline, transporting him into a state of bullet-time slow motion. Almost every time he landed, he found the safest spot, one with the fewest worms, among countless other places. Sometimes it was the roof of a car, sometimes the lid of a trash can. Of course, if he couldn't find a safe spot, Clown Ailin would use his soul-eating whip to temporarily clear a safe space. A powerful will, controlling his body with all his might, led Ailin to dance on the edge of a knife. But he didn't dislike this feeling at all. He actually enjoyed this crazy, adrenaline-fueled thrill. The sight of Ailin dancing gracefully amidst the tide of worms quickly attracted considerable attention. The soldier who had just urged Ailin to run saw this scene, his mouth gaping open as if he were about to swallow an egg. Damn it! I must be hallucinating. A New York TV reporter, who had just dispatched a helicopter to broadcast the action live over Harlem, saw this incredible scene and immediately focused his camera on Ailin the clown. He exclaimed, "Oh my God! Look!" Countless people, watching the live broadcast, watched the clown dancing amidst a tidal wave of worms. At that moment, countless people exclaimed in amazement for Ailin the clown. "Mom, that masked clown is actually dancing among the worms, oh my God! That guy is so powerful. Those deadly worms can't even hurt him, he's actually killing the worms while dancing. Damn, how powerful is that clown? I wish I had his strength. What kind of weapon is that guy holding? Why does he turn worms to ash wherever he touches them?" Chapter 158 Shadows over New York. Outsiders couldn't understand the danger Clown Ailin faced. They only believed what they saw with their own eyes, the incredible scene. Even Tony Stark, commanding the entire scene from the top of the building, winced at the sight of Ailin the clown, seemingly dancing amidst the worm swarm, slaughtering them at will. Him again, this guy's even more impressive than me, and fighting amidst that worm swarm, doesn't he find it disgusting? Facing this torrent of worms, couldn't he just keep his distance and use powerful weapons to deal with them? Why risk such a huge risk by running into the worm swarm and engaging in close combat? Was it skill and courage, or was it just a pursuit of excitement? Tony Stark didn't quite understand Ailin the Clown's fighting style. However, even if he didn't understand, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ailin the Clown take action and hold back the largest worm swarm on the battlefield. By this time, the weapons mounted on his Mark IV armor were nearly depleted from his constant use. Although Tony had utilized Jarvis's computing power to minimize consumption and seize opportune moments to maximize damage, using those powerful and deadly weapons to inflict maximum damage on the worm tide, as more and more worms emerged from the sewers, those disgusting worms seemed endless. The situation on the battlefield not only did not improve, but actually worsened. I hope those reinforcements General Ross mentioned arrive soon, otherwise we're going to be in big trouble. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Natasha, having exhausted all her plasma bombs, looked at the Joker not far away. A strange glint flashed in her eyes. Was he the Joker who had caused SHIELD so much damage? He was indeed powerful. The sight of him dancing gracefully amidst the despairing torrent of worms, slaughtering them all, made Natasha feel inferior. More importantly, he hadn't suffered a single scratch. However, if you offend SHIELD, no matter how powerful you are, Nick Fury will use every possible means to make you unable to move. Natasha was well aware of Nick Fury's pettiness. Poor fellow. However, with his strength, even if the director wanted to trouble him, it wouldn't be that easy. Just as Natasha was lost in her thoughts, General Ross, at the center of the battlefield, looked at the clown Ailin, who had almost single-handedly held back the worm torrent not far away. He immediately cheered loudly. Good opportunity. General Ross's eyes lit up, and the next second, he called over a lieutenant and whispered something in his ear. Understood, General. After saluting Ross, the lieutenant quickly ran towards an armored vehicle in the distance. A moment later, a unique device of a different shape rose from the top of the armored vehicle. That's, on the rooftop. Tony Stark looked at the special large device that General Ross had opened and raised his eyebrows, feeling that it looked strangely familiar. Sir, according to the scan, the structure of that device is 67% similar to the particle freezing gun you once made. However, compared to the particle freezing gun you used to cool the swimming pool, the size of this device is much larger, more than just much larger. The size of that special large device was hundreds or even thousands of times larger than the particle freezing gun he had built. I was wondering why that device looked so familiar, but how did that little toy I invented become like this? And appear in the hands of General Ross? Jarvis, sir, Mr. Obadiah once took your particle freezing gun in the name of cooling his swimming pool, and then he never returned it. Tony, okay. Obadiah again. Activate targeting system. With a press of a special button, the center of the large, unique device erupted, revealing a cannon-like structure. Operated by several Federation soldiers, the cannon redirected and aimed at the worm swarm on another street. That street wasn't being held back by the Joker. Therefore, the worm swarm there was far more devastating, and its scale was even greater. In just a few moments, at least 100 people had perished. What a pity. General Ross glanced regretfully at the Abomination and the Hulk. Originally, this special weapon was intended to be used against the two giants, freezing them and bringing them back to base for the military to study the causes of their changes. They hoped to replicate this remarkable biological miracle and develop an even more powerful super soldier serum. However, unexpectedly, it wasn't used on its intended target, but on these tiny bugs instead. Once this weapon's capabilities were revealed, it wouldn't be so easy to use it against Abomination and the Hulk next time. After all, they weren't mindless beasts. Glancing at the frantic crowd fleeing beneath the worm tide, and his daughter, whom he had sent farther away, Ross shook his head and whispered, "Everything for the Federation, fire." At General Ross's command, circles of blue energy rapidly lit up from the barrel of the particle freezing cannon. Vast energies rapidly converged within the barrel, transforming into a beam of azure particle freezing light, which thundered towards the raging worm tide. The instant the azure beam struck the worm tide, an aura of extreme cold erupted, adding a bit of a biting chill to the already icy battlefield. Simultaneously, a streak of ice crystals rapidly spread throughout the worm tide. The near absolute zero temperature instantly froze the worms into ice sculptures. Furthermore, as the azure particle beam continued its bombardment, the ice crystals continued to spread throughout the worm tide. Crack, crack, in just a few seconds, the azure particle beam, stretching dozens of meters and advancing steadily toward the crowd, was instantly frozen into a vast expanse of ice sculptures. And as if that weren't enough, the particle beam coated the worm sculptures with a thick layer of ice, completely freezing the worms within. In just a dozen seconds, the billions of worms that had just moments before been rampaging and devouring people were frozen to death by the massive particle freezing cannon across the long street, forming a spectacular ice sculpture stretching dozens of meters. It's worthy of the Stark Industries experimental weapon I spent hundreds of millions of dollars on from Obadiah. Its power is well worth the price. However, these weapons, still in the experimental stage, still have some limitations. In just a dozen seconds, the particle freezing cannon completely froze a swarm of worms on the long street, but the energy overload caused a puff of white smoke to billow from the entire instrument. Without a long cooldown and overhaul, the particle freezing cannon would be unusable for a while. Thinking of the terrifying energy consumption of each second of firing the particle freezing cannon, General Ross's heart bleeds. Hey, we're saved. A few dozen meters away from the frozen swarm of worms, a city beauty fell to the ground in panic, spraining her ankle. She thought her life would end here, but unexpectedly, with her last desperate shot, a miracle happened. A streak of azure light streaked through the night sky, freezing the damned worms and completely freeing her from despair. Thank God, I'm finally alive. Ha ha ha. The crowd, once pursued by the worm tide, erupted in cheers of relief. Many even stopped to pray. However, the more rational members of the crowd didn't show much joy. They took this brief respite to frantically run out of Harlem, trying to escape the city, which had practically become a hell tonight. To prevent the terrible disaster from befalling them once again. Well done. On the rooftop, Tony Stark, witnessing the scene, shouted excitedly. Then he said to the AI Jarvis, "It seems the toy gun I once built still has a lot of room for development." Jarvis, remember to remind me later to design a particle freezing weapon system for the new Mark armor? Yes, sir. Tony Stark was quite impressed by the performance of the large particle freezing cannon tonight, and he couldn't wait to design such a particle freezing device for his own Mark armor. He had originally set the particle freezing gun aside because it was too troublesome to power it. But now, with the power of the small arc reactor, Tony was almost certain that he could use the particle freezing weapon to its full potential. Moreover, in many cases, freezing could also be a non-lethal means of control. Meanwhile, the reporters who bravely captured everything happening on the battlefield in Harlem with their cameras also broadcast this incredible scene. At the same time, deep in the battlefield, they were not stingy with their praise, praising the Federation military's attack to the skies. Of course, nothing is absolute. Aside from those who praised the military for saving thousands of lives with this attack, some, either in front of their televisions or online, were criticizing the federal military. They argued that they possessed such powerful weapons but hadn't used them sooner, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of people at the hands of the worm tide. And it wasn't just on television or online. Even among those who had narrowly escaped the worm tide, some secretly resented the federal military, complaining about why they hadn't used such powerful weapons sooner. Had they used them sooner, their loved ones wouldn't have been devoured by the worms. Even as the online debate over the federal military's attack raged, the rapid death of so many worms deeply disturbed the pitch-black cocoon hanging upside down at the top of the sewer. The next second, an eerie hissing sound, like the chirping of insects, echoed from within the cocoon. Simultaneously, an invisible wave, accompanied by this hissing sound, suddenly spread out. Almost instantly, that eerie roar resounded throughout the battlefield. All who heard it felt as if their minds were suddenly exposed to a bottomless darkness. In a trance, they seemed to be transported into a starry sky beyond description. No, this was not an illusion. Ailin, the first to awaken from the eerie roar, suddenly looked up at the night sky. Above Harlem, and even all of New York, the radiant starry sky, long obscured by pollution and unseen, suddenly burst into a brilliant light. And beneath that radiant starry sky, a massive shadow enveloped the entire New York night sky. It was a wisp of the mother worm's aura. What's going on? Within the New York sanctuary, Mordo and the king looked up in horror at the terrifying shadow that nearly enveloped the New York sky. If only that shadow didn't carry the terrifying pressure and mental contamination of the evil god. They all suspected that the evil god from that dimension had transcended the dimensional dimension and descended upon Earth. The next second, barely a second passed before anyone could react. The massive shadow shrouding the night sky instantly shattered, absorbed by a pitch-black cocoon, infinitely smaller. Within the cocoon, a curled-up figure, seemingly undergoing some kind of transformation, could be vaguely discerned. After completely absorbing the evil god's aura, the figure within the black cocoon seemed to enter a strange state, emanating a blend of evolution and degeneration, despair and terror. More phantoms gradually emerged around the cocoon. Dried blood stained the barren, cracked earth. An endless tide of worms, beneath it massive worm throne, submerged city after city, devouring everything, transforming it into eternal death and annihilation. Mountains, rivers, living beings, flesh and blood, everything was doomed to death. Be submerged in the endless tide of worms and fall into eternal silence. Chapter 159 Summoning Angels. Light and shadow overlapped, creating countless phantoms. Countless phantoms, seemingly real yet illusory, beyond human imagination, continuously emerged around the shadowy figure. They seemed to be infusing the pitch-black cocoon with power, causing it to solidify. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the strange worms that infested the streets and alleys of Harlem, on the streets, on houses, in cars, in trash cans, even on dead bones, seemed to be crushed by a mysterious force, transforming into specks of blood-red light. Countless specks of blood-red light converged into a torrent, rapidly converging toward the shadowy figure in the sky. At the same time, within the mysterious shadow in the sky, a mysterious blood-red ritual suddenly appeared. In a flash of light and shadow, the black cocoon hanging upside down from the roof of the sewer, accompanied by a flash of blood-red light, truly appeared above Harlem. It appeared at the center of the mysterious cocoon's shadow in the sky. The moment the pitch-black cocoon's true form descended, an aura of depravity, bordering on distortion, enveloped Harlem and spread far beyond. At that moment, a vast, eerie stream of information uncontrollably flowed through the eyes and minds of those who gazed upon this scene. This torrent of information, brimming with depravity and madness, was often accompanied by eerie whispers, like the chirping of insects. This constant contamination of everyone's sanity and thoughts, stirring every neuron in their brains, erupted in a vicious and terrifying mental pollution. Countless people who had gazed directly upon the phantom experienced a horrifying mental shock, falling into madness amidst the distortion and contamination. Those who had witnessed this scene through television or broadcasts fared somewhat better. They suffered a severe mental shock, experiencing intense physical discomfort, nausea, and dizziness. However, those in Harlem closest to the phantom were subjected to an unparalleled mental contamination. Some frantically pounded their brains, trying to expel the terrifying information and pollution from their minds. Others, overwhelmed by the corrupting messages and whispers, became idiots with drooling mouths. Some, even worse, were completely overwhelmed by the terrifying aura in the sky. They fell to their knees from the bottom of their hearts, worshipping the shadow in the sky and becoming its followers. Under the influence of the unknown ritual formation, the shadow in the sky continued to condense, finally seeming to truly merge with the black cocoon within. Sorry, I don't want to face a being that has completely absorbed all the flesh and blood essence and death and despair on this battlefield, thus truly ascending. So, let this all end here. They looked at the black cocoon in the sky, which, with the aura of the evil god, continuously absorbed the flesh and blood of living beings, integrating emotions such as death, despair, and fear into its body, transforming itself into some inhuman, strange and mysterious creature. Standing on the rooftop, Ailin stretched out his hand and summoned from his right arm a sacred scepter as tall as himself, the Angel Scepter. After summoning the Angel Scepter, Ailin continuously channeled his spiritual energy into it. As the intense spiritual energy continued to stimulate it, a terrifying power dormant within the Angel Scepter was awakened. Circles of milky white ripples, centered around the Angel Scepter in Ailin's hand, continuously rippled. Summon, with Ailin's words, a brilliant, milky white beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Ailin. A multitude of pure white feathers drifted down from the sky. Fate chants echoed across the sky, and the entire Harlem sky seemed to be filled with sacred chants. Even from a distance, the sacred aura permeating the milky white beam of light could be felt. Simultaneously, puffs of pure white feathers rained down from the sky onto the battlefield. As those pure white feathers drifted down upon those suffering from mental pollution, a heartwarming warmth instantly cleansed their bodies, temporarily isolating them from the horrific contamination and bringing a sense of relief. The scattered feathers had this same effect. And not to mention Ailin, enveloped in the beam of light. Enveloped within the pure white light, wisps of divine light continuously repaired the hidden dangers left deep within Ailin's cells by long-term malnutrition, replenishing his cellular energy. In a fleeting moment, Ailin felt a surge of warmth. A sense of contentment and comfort emanating from deep within his cells continuously stimulated Ailin's soul. This feeling is truly pleasurable. But, is it necessary to make such a grand entrance for just one appearance? Ailin's mouth twitched slightly as he gazed at the angel, who had already created such a grand display before even appearing. This special entrance effect virtually eliminated the possibility of Ailin secretly summoning angels to launch surprise attacks in the future, leaving him feeling a sense of disappointment. I wonder if this entrance effect can be changed. Otherwise, just as Ailin was lost in thought, a streak of golden hair slowly emerged from the pure white beam of light. Beneath the golden hair, a face of near-perfect beauty slowly emerged from the light, its perfect features radiating a holy light. Beneath her slender, fair neck, she wore a tied, silver-white armor emblazoned with mysterious patterns, her powerful weapon poised to burst forth, seemingly ready to burst through the armor. Behind her, 6 enormous, pure white wings fluttered in the wind, emanating an air of incomparable nobility, holiness, and inviolability. With a wave of light, the 6-winged angel's eyes, previously closed, opened. Simultaneously, a pair of emerald blue eyes met Ailin's gaze. But compared to the nearly perfect face, those emerald blue eyes were utterly hollow, as if soulless. Oh. Indeed, after being refined into the angel's scepter, she had already lost her soul. Within this powerful body, only her former strength and her terrifying, almost instinctive, combat experience remained. As Ailin watched, she fluttered her 3 pairs of pure white angel wings, instantly landing beside him. The next second, she folded those holy wings behind her back and knelt on one knee, as if awaiting Ailin's command. As the 6-winged angel's wings folded, the strange vision that had filled the sky when Ailin summoned the angel dissipated. However, the sight of that holy, noble 6-winged angel kneeling before Ailin caught everyone's attention. In Harlem, countless people were shaken by the sight of the angel, their perspectives shattered and they cried out in disbelief. Angels. The angels in legends are actually real. Angels really exist. Oh, God! I actually saw a living angel. Some Catholics and Christians in the crowd knelt directly in Ailin's direction, repeatedly making the sign of the cross on their chests and worshipping in his direction, muttering, God, has your voice heard our prayers and sent down a messenger to save us? The divine pillar of light that had just descended from the sky, the white feathers that could heal, and the resounding chanting that echoed through the heavens, quickly confirmed the angel's identity. Meanwhile, the figure being worshipped by the 6-winged angels also sparked countless speculations. A Catholic priest murmured excitedly, Oh my God! Seraphim are the highest angels. Who in this world is worthy of a seraphim kneeling down to? Could that figure be? In an instant, countless speculations raced through his mind. And not just on the battlefield. Even those who witnessed the scene live stream were in an uproar. Online prayers, expressions of disbelief, and speculation about the identity of the figure before the angel were abuzz. Fortunately, the great distance and the white light that enveloped Ailin upon his arrival prevented them from seeing his face. On the battlefield, Ailin had no time to consider the ordinary people's speculations. He pointed at the black cocoon in the air, which, as if stimulated by the angel's appearance, was absorbing the blood-red light at an accelerated rate. He commanded the angel behind him, kill it. The 6-winged angel behind Ailin didn't respond. However, Ailin's mind moved. The 6-winged angel, which had been kneeling on one knee, suddenly spread its massive wings. With a gentle flutter of its 3 pairs of pure white wings, she vanished from Ailin's sight. The next second, the 6-winged angel appeared in the sky almost instantly. With another flash, she teleported to the side of the eerie, enormous shadow. With a single thrust of her hand, a dazzling holy sword, radiating golden light, emerged from the void. She then fiercely slashed down at the massive, pitch-black cocoon. Clang! A massive sword beam, hundreds of meters long, burst forth from the golden holy sword, instantly splitting the pitch-black cocoon's shadow. It landed at the center of the shadow, within the cocoon's physical form, enveloped in countless blood-red dots in a dark aura of despair and resentment. Dang! The milky white sword light struck the pitch-black cocoon, a resounding metallic clang echoing through the heavens. Crack, crack, the massive sword light in the seraph's hand, while failing to shatter the pitch-black cocoon, carved several fine cracks into it. Of course, these cracks did not inflict any actual damage to the figure still undergoing transformation within. However, this single blow sent the pitch-black cocoon's physical form flying. In doing so, He also shattered a corner of the mysteriously shimmering ritual array beneath the cocoon. With the shattering of the array, the blood-red light drawn to it, along with the emotions of death, resentment, and despair scattered across the battlefield, instantly dissipated. Even the massive shadow looming over Harlem vanished with it. Even the indescribable aura of terror dissipated. From beginning to end, the Seraphim's strike had never been aimed at the mysterious, menacing cocoon. Rather, it was aimed at the ritual array that fueled its transformation. Shattering this array would effectively sever the source of the transformational power of the figure within the cocoon, fundamentally halting its transformation. Even if the opponent paid the price and forced their way through this transformation, they would suffer from various problems due to their underdevelopment. No. To be more precise, the Seraphim, possessing the full combat experience of their original form, would not allow the opponent a single opportunity to complete their transformation. Almost instantly, the six-winged angel vanished once again, instantly reappearing above the pitch-black cocoon. Holding her sword in both hands, she wielded the dazzling golden holy sword, striking it precisely at the crack she had previously created. This time, the pitch-black cocoon refused to remain where it stood. Dense black threads shot out from the cocoon, instantly engulfing the holy figure in midair. Just as countless people watched this scene, their anxiety growing intense, a holy milky white flame suddenly erupted from the dense black threads, rapidly incinerating each strand, tougher than steel, into a slashing sword. However, as the six-winged angel freed herself from the black threads, the pitch-black cocoon beneath her sword vanished. Rear upper right corner, 60 degrees, at this moment, Ailin, who had already mastered the control of the summoned seraph, transmitted a message to the seraph's brain through his angelic staff. Upon receiving the message, the seraph reacted instantly. With a powerful swing of her radiant golden holy sword, she spun 220 degrees and slashed upwards, slashing towards the upper right corner of her back. Almost simultaneously with the seraph's spinning slash, two spider-like legs, brimming with despair and seemingly entangled with countless resentful souls, fiercely stabbed the seraph's back. The next second, the golden holy sword and the pitch-black legs collided in midair. Ding! With a clang of sound, the shockwaves of the two terrifying collisions unleashed a hurricane, sweeping in all directions. Chapter 160 Judgment Scepter. Zill. In a moment of stalemate, a faint flash of golden lightning flickered within the seraph's azure eyes. Instantly, a pale golden divine light shone from the seraph's body. Energized by this pale golden light, the seraph's power suddenly surged. With his sword in both hands, he swung it across, severing a single spider leg brimming with despair. Seeing his sneak attack fail, even with one of his newly evolved legs severed, a figure remarkably similar to the human-faced spider Ailin had encountered earlier, yet completely different, appeared before everyone's eyes. The figure had the face of a human, but the body of a gigantic worm, possessing 8 sharp legs and 3 pairs of wings on its back. Like a monstrous conglomerate, it rapidly flapped its wings and retreated. The strange and bizarre composition of its body gave rise to profound discomfort upon first sight. Furthermore, it was even more disturbing. Upon seeing the strangely assembled figure, he vomited with a groan. Despite its bizarre appearance, this strange figure possessed strength and speed unimaginable to ordinary people. With a flutter of its insect wings, he retreated dozens of meters in an instant. After retreating dozens of meters, the strange figure stared at the six-winged angel with a cold and resentful gaze, and said hoarsely, "Angel? God's lackeys, when will you be able to appear so openly in Midgard, Earth's nickname among the 9 kingdoms? It seems that the Supreme Mage lineage has completely lost control of Midgard. However, Earth is not your God's kingdom. If you become my enemy here, have you thought about how you will die?" The six-winged angel ignored the strange figure's threat. A golden halo once again shone on her body. Gathering her strength, her 3 pairs of giant wings stirred up another hurricane. The next second, the shadowy figure of a six-winged angel suddenly appeared hundreds of meters away from the strange figure, brandishing a golden holy sword and striking down at the void before it. As the golden holy sword swung down, the void before the six-winged angel suddenly rippled, and then the strange figure, which should have been hundreds of meters away, suddenly appeared within the void. A flicker of disbelief flashed in the eyes of the male face atop that strange and disgusting body. It was as if he couldn't believe that his invisibility, imbued with the power of hellish magic, had been instantly discovered by the six-winged angel. In such haste, he had no time to prepare. Having experienced the power of the holy sword before, he could only cross his 6 legs and hold them in front of him, attempting to block the golden holy sword's blow. Ding! A clang of metal rang out. The strange figure was blasted away by the six-winged angel's terrifying power. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of roars, the uncanny figure directly crashed through a building, traversing half the battlefield and appearing before the Hulk, who was locked in a fierce battle with the abomination. It was unclear whether their immense power had instilled fearlessness, or whether the gamma radiation had destroyed or suppressed the Hulk and the abomination's intelligence. When the surging worm plague emerged, the two titans clashed fiercely, oblivious to the surroundings. After a moment's pause at the terrifying shadowy form in the sky, they resumed their ferocious fistfight. Even when the astonishing seraph descended, the two massive figures, seemingly determined to fight to the death, continued their battle. Until the uncanny figure, blasted away by the angel, shattered a brick wall with a thud and landed before the Hulk. The Hulk, whose rage had been building since the beginning of the battle and intensified with each battle, roared with saliva and a deafening roar. Hulk, then, with a single blow from the Hulk, the figure, already sent flying by the seraphim, was flung back like a ball by the Hulk's brutal and terrifying force. Only after the strange figure was sent flying by the Hulk's punch did the figure above slowly fade into shadow and completely vanish. On the rooftop, Ailin, holding the angel's scepter, stared at the spot where the strange figure had been sent flying by the seraphim, his eyes filled with solemnity. That guy just sneaked up here, definitely planning to attack me. In a split second, he saw through the seraphim as a soulless combat puppet, deliberately creating an illusion to distract the seraphim. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity, he slipped in, intending to eliminate Ailin, the one who summoned the angel, and ultimately eliminate the troublesome seraphim's strange figure. The combat wisdom and tactics displayed in that instant astonished Ailin. Just now, if the seraphim's eyes hadn't been able to see through illusions, directly piercing through the cloaked, stealthy figure, and sending it flying with a single blow. With the speed and power displayed by that strange figure, if it had gotten close, Ailin might have experienced the twin powers of the Gemini Avatar, waiting for Ailin the clown to resurrect him. Wait? If you were truly killed by that strange figure, the angel's scepter would undoubtedly fall into its hands. At that point, no one knew how powerful the strange figure wielding the angel's scepter would ultimately become. In that event, Ailin the clown, also on the battlefield, wouldn't even be able to survive, let alone resurrect himself. Thinking of this, Ailin, with the cold sweat breaking out behind him, looked at the figure in the distance being sent flying by the Hulk, and his expression suddenly grew even more solemn. As his thoughts raced, Ailin's eyes darkened. Although the strange figure clung to a trace of the evil spirit's aura, potentially interfering with or even distorting the divination's outcome, Ailin had never been so foolish as to directly divine the object. He began to wield his diviner's power, continuously setting up ritual magic upon ritual magic on the rooftop, adding factors to his advantage and transforming it into his own battle arena. Elsewhere, the strange figure, already sent flying by the seraph's sword, its six pitch-black legs scarred with deep cuts, barely managed to regain its balance when Hulk delivered a powerful punch to the waist, sending it flying again. Almost as soon as he was sent flying by Hulk, a glint of rage, mingled with resentment, crossed his masculine face. Being struck back by the seraph was one thing. Since when had a beast with the same low intelligence as a troll dared to attack him? Looking for death, he had barely uttered those two words before a massive, shit yellow hand, covered in a tough layer of cuticle, grabbed one of his legs from behind. The next second, a force beyond his imagination surged upon him, slamming him to the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding roar, the ground for hundreds of meters shook slightly at the impact. A web of fine cracks, like a spider web, spread rapidly from the dent created by the abomination. The leg held in the abomination's hand was now twisted into a bizarre, twisted shape. After slamming the strange figure to the road with a look of disdain, the abomination stomped its massive, stinky foot hard on the man's face, slamming him into the dent. HMPH, damned reptile, don't interrupt my fight with a Hulk, puff, puff, puff. Just as the abomination was about to step on the strange figure that had interrupted their fight and attack the Hulk again, spider legs, gleaming with a cold black light, as if haunted by countless vengeful spirits and filled with despair, suddenly erupted and stabbed at the abomination from all sides. Not good. Abomination, who had previously been dismissive of the reptilian bastard, finally realized the danger the moment the legs erupted. At that moment, he sensed a deadly threat. With a roar of rage, driven by instinct, The abomination thrust forward with both hands, seizing the two most dangerous legs, one each stabbing at his chest and the back of his head. However, although the abomination had grasped the two most lethal legs, but the four remaining razor-sharp legs of the strange figure, gleaming with black light, one severed by the seraph, the other broken when the abomination grabbed and slammed him to the ground, instantly pierced the abomination's impenetrable skin and pierced his flesh. Crack! Crack! Amidst the crackling sound of bones, the abomination's heavy body was lifted up by its four narrow, spidery legs and suspended in midair. Damn fool, you dare to humiliate the great priest of Sothith. I will imprison your soul, burning it for eternity in the poisonous fires of hell, and you will repent of your sins in agony. Incomparably furious and venomous words roared from the face of the man crushed to the ground by the abomination. And with those incredibly sharp spidery legs, seemingly possessing the legendary armor-piercing properties, they pierced the abomination's body. The eerie, half-human, half-ghost figure seemed to sense the terrifying life force within the abomination. Its evolution had already been interrupted by insufficient intake of flesh and blood essence, and it had sustained repeated injuries in the ensuing battle. Upon sensing this formidable vitality, a flicker of surprise lit up its face. The four legs that had pierced the abomination's body seemed to transform into mosquito-like straws, rapidly absorbing its life force. No, feeling the rapidly draining life force, a flicker of panic and fear crossed the abomination's eyes for the first time. Suspended in midair, it struggled frantically. But at that moment, the other legs of the eerie figure also rapidly attacked the abomination, continuously preventing it from escaping the clutches of the now mutated priest of Sothith. In just a few seconds, the abomination not only failed to break free from the priest of Sothith's clutches, but its powerful body shrank rapidly under the eerie figure's suction. Upon witnessing the scene, the usually fearless Hulk paused, no longer advancing on the entangled figures. Great opportunity. At that moment, Ailin extended his hand and tossed a quasi-divine artifact, the Angel Scepter, into the Seraphim's hand. The instant the Angel Scepter landed in his grasp, the Seraphim channeled the holy power used to condense the brilliant holy sword into the Seraphim. Absorbing this concentrated golden holy power, faint, mystical golden veins appeared on the Seraphim, and the entire scepter emanated an inviolable sacred aura. Raising the Angel Scepter high with one hand, he aimed it at Sothith, who was continuously absorbing the abomination's life force. With a sudden thrust of force from his slender waist, the Seraphim hurled the Angel Scepter with all its might, like a taut bowstring. The radiant golden Angel Scepter suddenly transformed into a streak of golden lightning, instantly piercing the void and descending towards Sothith, who was absorbing the abomination's life force to replenish himself. Judgment Scepter, not good. The moment the Angel Scepter locked onto his body, the priest Sothith, once a mage, quickly sensed the danger and forcibly suppressed the euphoria and satisfaction that came from absorbing the powerful life force. However, the Angel Scepter, transformed into golden lightning, was incredibly fast. The moment Sothith realized the danger and regained consciousness, the Angel Scepter instantly pierced through the abomination's vest, which had held him suspended in midair, and then fell fiercely towards him. Feeling the terrifying aura so close, the priest Sothith, who had abandoned his human body to transform into an insect demon in order to gain immense power and longevity, his face changed drastically. In this life-or-death moment, the fate of the priest was at stake. Priest Sothith directly used the innate abilities that he had awakened after transforming into an insect demon. Chapter 161 Death. Without waiting for the Angel Scepter to fully descend, Priest Sothith, desperately dodging the fatal blow, detonated his own magical energy, decisively exploding. Bang! Instantly, Priest Sothith's flesh and blood transformed into billions of worms, which, fueled by the sudden explosion of magical energy, blasted off in all directions. From a distant rooftop, Ailin observed this scene from afar, a smile flickering across his face. At this point, you're still thinking of escaping from the Scepter of Judgment? It's not that easy. Boom. Almost as soon as Priest Sothith detonated the source of his magical energy, transforming into billions of worms to escape, Judgment descended. A brilliant golden halo, centered on the Angel Scepter, instantly blazed in all directions, instantly engulfing each of the worms transformed from Sothith's flesh and blood. The golden halo, brimming with light and holiness, erupted with terrifying power the moment it enveloped the worms, transforming into a purifying flame capable of incinerating all evil. Almost instantly, the worms, enveloped in golden light, were reduced to ashes by the purifying flames. Not far away, almost at the moment the Angel Scepter, erupted. The Hulk, feeling a surge of danger, quickly broke free and bolted. But before he had gotten far, the Hulk, still sprinting for his life, caught a glimpse of the Abomination, who had previously engaged him in a grueling battle, being instantly pierced by the golden lightning. Slain instantly. The big bug, which had just been suppressing the Abomination and draining its marrow, was blasted into countless smaller bugs by the golden lightning. Then, the sudden burst of golden light instantly incinerated it into 1,000 ash. Fearing he would be the next to be incinerated by the golden holy flame, the Hulk's enormous heart suddenly contracted. Then, a terrifying potential erupted. He sprinted with all his might, his speed doubling at that moment. His immense speed whipped up a gust of wind around his sturdy frame, sweeping everything around him aside. Even if the Hulk, spurred by the threat of his life, instantly unleashed his inner potential, how could he, already a weakling at speed, outrun the speed of the holy light judgment? Fortunately, just as the dazzling golden light was about to descend upon him, the Hulk instinctively sensed a glimmer of hope and swerved towards the entrance to an underground garage on the roadside. He rolled violently, shattering several walls before tumbling into the garage, dodging the terrifying holy light. A dazzling golden holy light, centered on the priest of Sotheth, instantly swept across a 100-meter radius, incinerating the billions of worms that had erupted into a wisp of ash. Immediately afterwards, the dazzling golden halo suddenly contracted, carrying with it an even more terrifying compression force. Like a thunderbolt, it crushed the ground within 100 meters into a pile of debris before flowing back into the Angel Scepter. Ding. Host kills Abomination Emil Bronsky, triggering ripples in the River of Fate. Obtain 3,000 fate points. Huh? Hearing the notification in his mind, Aaron's face suddenly changed. Because, at that moment, he only heard the fateful notification of Abomination Emil Bronsky's death, and did not see the system notification of the death of the priest of Sotheth, the culprit behind this worm plague. He's still alive. What a tough guy. Just as Aaron was about to use his clairvoyance, along with the six-winged angel, to search for the Sotheth priest who had exploded into billions of worms and was hiding in a corner of the battlefield, a terrifying aura filled with a chilling chill suddenly appeared behind Aaron. Then, accompanied by a gust of chilling wind, rushed towards him. Ritual circle, apparition. The moment the translucent figure, carrying a hint of fishy air, suddenly attacked, Aaron, who had already set up several temporary ritual circles on the rooftop, activated one of them. In an instant, Aaron's body appeared 7 or 8 meters away, while the figure he had left behind became a phantom. As the most basic ritual circle, apparition, had many limitations. Not only was it a one-time use, but its range was also limited to 10 meters. Furthermore, its use required spiritual power to activate the circle. This was a challenge for many high-ranking beings. The mere 10 meters seemed insignificant to them. If they had the time to activate the magic circle, they could have easily run several, even dozens, of 10-meter distances. But for Aaron, who simply wanted to buy time, this was more than enough. Almost as soon as Aaron activated his teleportation, the six-winged angel, staring intently at the ground nearby, searching for the worm transformed by the priest Sotheth, who had escaped the judgment of the Angel Scepter, suddenly turned. In an instant, a golden holy sword condensed in the six-winged angel's hand and slashed down at the figure that appeared on the rooftop. As the holy sword approached, a void ripple surrounded the translucent figure, and then they let the golden holy sword strike them, unflinching. The next second, the golden holy sword swept past. But this time, the dazzling golden holy sword swept past a translucent figure, whose entire body was enveloped by ripples of the void. It was like slashing a flower in water, a moon in a mirror. It caused no harm to the translucent figure at all. Hey, seeing that the six-winged angel's holy sword couldn't penetrate the void ripples to harm it, the twisted figure behind the ripples let out a loud, unpleasant laugh. Reappearing 7 or 8 meters away, Ailin stared at the maniacal laughter and, with a hint of sarcasm, tried to provoke him. What? You're so happy just to have escaped the Seraphim's sword? Upon hearing Ailin's words, the translucent figure suddenly turned, staring at him intently with a venomous gaze. Don't try to provoke me. If it weren't for my awakened void talent, which only affects my soul, a puppet alone wouldn't be able to destroy my body. Had the Seraphim's judgment staff already destroyed his body? But because his powerful soul, capable of interfering with matter, hadn't died, was it because he hadn't received the mission completion notification? No. Don't trust that guy's words completely. Perhaps his body wasn't completely dead either. There were so many worms exploding just now, who knows if they were completely dead. Perhaps everything he said was just a way to mislead him and make him make the wrong decision. However, is this guy's current appearance his true form? The Sothoth priest, now a translucent spirit, had regained his human form. Although a bulge occasionally formed beneath his human form, as if worms were wriggling within, it was still a human form, making it less repulsive. Observing Sothoth's spirit, Ailin said calmly, "Is that so? But the truth is, your body was destroyed by the 6-winged angels, leaving you a disembodied spirit, a spirit? He. I'm not some lowly undead creature." As he spoke, a crimson light suddenly shone in the eyes of the spirit priest. Then, an invisible mental wave condensed into a spike, instantly piercing Ailin's mind. He. Die? Idiot. This mental spike was a unique technique Sothoth had acquired in a dangerous place in his youth, capable of piercing the soul. In the past, Sothoth had used this skill to sneakily dispatch countless rivals who had once been his equals. Now, the man before him would undoubtedly be no exception. And once he had slain this bastard who had disrupted his evolutionary ritual and even destroyed his own body, the powerful scepter in his hand, imbued with a strong sacred aura, would also become his trophy. Just as Sothoth began to lose himself in his reverie, two nearly overlapping voices suddenly echoed in his ears, despairing gaze, boom. Two violent psychic spells directly shattered the spiritual spike, then instantly slammed into the depths of Sothoth's priest's soul. Almost the next second, a miserable cry rang out from Sothoth's lips. Along with a scream, the void ripples that Sothoth had been maintaining with his soul power also began to ripple as his mind failed. In that instant, a flaw appeared. Good opportunity, Ailin barely needed a word. After seeing the void ripples surrounding Sothoth suddenly lose their balance and dissipate, the 6-winged angel's golden holy sword erupted with a dazzling golden light, then sliced into Sothoth's soul like tofu. Ailin, standing nearby, and the clown Ailin, who had somehow managed to sneak up on them, seized the opportunity and once again channeled their mental power. Each unleashed a despairing gaze, fiercely attacking Sothoth's mind. Under this multiple assault, Sothoth's spirit was instantly severely damaged. Just as Ailin was about to press forward, seizing this opportunity to finish him off once and for all, a flash of clarity, coupled with utter madness, suddenly appeared in Sothoth's spirit's eyes. Want to kill me? Impossible. I'm immortal. When the end arrives, I will return. Since you guys want to kill me, I'll kill you first. Death explosion. With Sothoth's furious roar, his spirit body cracked inch by inch. Then, transformed by a mysterious force, it transformed into an incomparably terrifying force of death, exploding in all directions. The invisible death blast, like a hurricane, instantly swept across most of the rooftop. Ailin, in his clairvoyant state, could clearly see the terrifying power of this death force. This wasn't just death in the simplest sense. It was death in the absolute sense. Sweeping across the rooftop by the inky black force of death, the ubiquitous insects were instantly slain, their lives extinguished. And the potted plants, swept by the inky black force of death, withered at a visible speed, as if slain. Even the ubiquitous red bricks on the rooftop, swept by these strands of dark death power, seemed dead, rotten and withered. It seemed as if a gentle breeze would transform them into dust, scattering in all directions. Not good. Witnessing the terrifying power of the death blast, Ailin's heart trembled, and he instantly retreated backward. But how could Ailin's retreat compare to the death blast, detonated by Sothoth's sacrifice of his own life? At this critical moment, a wisp of golden hair suddenly floated in front of Ailin, and then a nearly perfect face appeared in front of Ailin. The next second, the angel, much taller than Ailin, hugged Ailin tightly. Then, 3 pairs of huge white wings instantly closed, enveloping Ailin. The moment 3 pairs of enormous white wings folded together, a sacred barrier of light formed within them, enveloping Ailin in a 360-degree, all-encompassing, no dead-angle trap. The moment the barrier of light took shape, a terrifying force of death swept through. It swiftly swept past the 6-winged angel, which had tightly embraced Ailin like a cocoon of light, and Ailin the clown, who had sprinted off to the side but still failed to evade the death blast, at the last moment. Ailin the clown stared at his true form, tightly engulfed by the 6-winged angel. Ailin the clown's soul, his face twitching beneath the mask, darkened as the force of death gripped him. If I had known this would happen, why would I have come so aggressively? With this final thought, The soul fire within Ailin the clown extinguished itself. His fleeing form fell heavily to the ground, like a tattered sack. After rolling several times on the rooftop, it finally hit the eaves at the edge of the rooftop and stopped. Chapter 162 Ending. Priest Sotheth used his own soul as a guide, drawing upon the aura of the evil god that had fused itself deeply within him. He unleashed a death blast that, while incredibly powerful, encompassed a limited area and lasted only a short time. The near-absolute force of death swept across most of the rooftop before being pulled back by a strange force and quickly dissipated. However, the destructive power this death blast wrought in that brief moment was unparalleled. In an instant, the vast rooftop engulfed by the death force became a forbidden zone for all living things. Every insect, plant, and even microorganism in the air was instantly slain by this death force. With the exception of Ailin, who remained alive, protected by a luminous barrier formed by the seraphim's 3 pairs of pure white wings, no other living being remained in the area. Not far away, atop a taller building, Tony Stark, already stunned by Ailin's summoning of a seraphim, was stunned. He had just witnessed the entire scene. The translucent ghostly figure launched a surprise attack on Ailin, and at the end of the battle, it used some kind of self-destruction to instantly destroy most of the rooftop and send Ailin flying. Not good. Upon seeing this, Tony Stark immediately took control of the smoking Mark IV and flew rapidly towards Ailin. Although he was somewhat annoyed that Ailin occasionally stole his limelight, Tony was deeply grateful to the Joker for bravely stepping forward in times of crisis, stopping the worm plague and even saving Pepper's life. Therefore, he certainly didn't want anything to happen to the Joker. Crack! As Tony piloted the nearly destroyed Mark IV, sparks emanating from it, he rushed to Ailin's side. The Mark IV's onboard artificial intelligence, Jarvis, immediately emitted a red beam and scanned Ailin. Sir, according to the scans, Mr. Joker has no vital signs. Tony Stark's face suddenly changed. He quickly leaned over, flipped off his mask, and shouted to the clown, who lay on the ground, "Hey, men, wake up. This isn't a place to sleep." He reached out, intending to straighten Clown Ailin's body and see if he could perform battlefield first aid. But when Tony Stark's mechanical arm, encased in the Mark armor, touched Ailin's body, the area where Tony touched Ailin instantly turned to black ash. "Oh, shit, what the hell is this?" Tony Stark, who had been about to offer some first aid, was startled and quickly stopped. "Jarvis, sir, I can't explain it." "Tony, I didn't ask you." At that moment, a pure white light flashed again. The 6-winged angel's wings, which had quietly folded, opened again, revealing Ailin, who was encased within them. Though the wisps of near-regular death force were powerful, their duration was too brief to break through the 6-winged angel's luminous barrier, causing any substantial damage to Ailin, who was enveloped within 3 pairs of wings. However, Ailin's face, once revealed, was unusually pale. Even though the 6-winged angel continuously infused Ailin with healing holy light, it could not bring a single hue to his pale face. Due to his twin talents, Ailin the clown was slain by the death blast, but he wasn't truly dead. Ailin could create another clone at any time if he wished. However, Ailin would now relive everything that clone had experienced before, including the agony of its death, through its memories. Not to mention the immense amount of information that instantly flooded his head, causing it to wake. The painful memories of Ailin the clown's death, enveloped by the power of death and annihilated from his soul, evoked a pang in Ailin's soul as he relived the experience. Emerging from the dissipating light barrier, Ailin happened to see Ailin the clown's body, which slowly dissipated at Tony Stark's touch, crumbling into a pool of ash in the wind. Watching his clone vanish in the wind, Ailin sighed softly. Ailin had imagined many possible deaths for himself and his clone, but never this one. After only 2 joint attacks against the enemy, his clone was dragged down by the enemy. What a fateful end. Meanwhile, Tony Stark instinctively turned his head upon hearing a noise behind him. As luck would have it, this time Tony turned back to catch the complex, inscrutable look in Ailin's eyes as he looked at him. He watched Ailin emerge from the angel's wings, and the complex, inscrutable look he gave him. Tony Stark quickly explained, Hey, this wasn't me. I just came here to see if I could help." "Who knows?" Before Tony Stark could finish, Ailin nodded. "I know." Tony Stark breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly asked, "What happened just now? Isn't this guy very powerful? How did he suddenly become like this?" He watched the clone slowly dissipate, leaving only a pool of ash in its place. Ailin sighed. "The power of death. Just now, when the Sothoth priest self-detonated, a death storm was unleashed. Under the envelopment of that powerful death force, his soul and body were instantly annihilated by the force of the self-detonation. In fact, if she hadn't blocked it for me just now, I'm afraid I would have. Ailin glanced back at the six-winged angel standing behind him. She? Hearing the order, Tony glanced at the angel standing behind Ailin, exuding a holy aura. Then she turned and glanced at Ailin, as if curious about the relationship between Ailin and the six-winged angel. The six-winged angel behind Ailin ignored Tony Stark's furtive glance. She waved her hand. The angel's staff, stuck in the street in the distance, leaving a huge dent in its place, suddenly buzzed and vibrated violently. The next second, the angel's staff, with a whoosh, transformed into a streak of golden light and flew into her palm. With the staff in hand, the six-winged angel swung it directly, slamming it towards the spot where Sothoth had vanished. The Sothoth priest's self-destruction left not only horrific battle scars but also something else, the aura of the evil god that had once merged with Sothoth's soul. This wisp of evil aura, originally fused with Sothoth's soul, was re-extracted by his death. Now, this tiny wisp of aura tumbled in midair, seemingly about to dissipate on the wind. Witnessing this, the six-winged angel swung its angel's scepter, and fiercely struck the aura in midair. Almost instantly, the scepter, descending from the sky, slammed down hard on the twisted aura of the evil god. The moment it made contact, a golden curtain of light instantly erupted from the tip of the angel's scepter, enveloping the aura seal. Immediately, this golden light, imbued with the sacred aura, like a net catching a fugitive, swiftly sealed the aura of the evil god within a dazzling golden sphere. With the aura of the evil god sealed, the battlefield finally came to a close. At the same time, the death force that had mysteriously vanished from the rooftop suddenly reappeared in a dim space. This narrow space between Earth and Hell's underworld. Beyond this space, countless raging thunderbolts and unique chains constructed from mysterious runes filled the air. These were the divine thunderstorms left by Odin, the all-father of the gods, and the special sealing spells of Asgard. These circles of sealing spells seemed to be sealing away some terrifying entity. The divine thunderstorms beyond this space were more like a lightning cage guarding a prisoner, preventing those within from escaping. As the strands of death force, drawn into this unique space by a mysterious force, a pair of bloodless red lips gently inhaled, drawing in the death force that ordinary people shunned. This death force, so dreaded by countless people, became like a nourishing tonic in the mouth of the red lip owner, bringing a faint glow of vitality to the pale face. It's been a long time since I've tasted this pure power of death. It's a pity the quantity is so small, otherwise, I wouldn't have to wait for that old man to die. I should be able to break this cage, but soon. That old man can't hold on for much longer. Once he's dead, without the endless supply of Odin's power, I can break this cage and return to Asgard. Just wait. Old man, one day, I'll prove that imprisoning me here was the biggest mistake you've made. Elsewhere, seeing the aura of the evil god, sealed, within a small orb of holy light, Ailin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's solved. Now all we have to do is purify this aura, and the mission is complete. Ailin had originally planned to have the Seraph purify the aura of the evil god. However, the Seraph had expended considerable energy protecting him, blocking most of the death force. Add to that the light barrier that protected him from harm, and the powerful judgment of the scepter from before. At this point, the Seraphim's energy had been significantly depleted compared to when it was first summoned. With the remaining energy within the Seraphim, Ailin wasn't sure if she could still purify the sealed evil spirit. If the Seraphim's energy was depleted and it still couldn't purify the evil spirit, that would be a real problem. Seraphim could only be summoned once every 3 months. If the purification failed, Ailin wouldn't be able to summon another Seraphim to purify the evil spirit in a short period of time. Ailin wasn't strong enough to handle it, or even seal the evil spirit's power, which could potentially unleash after the purification failed. So, he decided to just spend the money and avoid the disaster. Tony Stark, who was standing by, saw the six-winged angel's actions and subconsciously moved closer to Ailin and asked, "What is she doing?" Ailin, who was pale, glanced at Tony Stark beside him and said, "Seal the source of this disaster." The source of this disaster? Tony Stark was stunned when he heard this, then pointed to the shattered streets below and asked, "Are you saying that this disaster below was caused by the thing in that golden ball of light? Is it unbelievable?" This is a product left behind by the real evil god on Earth. The cult priest who just turned into a monster was able to transform into that appearance and summon billions of worms to form the worm plague with the help of this thing. If his final transformation had not failed, it would not have been so easy for us to deal with him. Let's not talk about anything else. If the worm plague really takes shape, he only needs to find a place to hide, and he can command the worms to devour every living person in New York, turning the entire city into a ghost town, and by then, he will become incomparably powerful and difficult to deal with. After hearing Ailin's description, Tony Stark's face paled as the relevant images flashed through his mind. At that moment, Ailin suddenly changed the subject and said, "Of course, what's happening down there can't be blamed entirely on the evil god. At least the Hulk and the shit-colored monster are the product of a failed military experiment. It's not anyone else's fault." Military? Tony Stark paused after hearing the word. Then, looking down at the half-block destroyed by the Abomination and the Hulk, he murmured, "No one can wantonly take another's life, not even the military." Hearing Tony's words as if he were about to do something, Ailin glanced at him briefly, then cast his gaze toward the crater in the center of the street, freshly created by the Angel's scepter, and within it, the torn remains of the Abomination. With a thought, Ailin transmitted his thoughts to the Seraph through the Angel's scepter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. A magician never performs without preparation. The next second, the Seraph flapped its wings and appeared 100 meters in the air. It gazed down at the shattered Harlem below, at the crowds of people lying on the ground, some covered in blood, some bleeding profusely, clutching their heads and wailing. The tumultuous battle between Abomination and Hulk, the sweeping fire of the Federation military, the mysterious worm plague, and the shadowy figure of the evil god that suddenly appeared over New York, instantly wreaking havoc and corrupting the minds of countless people. Everything, the whole thing, cast the night sky of this mega metropolis a bloody hue. Looking down at the wailing crowd below, a hint of compassion seemed to creep into the Seraph's flawless face. "God loves the world," the Seraph's soft red lips whispered, a profoundly ethereal voice that quickly echoed across the battlefield. Then, the crowd below saw the 3 pairs of pure white wings behind the Seraph flutter gently. A dazzling white light instantly illuminated the entire night sky. Then, the glare faded. The sacred figure high in the sky also vanished. But what followed was countless pure white feathers, seemingly floating down from the skies above Harlem. Each feather, as if possessing eyes, landed precisely on the wounded below. Some had been accidentally injured in tonight's battle, others had suffered falls and sprains during their hasty escape, and even more so, had been carried from several Harlem hospitals by nurses and doctors. Some of these injuries were long-standing. But as the pure white feathers, imbued with a sacred aura, descended upon them, a warm feeling instantly spread throughout them, softening their cries and even easing their pain. When the wounded regained consciousness and examined themselves, they discovered that, as the pure white feathers had absorbed them, their injuries and ailments had improved to varying degrees. "Is this a miracle?" A young woman, her face scratched by shattered glass, trembled with excitement as she saw her restored face in a car's rearview mirror. No one knew. The scratches on her face had been a crushing blow to her, a woman who cherished beauty. If her sisters hadn't held her tightly and carried her away from the battlefield, she would have lost all hope and probably wouldn't have wanted to live. It was precisely for this reason that she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the angel who had just scattered thousands of wings to heal her face. Thank God, thank the angel. Across Harlem, the disfigured girl wasn't the only one whose injuries had been healed by the 6-winged angel's falling white wings. Thousands of people had been healed by their injuries. While those pure white feathers weren't as dramatic as the miracle medicine that could kill flesh and regenerate bones, they had brought varying degrees of improvement to those suffering from injuries. Serious illnesses became serious illnesses became minor injuries became minor, and minor injuries healed without medication. It was this seemingly miraculous act that completely connected the newly appeared seraphim with the benevolent, kind angels of myth and legend. Throughout Harlem, countless people subconsciously chanted God's name and murmured prayers. Some devout Christians and Catholics even knelt in reverent devotion toward the direction where the seraphim had vanished. While countless people's attention was riveted by the miracle performed by the seraphim, No one knew that along with the seraphim had vanished, the shattered body of the abomination had also vanished. At that moment, the seraphim was carrying the corpse at top speed towards Ailin's lair. Of course, Ailin would not allow the seraphim to depart with the abomination's corpse in such a high-profile manner. As soon as the blazing light appeared, the seraph mobilized its power and cast an optical barrier around itself, obscuring its presence. Therefore, the seraph was completely invisible to ordinary people. Even when the seraph carried the abomination's corpse and passed over the heads of those people, they remained unaware. Meanwhile, Ailin, who had secretly manipulated the seraph to make a grand display of presence, laying the groundwork for a future plan, sighed silently as he looked at the clone, now reduced to a pile of ash. Tony Stark, watching from a distance, said quietly, "Would you like me to help reserve a good burial plot? You know, Stark Industries has a wide range of businesses, and I happen to know someone in the cemetery business." Tony glanced at the ashes left on the ground after Ailin the Joker's disintegration and said, "A hero like him deserves a grand burial, not an obscure death." Indeed. Tony Stark didn't even know anyone in the cemetery business. He'd just recently acquired a cemetery company, all in the name of finding the best possible burial site for the Joker, who had saved Pepper. Ailin's face flickered with quizzical expression upon hearing Tony Stark's words. Was Tony Stark planning to hold a funeral for his clone? His Joker clone was only temporarily dead. Who knew what Tony Stark's expression would be when Ailin, the Joker he'd held a funeral for, appeared before him again? Despite feeling a bit strange, Ailin didn't refuse. Instead, he said to Tony Stark, "Thank you, since the Joker clone had died in public, he might as well take him offline for now." During the day, the Joker clone had killed numerous Hydra members and even destroyed a Hydra headquarters. By now, the Joker's identity had probably become a thorn in Hydra's side. Hydra might already be brewing countless plots, waiting to deal with the Joker's clone. With the Joker dead, there's less trouble. Once the clone is resurrected, he can take advantage of the situation by hiding in the shadows and gaining an advantage, perhaps even achieving a surprising effect against Hydra. Seeing that Ailin, a man familiar with the Joker, agreed, Tony Stark immediately assured, "Leave it to me. I'll take care of everything." As soon as he finished speaking, the thigh of Tony Stark's Mark IV armor exploded with a bang and a shower of sparks. The sparks burned inside the armor, and Tony Stark yelled, "Oh, shit!" Then, with a swift movement, he violently dismantled the armor in that area. Now that the chaotic fight that had engulfed half of Harlem was over, Tony no longer had to wear the Mark IV armor that had been damaged by the abomination. "Hey, Ailin, don't just stand there. Help me take this damn armor off." "Okay." Ailin shrugged and stepped forward to help Tony dismantle the Mark IV. "Thanks." When Ailin helped dismantle the damaged armor, Tony Stark thanked him and suddenly turned his back to Ailin and said, "Hey, kid, how did you summon that six-winged angel just now?" "To be honest, I've lived for so many years, and this is the first time I believe that there are such creatures as angels in this world. If my mother were still alive, she would be so happy. She is a devout Catholic." Having said that, Tony looked at the many people kneeling in the distance in the direction where the six-winged angel disappeared, paused and said, "Of course, the people below are doing the same. Well, I think the Pope in the Vatican will be eager to welcome you back to the Vatican after knowing that you can summon an angel, and then worship you like an ancestor." Vatican. A strange color flashed in Ailin's eyes, and then he said with a smile, "I have no plans to go there now." "Good," Tony said, "I'm glad you made the right choice. That place has so many rules. Even if you're treated like a god, you'd quickly tire of the lifestyle there. New York is much more comfortable by comparison. Being a superhero who can summon angels is pretty cool, too. Okay, I've got a nickname for you. What do you think of Angel Man?" Aaron's mouth twitched at that. Angel Man, what the hell is that? Could it get any worse? Fortunately, Aaron had no plans to become a superhero at the moment. He immediately said, "No, it's a terrible name, and I don't have any plans to be a superhero." "Huh?" Tony Stark was stunned. "Why? No reason. I just don't have any thoughts on it yet, and I don't want my life disrupted by it." Tony was slightly taken aback by Aaron's answer. But he quickly understood Aaron's intentions. After a moment's hesitation, Tony said, "The influence of the seraph you summoned is enormous. Jarvis just searched the internet and tens of millions of posts about it have appeared. Once the news of your summoning of the seraph becomes public, your peaceful life will be completely shattered. Given the level of attention that battle just now received, Who knows how many satellites are watching us overhead? Add to that the reporters and cameras filming, and your identity will be impossible to conceal. With the spread of the myths of Christianity and Catholicism, the image of the seraph has long been ingrained in people's minds. Now that the myth has become reality, the impact of the seraph's appearance is unimaginable. It's safe to say that after tonight, countless people will know that someone in this world summoned a seraph tonight. Under such circumstances, Ailin's identity can be concealed. Really? That's not necessarily true, Ailin said. Jarvis, one of the Mark IVs, warned, "Sir, the satellites we purchased from Stark Industries can't even capture Mr. Ailin. I just disabled all cameras within a mile, as well as the TV station's cameras. They can't even capture Mr. Ailin's image. At best, they can only show a faint, human-like figure." Jarvis displayed several photos and videos on the monitor inside the Mark armor for Tony to view. Tony Stark's mouth twitched as he saw himself standing there in the photos and videos, a milky white figure completely invisible. Seeing this, Ailin smiled. A would-be magician never performs unprepared performances. Are you kidding? Would he be standing on the rooftop so brazenly without any preparation? Ailin had prepared and disguised himself beforehand. After summoning the angel, the six-winged angel had even added a halo to Ailin's body that reflected all optical equipment. Forget satellites, cameras, and cameras. Even with the best eyesight, even the most ordinary eyesight couldn't discern Ailin's disguised features from a distance of more than 10 meters, let alone his true face beneath the disguise. Alright. Looks like I underestimated you. Since you've made up your mind, let me help you. Jarvis, delete all records of Ailin entering the center of this battlefield, as well as any footage of him captured by cameras. Only keep records of him appearing on the periphery. Many people had likely seen Ailin's Aston Martin enter Harlem tonight. To avoid backfiring, Tony didn't completely erase the records of Ailin entering Harlem. Instead, he had Jarvis forge a record of him staying on the periphery. The battle outside Harlem had drawn quite a few people today. Hiding Ailin among them was just the right thing to do. Jarvis, yes, sir, thank you. Seeing Tony's proactive help in forging the records, Ailin thanked Tony. Next, after helping Tony remove a few pieces of armor that had been smashed and deformed and was emitting sparks, Ailin's figure disappeared on the rooftop. Natasha, who was hiding in the shadows of another building, saw the faintly glowing figure disappear from afar. Her eyes moved, and she silently ran towards it. At the same time, in order to avoid the residual power of the Judgment Scepter, the Hulk ran desperately and fell into the underground garage. An arm suddenly stretched out from the darkness. Chapter 164 Instigation. Suddenly, an arm reached out from the darkness, grabbed Bruce Banner, who had transformed back into his human form, and dragged him into the darkness. Who? Bruce Banner, startled, his heart lurching. Under the dim light of the underground garage, his skin shone a visible green glow. Duck, calm down. Control your emotions. I'm here to get you out of here, of course, if you want to return to the military's arms and become their test subject, helping them create more monsters like the Abomination, I can leave immediately. The decision is yours. Just as Bruce Banner was about to transform into the Hulk, a slightly hoarse voice rang out from the shadows of the underground garage. At the same time, Bruce Banner, in the dim light of the underground garage, could clearly see the person's appearance. It was a face that was slightly pale, as if from long periods of lack of sunlight, with a hint of sickly wanness. Furthermore, what struck Bruce Banner even more was the emptiness of the man's left arm, seemingly missing a section. Seeing this man as a disabled person, Bruce Banner's sense of alarm and danger quickly subsided. Even the faint green glow beneath his skin slowly faded. Although I'm weak in my normal state, I'm still a little stronger than a disabled person. Dr. Banner, who had never interacted with a Winter Soldier, Bucky, couldn't help but think so. It was this little bit of self-reassurance that slowly calmed Dr. Banner's agitation. After recovering from the sudden shock, Dr. Banner recalled Bucky's words to him, and a surge of emotion stirred within him. Having been on the run from the military, Dr. Banner certainly didn't want to return to the military and become a guinea pig in their lab. Especially after seeing the military create a monster like the Abomination that wreaked havoc and killed innocent people on the streets of New York, Bruce Banner's disgust and resistance to the military became even more profound. Thinking of this, Dr. Banner said without hesitation, "No, I don't want to return to the military. There are already two monsters like the Hulk and the Abomination. I can't help the evil and let more uncontrollable monsters like the Hulk and the Abomination appear in this world. Although Bruce Banner didn't want to return to the military, he didn't completely let down his guard against the sudden appearance of Bucky. After slapping away Bucky's arm that was grabbing his shoulder, Dr. Banner looked at Bucky, who appeared in front of him, and said vigilantly, "I don't want to go back to the military and become a guinea pig in their hands, but I don't want to be a tool of some ambitious people even more. Tell me, who is the person behind you? What do you want me to do?" After seeing Banner slap his arm away, Bucky smiled slightly and said, "Actually, you have already met the boss behind me. Moreover, unlike the military, our boss values your own knowledge more. We have many potions that can benefit the world, but due to some materials and technologies, they cannot be mass-produced. Our boss asked me to invite you because he hopes you can help him find suitable materials, substitutes, and simplify the formulas of those potions so that those potions can be truly mass-produced. Of course, as a reward, our boss can help you control or seal the big guy in your body. Reduce his interference with you. Believe me, he can do it, well, with the help of our boss. At least you don't have to worry about suddenly becoming that big guy because of excessive excitement when doing some of the things you love with your girlfriend." "Sorry, that metaphor was our boss's, not my intention to offend." Bucky shrugged, indicating that the metaphor he just used had nothing to do with him. However, despite its vulgarity, Bucky's last metaphor had a strangely moving effect on Bruce Banner. Ever since the laboratory explosion, when he was exposed to lethal gamma radiation, his body underwent mysterious changes, giving birth to the monster that was the Hulk. He had been an ascetic for far too long. Those days of hiding, constantly fearing someone might provoke him and unleash the Hulk, had undoubtedly put immense pressure on Bruce Banner. The mounting pressure, coupled with his recent experience back in New York, when he nearly triggered the Hulk's appearance while attempting to have sex with his girlfriend, had further strained Bruce Banner's body and soul. Oftentimes, the exchange of spirit and desire is undoubtedly the best way to release stress. If someone could truly help Zizé avoid turning into the Hulk during sex with Betty, then joining them wouldn't be a bad idea. Ahem. I misspoke. If the boss behind Bucky could truly help him control or seal the Hulk, then working for him for a while wouldn't seem out of place. After all, with the Hulk around, if he truly had any ill intentions, he could always use the Hulk's power to escape. Just then, Winter Soldier Bucky's ears flickered, quickly scanning the basement entrance, where the Hulk had ripped through numerous holes. Outside the basement garage, a series of footsteps could be heard faintly, along with the roar of armored vehicles. It sounded as if a large group of people were approaching in armored vehicles. Dr. Banner, you must make a decision quickly. We don't have much time. Bruce Banner's reaction wasn't as quick as Bucky's. But soon, the noises Bucky had heard reached him as well. The sudden noises at the basement entrance seemed like the final straw. He took a deep breath. Bruce Banner said, "Okay, you've convinced me. So, how do we leave? I hope you don't tell me to cause a scene with the military outside and then escape. I've fought enough tonight." "Of course not. Just follow me, Doc. I'll get you out of here safely." Escaping the military. With that, Bucky turned his back to Bruce Banner and walked ahead, leading the way. A smile played on Bucky's face as he turned his back to Bruce Banner. Is this the instigator's ability? It looks quite good. In fact, Bucky had already used his instigator abilities the moment he appeared, constantly bewitching and persuading Bruce Banner. Without the aid of those abilities, Bucky wouldn't have been able to so easily persuade, let alone convince, the wary Bruce Banner. Of course, the Federal soldiers outside the underground garage also provided him with a timely assist. Watching Bucky leading the way, Dr. Banner felt vaguely as if he'd forgotten something. But outside the underground garage, the sound of approaching footsteps quickly suppressed his doubts and hurried to catch up with Bucky, who was moving farther away. Under Bucky's guidance, Bruce Banner and Bucky passed through a semi-enclosed passage in the underground parking lot, turned into a semi-abandoned subway tunnel, and then passed through the semi-abandoned subway tunnel into New York's extensive subway system, thus escaping the group of Union soldiers following behind. Lost them, useless. Are you all useless? General Ross, who was waiting in the underground garage for news, erupted in anger upon hearing that his soldiers had lost Bruce Banner. A colonel under his command chuckled wryly, "General, it's not their fault. The New York subway system is too complex, with too many entrances and exits. We simply don't have enough men to search every passage. It's only a matter of time before we lose them." At this, He glanced at General Ross's grim expression, gritted his teeth, and whispered in Ross's ear, "And this isn't necessarily a bad thing, General. Even if they do find Bruce Banner, with the weapons they have, they're no match for the Hulk, General. The casualties we've suffered tonight are already heavy. Our soldiers have no desire to fight any further." General Ross raised his head, his eyes fixed on his subordinate with an unprecedented coldness. Sensing the iron-blooded aura emanating from General Ross, the colonel in front of him instantly began to sweat, his face paling visibly. After gazing at his men with a cold gaze for a long moment, General Ross slowly withdrew his gaze. If this were a war, Ross would have dared to shoot this subordinate just for his demoralizing words. But now, looking at the dejected soldiers around him, their morale low, seemingly ravaged by tonight's battle, Ross finally let out a long sigh. Facing invulnerable monsters like the Hulk and the Abomination was already devastating enough. Who knew tonight they would also encounter a plague of worms numbering in the billions, and legendary demons, priests of Sothoth, imbued with the aura of evil gods and transformed into bodies. How could these soldiers' flesh and blood stand up against these inhuman monsters? They were supposed to protect the citizens of the Commonwealth from harm, but tonight's failure to protect the residents of Harlem was a heavy blow to them. And what would have happened if the Seraph, finally emerging from myth, hadn't miraculously healed his men? Just by gazing at the shadow looming over New York, most of his men had bled profusely, going mad. With this thought, General Ross abandoned the idea of continuing to capture the Hulk and said with a somewhat disinterested tone, "Forget it. If we've lost him, then so be it. Get everyone back and help maintain order in Harlem." The battle in Harlem was over, but that wasn't the end, it was the beginning of trouble. For General Ross, much trouble lay ahead. Elsewhere, using clairvoyance and the lingering trace of the will he had once imprinted in Bucky's heart, Aaron quickly located Bucky and tasked him with finding a way to get Bruce Banner away. He had changed his clothes and joined the crowd heading out of Harlem, leaving the battlefield. Following the crowd, as he continued outward, Aaron saw one corpse after another, cleanly devoured by worms. He also spotted some people bleeding from all 7 orifices, looking mad. These people were either too fragile, or had suffered too much mental pollution when they looked up. Even the purifying power of the 6-winged angel feathers couldn't repair their mental wounds or completely cleanse their polluted minds. Of course, Ailin also saw those who groaned, enduring their injuries, resting on the roadside steps while praying to God. Seeing these people praying to the god, Ailin suddenly sneered. At this moment, Ailin wanted to tell them loudly that the one who saved them this time wasn't the god they believed in, but the 6-winged angel himself, who had summoned him. "You're praying to the wrong person." But as he laughed, Ailin suddenly felt an inexplicable discomfort. Just as they didn't even know who had truly saved them this time, what did these ordinary people know? They had no idea why this supposedly ordinary day had suddenly erupted in so many horrific events. They had no idea that 2 monsters descended from the sky would destroy their homes and leave them homeless. They had no idea that the worms, once easily crushed to death, would suddenly gather together, unleashing such a terrifying worm plague that would even claim the lives of their families and friends. Even in the final moments, they could never have imagined that they would have the fortune of witnessing the terrifying phantom of an evil god and an angel from a mythical world. In this sudden catastrophe, ordinary people had no power to resist fate, and could only place their hopes in an illusory god, praying for salvation. And without sufficient power, would they become like these ordinary people, powerless to resist fate's whims, becoming clowns manipulated by fate? Like the future snap that destroyed half of all life in the universe? Even with the twin powers, could they truly change their fate and survive that snap? What if that snap truly reduced them to ash? Even if he is rescued 5 years later, is he really himself? And can he, a time traveler who should not have appeared in this universe, really be rescued? Chapter 165, Spiritual Advancement. The feeling of helplessness and confusion about fate that welled up in Ailin's heart didn't last long. After walking a short distance, he happened to see the little girl, Elena, and her grandmother, Christine. Seeing the disaster she'd predicted, which would have destroyed all of Harlem and even most of New York, abruptly stopped by the sudden arrival of a 6-winged angel, Christine's deep, weathered, yet spirited eyes were filled with disbelief, a wave of uncontrollable excitement and joy. Fate had truly been changed. Although her prophecy had indicated that the devastating disaster would be brought about by a mythical 6-winged angel, and had nothing to do with her desperate attempt, This altered fate also indirectly taught her that fate wasn't always as unchangeable as prophecies suggested. Of course, Christine, who had long since abandoned her identity as a psychic, didn't care about fate. What truly excited and delighted Christine was the fact that she and her granddaughter had survived this disaster. We survived, we all survived, thinking that her granddaughter would finally avoid an untimely death and could fully enjoy the rest of her youthful life. Christine couldn't help but hug Elena's tiny body tightly, tears streaming down her face. Because of their changed attire and disguise, Christine and Elena, hugging and crying, didn't notice the man who had helped them earlier. He glanced at them in the crowd, then silently walked past them with the flow of people. Ailin looked at Christine and Elena hugging each other. He mentioned the gold-rimmed glasses he had worn for disguise, then strode out of Harlem. If Christine and Elena could change their fate, then why couldn't he? He wasn't sure he'd be lucky enough to survive the snap Thanos made after gathering all 6 Infinity Stones. If that was the case, then he might as well not gamble on that 1 in 20 chance of fate. If only in this life. If Thanos still wants to attack Earth and snap his fingers, then I'll just go ahead and send him packing. Never mind that Thanos is the overlord of the galaxy, with military might far beyond Earth's imagination. If the Avengers can do it, why can't I? He's pissed me off. Worst case scenario, I can just get an Infinity Stone and sacrifice it to the scales of fate. I don't believe Thanos, without an Infinity Stone, could pull off that snap that destroyed most of the universe. Perfect. I also want to know what goodies the scales of fate can redeem from an Infinity Stone imbued with cosmic power. Thinking of this, Ailin's previously confused mind cleared, as if a layer of dust had been swept away. Step by step, Ailin, walking among the crowd, felt as if he were stepping on the pulse of the earth. Unconsciously, the sound of Ailin's footsteps seemed to merge with the earth's pulse. As Ailin made his way out of the battlefield, he was unaware that, above the crowd of people kneeling in prayer to the 6-winged angels in Harlem, in a dimension invisible to the human eye, faint, invisible threads emanated from their bodies, gradually converging and sinking into Ailin's head. Amidst these countless invisible threads, Ailin's ever-present cosmic brain seemed to be receiving invisible nourishment, churning at full speed. He truly demonstrated the profound power of the cosmic brain meditation method. Countless inspirations suddenly flashed, colliding to create fiery sparks. As Ailin's thoughts continued to settle, he could faintly discern a mysterious force, constantly drawing upon the power of the countless threads gathered in the void, seeping deep into Ailin's body, silently transforming his constitution. Who will awaken first from this great dream? I know it all myself. As Ailin continued to comprehend the cosmic brain meditation, he began to faintly hear a rumbling, resonant sound within his body, akin to the thunder of a tiger or leopard. Though subtle, this sound evoked an incomparably sacred aura. Gradually, as Ailin continued to comprehend the cosmic brain meditation, and the mysterious power it cultivated transformed his body, the subtle rumble of thunder grew louder and wider. Like the exploding sound of spring thunder, it spread across the streets, silently cleansing the hearts of those around it. It was like a saint preaching, like God spreading the gospel. This sacred sound of spring thunder echoed relentlessly over Harlem, like a lingering echo, lingering for a long time. At the same time, as the cosmic brain meditation technique rapidly operated, an invisible wave of thought emanated, centered around Ailin, who continued to walk, and rapidly spreading outward. As the cleansing sacred sound resonated and Ailin's thought wave spread, the crowds crammed together on the street, shrouded in sorrow, pain, confusion, and the joy of surviving a catastrophe, suddenly calmed down as if baptized. The figures blocking Ailin's path spontaneously made way for him. Some even prostrated themselves toward Ailin's retreating form, silently worshipping him until the figure vanished from their sight. With a breath of turbid air tinged with wisps of black air, Ailin, feeling lighter, opened his eyes again. Upon reopening his eyes, an inexplicable sense of zen permeated his entire being. At that moment, he seemed at one with the outside world, perfectly blending into the natural environment. If one wasn't paying attention, many people walking past Ailin might not even notice a living being standing right where they had just passed. Invisible thoughts have infected me. My spiritual realm has unexpectedly reached a state of trance. With a flicker of thought, Ailin's mind emanated an invisible magnetic aura, unconsciously drawing all sentient beings into its throes. In their eyes, Ailin seemed the center of the universe, the end of everything, all matter revolving around him. Is this the invisible mental force field that naturally accompanies trance, This power is truly amazing. Feeling this power, completely different from the potion system, a smile played on Ailin's lips. This powerful mind gave Ailin a strong confidence, even brightening his eyes. This all added an invisible aura to Ailin, adding a touch of charm and making him seem even more unique. Entering a state of trance, Ailin's control over his mind reached a new level. His thoughts shifted, and after easily controlling his joy, Ailin immediately harnessed the powerful power of his mind, silently hypnotizing the people around him, blurring their impressions of him. After this, Ailin quickly disappeared into the streets of Harlem. When Ailin reappeared, he seemed to have returned to his original appearance. He had changed into the same clothes he had prepared long ago, exactly as he had when he arrived. Returning to the Aston Martin, Ailin discovered two uninvited guests in front of his luxury sports car, Tony Stark and Natasha, the Black Widow. Ailin, who should have been surprised to see these two uninvited guests, showed no sign of emotion. Beep beep, Ailin said as he approached his car, deliberately honking the horn. He looked at Tony Stark and Natasha arguing in front of his car. Mr. Stark, Miss Natasha, could you please move aside? You're blocking the road. Tony Stark was slightly taken aback when Ailin called out Natasha's name, then asked in surprise, "Do you know each other?" Ailin smiled faintly. "I wouldn't say I know her, I've only met her once. After all, a beautiful agent like Miss Natasha always leaves a lasting impression, SHIELD. After pondering the familiar name, Tony Stark's phone instantly lit up with detailed information about SHIELD, sent by Jarvis, SHIELD, formerly the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Agency, currently headed by Nick Fury, founded in 1996. With Jarvis's help, Tony Stark quickly recalled the agency that had so greatly helped him and Pepper. He had never imagined that Natasha was actually an agent of SHIELD, the same agency that had once helped him. Tony Stark's face darkened, and he looked at Natasha uncomfortably. "Oh, shit, it's this SHIELD. Originally, for Agent Coulson's sake, I was planning to personally donate some funds and equipment to SHIELD. Now you can go back and tell your director that personal donation, at least in the hundreds of millions, is gone. For the sake of Coulson, who had once saved him and Pepper, Tony Stark reluctantly let go of SHIELD's infiltration of Stark Industries. But while he might not care, Tony wasn't about to let it slip. So, knowing full well what those agents valued most, Tony immediately cut short his planned $100 million donation of various military equipment to SHIELD this year. He had already discussed this donation with Pepper and had begun making plans. Natasha, as one of Pepper's assistants, must have known about it. Tony canceled a genuine sponsorship worth hundreds of millions of dollars to express his dissatisfaction with SHIELD planting a spy in his own close circle. Tony was confident that director Nick Fury would be deeply impressed by his decision. However, even now, Tony, who was being vindictive and forced to stay, seemed a little dissatisfied. After a pause of less than a second, he added, "By the way, when I return this time, I will thoroughly investigate those messed up individuals within Stark Industries. I hope I won't see anyone from SHIELD there, or else Agent Coulson's accumulated favor with me will be completely wasted." Natasha, standing across from Tony Stark, smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed. "Okay, I'll pass this on to the director." The moment he took the rooftop and dropped a plasma bomb on the worm tide below, Natasha knew her mission at Stark Industries was over. After all, no matter how generous Tony Stark was, there was no way he'd let me, now that my identity was exposed, into the heart of Stark Industries' secrets and continue working there. But this was fine. I hadn't wanted to play along with Tony Stark, a wicked, self-centered playboy. Ending the mission now would actually give Natasha a break. After confronting Tony Stark, Natasha turned her captivating eyes and stared at Ailin, asking, "Our great fortune teller, could you give an injured woman a ride?" Natasha gestured to her bloodied shoulders, a charming and alluring expression. Seeing Natasha play the honey trap, Ailin hadn't yet responded when Tony Stark, feeling annoyed, interjected, "Huh. Honey traps won't work on our little boy. Don't worry, he won't let a female agent with ill intentions hitchhike." Before Tony could finish, he said, keys clutched in his hand. Ailin suddenly smiled and said, "No, I'd be happy to give Ms. Natasha a ride. It just so happens that I have something I want to ask her." He opened the Aston Martin's door, climbed into the driver's seat, and gestured with his eyes for Natasha to enter the passenger seat from the other side. Ailin's response and actions caused Tony Stark, who was about to say something else, to freeze for a few seconds. It wasn't until Natasha, a smile on her face, leaned over and climbed into the passenger seat of the Aston Martin that Tony Stark finally reacted. Tony Stark, who had originally planned to have Ailin drive him to his destination, looked at Natasha winking at him from the passenger seat of the Aston Martin with a look of disbelief. "Hey, Ailin, you can't do this. This is my car for you." Ailin smiled, rolled down the Aston Martin's window, and flashed Tony Stark the keys. "Like you said, this Aston Martin is my car now. I'd rather send a sexy beauty home than a dirty big man." And Chapter 166. Don't get me wrong, it's just a magic trick. I'd certainly rather send a sexy woman home than a dirty, burly man. And instead of leaving in my car, Mr. Stark, you need to think carefully about how to give Aunt Pepper a reasonable explanation. Ailin pointed a few hundred meters away. Over there, the large man, Happy Hogan, shoved his way through the crowd, was approaching with pepper pots. "Happy, Pepper, when did they get here?" Tony Stark asked in surprise, turning and quickly spotting Happy and Pepper in the crowd. Seeing this, Ailin, standing by, didn't reply. He simply started the engine and, with the Aston Martin's engine roaring, quickly drove away from this increasingly noticeable corner. Tony Stark's presence was like a natural, unstoppable light bulb, drawing extraordinary attention. If Ailin hadn't used his telekinetic force field to slightly warp the minds of the people around him, the surging crowd and the reporters following Tony Stark would have been enough to overwhelm the quiet corner where Ailin had parked his car. While the telekinetic force field was incredibly powerful, it also took a toll on Ailin's mind. Having just experienced a major battle and with his mental energy severely depleted, Ailin didn't want to drain any more of his energy on Tony Stark. Of course, the main reason was that Ailin didn't want to be nagging Aunt Pepper, who was crowding towards him from a distance. So, he pushed Tony Stark, the natural scapegoat, out of the way, letting the agitated Pepper vent his frustration. Hey, Tony, caught off guard by Ailin's car, saw Ailin roll down the window and wave back at him, his mouth twitching. This ungrateful guy. Tony didn't wait for him to finish. Without the shielding of Ailin's telekinetic force field, the surrounding, impatient reporters quickly rushed towards Tony Stark, their weapons in hand. Their frenzied expressions startled Tony Stark. Within moments, Tony Stark was surrounded by reporters, their microphones practically piercing his face. Meanwhile, questions, one after another, like a barrage of bombs, pierced Tony Stark's ears. Mr. Stark, I'm a reporter from the Loop Evening News. What are your thoughts on the disaster that occurred in Harlem tonight? Mr. Stark, someone saw you on the rooftop in Harlem having a brief exchange with a figure that summoned the six-winged angel. What did you discuss? Was that glowing figure a human or the incarnation of God? Mr. Stark, you were the first superhero to arrive at the battlefield. Do you know the origins of the two monsters that first wreaked havoc in Harlem, and the identity of the final demon? There are rumors that the two monsters in the first battle were the product of military human experiments. Is this true? Not far away. Pepper, who was pushing her way over here, saw this and immediately shouted to Happy, Tony is in trouble. We need to hurry. Happy Hogan, who was sweating profusely from being squeezed by the crowd in front, took a deep breath and said, right away. Ailin, who had already driven out of Harlem, had no idea about the trouble Tony Stark was facing. Watching the thinning traffic outside, Natasha suddenly turned to Ailin and asked, our little fortune teller, did you divine something in advance that coincidentally led to your appearance in Harlem tonight? No, I saw the news on TV and drove here from Chinatown. Shaking his head, Ailin continued, but this disaster has appeared in my predictions before. In fact, it's not just me. Some gifted psychics also predicted this disaster before it happened. Of course, it's more fortunate than our predictions. Someone successfully summoned a seraph during this disaster, ending it. In our predictions, this prosperous city was destroyed by a follower of the evil god who transformed into an insect demon. Natasha, standing nearby, heard this, her bright eyes watching Ailin with a mixture of belief and disbelief. Could this guy have truly predicted this disaster? Did some gifted psychics also foresee this disaster? Natasha's eyes shifted rapidly at the thought. Natasha had certainly come across psychics, a profession similar to charlatans, in her career. However, the ones she encountered were all just idiots who pretended to be mysterious and deceived people. However, She did hear from some colleagues in the agency that some true psychics did possess some mysterious methods that ordinary people could not understand. Initially, Natasha did not believe it. But now, she felt that after returning this time, she needed to ask Nick Fury to find a way to recruit a few truly capable psychics to help make a few predictions. After all, if a few more supernatural disasters like the one in Harlem happened, the Federation would have to tear SYNOPSIS, which governed that area, to pieces. Catching Natasha's skeptical look from the corner of her eye, Ailin smiled without explaining. Instead, he asked, "By the way, how is your agent Coulson? Come to think of it, I haven't seen him for a long time." Coulson? In the last Ironmonger incident, he was seriously injured by a rocket launcher that exploded at close range. Although he was lucky enough to survive because of timely rescue, he also lost half of his arm. If Tony Stark hadn't made a mechanical arm specifically for Coulson to thank him for saving Miss Pepper, he would probably be a one-armed man now. Speaking of which, Natasha seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, her eyes turned and she said, "Originally, I had an appointment with another colleague to go to the hospital to see Coulson tonight. If it weren't for this sudden incident in Harlem, we would be in the hospital now. Well, if you don't mind, you can give me a ride. I'll take you to see that unlucky guy Coulson. The hospital where he is hospitalized is not far from my home." Aaron turned his head and glanced at Natasha, who seemed to be thinking of something, and said, "Forget about a meeting. But since Coulson bought Aunt Pepper some time to escape that time, I'll give you a piece of news." "What news?" Natasha was stunned, then her expression quickly grew serious. "Have you divined another event similar to the one in Harlem?" Seeing Natasha's rapidly growing nervousness, Aaron smiled and said, "Don't worry. This isn't some prophecy of disaster. It's just a list of spies planted within SHIELD by Hydra." Just as Natasha's nerves were about to relax after hearing that it wasn't a disaster, she felt as if she had heard something even more thrilling, and her pupils suddenly constricted. After taking a deep breath, Natasha looked at Aaron and said, "Hydra? Are you sure?" Honestly, Natasha wasn't surprised at all that SHIELD had been infiltrated by another spy organization. To obtain intelligence, the Federation, and even major spy organizations around the world, frequently smear campaigns against one another. Even the purest spy organizations couldn't guarantee they didn't have spies within their ranks. Therefore, Natasha wasn't surprised by the spies within SHIELD, she was shocked by the name Aaron mentioned. Hydra. Natasha remembered this terrorist organization, which championed the mustache and nearly unified the world, vividly. It was precisely for this reason that she was so shocked that this organization, supposedly annihilated, had reappeared and even planted spies within SHIELD. Snap, a hand reached out and gently snapped its fingers near Natasha's ear. As if by magic, a silver-white USB flash drive magically appeared at Aaron's fingertips. "Here's a list of the spies planted within SHIELD by Hydra. If you want to know for sure, go back and take a look." Natasha was about to reach out and take the silver-white USB flash drive from Aaron's fingertips, but Aaron flicked his wrist and put it away again. Natasha, clutching nothing, looked at Ailin's empty right hand, frowning slightly. "I didn't expect our little fortune teller to be a magician. But, you're taking back the USB drive now. Have you changed your mind?" Ailin glanced at Natasha with a slightly surprised expression. "Did I already give you the USB drive with a list? Give it to me? When was it given to me? How come I didn't know about it?" Natasha was about to say something when her expression changed slightly. The next moment, she unzipped her leather jacket and looked down. A silvery white object loomed among the peaks. Reaching out and removing the silvery object, Natasha was horrified to discover it was the USB drive that had vanished from Ailin's hand moments earlier. Looking at it, Natasha's eyes flashed with shock. When had this USB drive been slipped between her weapons? Why had she never noticed it? Her leather jacket was clearly zipped up. If it weren't for Aaron's words, Natasha wouldn't have even noticed the slightest sensation on her chest. Thinking of this, Natasha looked at Aaron's eyes and instantly became alert. Since Aaron was able to silently shove the USB drive into her chest without her reacting, it meant that he could also silently slit her throat. It seemed that this little guy who called himself a fortune teller was far more dangerous than he let on. But Natasha was worthy of being a top agent of SHIELD. The alertness in her eyes lasted for less than a second before it quickly disappeared. After her caution faded, she boldly unzipped her leather jacket, held up the silver USB drive, and curiously asked, "How did you get it on me?" Ailin smiled. "Like you said, I might have the potential to be a magician." "Magician's potential?" "No, I think I have the potential to be a little pervert." Chuckling, Natasha tucked the silver USB drive back between her two weapons. Then, leaning over, she whispered into Ailin's ear, "By the way, does your academically gifted girlfriend know you're taking advantage of her like this?" As she spoke, Natasha's pale white hair curved into a startling arc. Ailin was greeted by a startling sight whenever he turned his head. Natasha's dangling hair gently brushed Ailin's face, sending a slight tingling sensation through it. Seeing Natasha getting closer, Ailin reached out a hand, pressed it against her face, and pushed her back into her seat. "Don't get me wrong, I didn't do anything. That was just a little magic trick. With enough speed and skill, anyone could pull it off. Can't you agents do something like that?" Ailin pulled out a chocolate chip from somewhere, and with a flick of his wrist, it tumbled precisely into Natasha's leather jacket pocket. Because Ailin had deliberately slowed down his pace this time, Natasha could see Ailin's performance clearly. But even after seeing Ailin's performance, Natasha's smile remained unchanged. The chest and the pocket are two completely different areas, each with completely different levels of sensitivity. Not to mention, her leather jacket was still zipped up. Had Ailin really shoved that silver USB drive in there just like that? After a deep, slightly amused look at Ailin, Natasha took the USB drive. Knowing when to quit, she didn't dwell on this trivial matter for too long. Consider it a treat for this little one. Patting her chest and making sure that the silver-white USB drive was still there, Natasha turned around and asked, "I'll hand over the spy matter to the director for a thorough investigation when I get back, but compared to that matter, what I want to know more now is the mysterious person who summoned the six-winged angel tonight. Is it you, huh?" A hint of surprise flashed across Ailin's face. He turned around and looked at Natasha with a strange look and said, "I would like to, but I also need that ability. Six-winged angels are existences close to the residence of gods. Even in the Holy See, there may not be one who can summon six-winged angels in hundreds of years. Leaving aside the strength, isn't the existence that summoned the angel a fanatical believer of the god? Do you think I look like a fanatic?" Chapter 167 Swallowing Indigestion. A fanatic? Natasha frowned slightly. "Do you have to be a fanatic believer in God to summon an angel?" Ailin scoffed. "Do you think anyone can summon an angel? Do you really think that God is as benevolent as described in the Bible?" Hearing Ailin's slander of God, Natasha, who wasn't a believer in God to begin with, didn't express any objection. Instead, she nodded thoughtfully. If it were as Ailin described, everything would make a lot more sense. Otherwise, aside from the miracle of the seraph just now, SHIELD wouldn't have had no record of an angelic visitation over the years. However, if that were the case, then who had summoned the seraph in Harlem just now? Could it be a prominent figure in Catholicism or Christianity, like those Ailin mentioned, who had predicted the coming of the devil and traveled thousands of miles to New York to summon a seraph and save the world? If that were the case, after returning, I could have the Bureau investigate those religious figures who had recently appeared in New York, to see if they could find any clues. Of course, we couldn't rule out the possibility that the mysterious individual who summoned the seraphim was a New York native. But that would only expand the scope of the investigation. With this thought, Natasha's eyes unconsciously turned to Ailin. Although Ailin, who had just been slandering God, seemed completely unrelated to a fanatic of God, for some reason, Natasha felt that the being who summoned the seraphim in Harlem was inextricably linked to Ailin. Of course, Natasha had no proof. It was simply a hunch. Looking at Natasha's gleaming eyes, Ailin sighed softly. Still unconvinced? How on earth did she guess it was me? Is a woman's intuition really that uncanny? The next moment, Ailin's star-like eyes darkened, becoming incredibly deep. When Natasha, who had been gazing at Ailin, met his gaze, she saw him. Her entire mind seemed instantly sucked into an infinitely deep, bottomless abyss. Meanwhile, at some unknown moment, the psychic force field emanating from the Aston Martin was constantly invading Natasha's mind, cooperating with Ailin to modify her mental perceptions. Ailin, despite several failed attempts at hypnosis, hadn't planted any mental imprint deep within Natasha this time. He merely slightly altered a certain thought, redirecting her suspicions of herself to those of a prominent figure within the Vatican. The possibility that a prominent figure within the Vatican had summoned the seraph was far more plausible than Ailin's speculation. Therefore, Even if Natasha later broke free from his hypnosis, like Norman Osborn or Bucky the Winter Soldier, her current thoughts wouldn't be too surprising. Nor would she suspect Ailin had hypnotized her. 10 minutes later, outside a slightly run-down apartment building, Natasha stepped out of Ailin's Aston Martin and leaned over the window. "Thank you," she said. "If the information you provided is true, I'll have someone compile a file specifically for you on recent global paranormal activity." Without waiting for a response, Natasha strode with a seductive gait and opened the door of a roadside apartment building. Howard Apartments. A glance at the prominent sign on the door sparked a deep meaning as she drove back to Chinatown. The USB drive she had given Natasha was the remaining information Ailin had retrieved from the Hydra base, using the Joker's alter ego. After Ailin's selection, he passed it on to Natasha. While the list of Hydra agents wasn't large, if Nick Fury wasn't completely incompetent and dug deeper, he'd definitely uncover some clues about Hydra. And given Nick Fury's suspicious nature, he'd undoubtedly launch a relentless pursuit of Hydra. By then, SHIELD and Hydra would be in shambles, making it easy for Ailin to take advantage. Then, he could exact his revenge and show Hydra the serious consequences of provoking him. As Ailin pondered this, he drove, his eyes constantly scanning the magician's ring on his ring finger. He had initially assumed that this magician's ring, a legacy of a magician, was unlike those forbidden items or otherworldly items with severe side effects. It was a side-effectless item. But he hadn't expected to be wrong. It wasn't that the magician's ring was without side effects, but rather that they were subtle and easily overlooked. If his spiritual cultivation hadn't reached the level of entering meditation, he probably wouldn't have realized until now that his recent actions had unknowingly been influenced by the magician's ring. The side effects weren't serious, merely a gradual buildup of a desire to perform. Wearing the magician's ring unconsciously instills in the host a desire to show off in front of others. As a magician craving attention, it's not surprising that a desire for attention arises. His previous visit to Helen, disguising elementary holy light healing as magic to treat her wounds, was likely influenced by the same desire for performance. Not long ago, when he summoned the seraphim from the rooftop, it was also closely related to this desire for performance. Given Ailin's personality, he could have been more cautious and summoned the seraphim from the shadows. That way, Ailin figured, even Tony Stark wouldn't have been able to discover his identity. Besides that, the trick he'd just performed, transposing the silver USB drive onto Natasha's chest, was also related to this desire for performance. He swore. He had simply wanted to perform a little magic trick and shock Natasha. Who knew Natasha would take it as a flirtation? Gently rubbing the ring on his finger with his thumb, Ailin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't remove the magician's ring. Never mind, let's just pretend I'm a magician. Returning to Chinatown, Ailin parked his Aston Martin in the parking lot and headed back to his home. In Ailin's basement, in a small cold storage facility built to complement his laboratory, lay the massive corpse of the Abomination. The six-winged angel that had transported the Abomination's body to his home had long since vanished, transformed into countless points of light due to time constraints. Ailin, standing outside the cold storage, gazed at the Abomination's corpse. He gently patted the head of the small monster accompanying him and asked, "This Abomination's corpse should possess some special powers. Do you want to devour it?" The Abomination was a low-grade version of the Super Serum, a monster born from the Hulk's blood. While its potential was certainly not as powerful as the Hulk's, its ability to suppress the Hulk in the early stages clearly indicated that the Abomination held a considerable secret. If the monster could gain that special power by devouring the Abomination, it might also gain considerable benefits. Rather than trading the Abomination's corpse for something with the scales of fate, Ailin preferred to let the monster devour it. After all, Ailin couldn't guess what the Abomination's corpse could be exchanged for. What if the Abomination's corpse wasn't worth anything to the scales of fate? The monster, who had been constantly tiptoeing, enjoying his master's caress, glanced at the massive, shattered corpse of the Abomination in the cold storage after hearing his master's words. Suddenly, its mouth opened, and a crisp click, as the six-winged angel appeared, bearing the Abomination's corpse. The monster smelled the unique, mouth-watering aroma emanating from the flesh. It seemed as if this flesh and blood contained a unique power that constantly drew it in. However, without the master's permission, no matter how fragrant the Abomination's scent, the monster had no intention of even considering it. Even the blood dripping from the Abomination had been collected in a glass bottle by the monster, awaiting Ailin's disposal. Upon hearing that its master was actually about to bestow the abomination upon it, the monster, radiating joy, leaped up with delight and quickly extended its large, wet tongue to lick Ailin's hand. Stop it, your tongue is slobbery, don't wipe it on my hand. After finally stuffing the monster's dripping tongue back into the trash can lid, Ailin, his sleeve half stained with the monster's saliva, glared at his dog with annoyance, then walked to the nearby sink to clean the sticky liquid from his hands. Just as Ailin turned around, a vast abyssal moor, nearly filling the entire cold storage, flashed open. Within the cold storage, the massive, broken corpse of the abomination vanished in an instant. Even the glass bottle containing the abomination's blood had been licked clean by the little monster. At this moment, Ailin, who was facing away from the little monster, cleaning the wet liquid from his hands, suddenly spoke. Remember to brush your teeth after eating. Oh, little monster, clean the cold room too. Remember to clean it thoroughly. Abomination looks disgusting. I feel like leaving that guy's body behind has made the cold room unclean. Click. At Ailin's command, a flash of red light flashed from the little monster's body. Suddenly, the walls of the cold room began to move rapidly. Then, 4 shower heads, which should have been in the bathroom, emerged from the ceiling of the cold room and sprayed water droplets into the room. At the same time, clean towels, dabbed with detergent, began to wipe every corner of the cold room. 2 mops were on the floor, sweeping the floor with the water droplets and detergent. After flushing the cold storage, the wastewater flowed quickly into the sewer along several grooves that had suddenly appeared on its edge. After all this was done, the little monster grunted and ran to the huge sink built specifically for it and began to brush its teeth. After washing the sticky saliva off his hands, Ailin watched the little monster brushing its teeth, and under its control, it seemed to come alive and spontaneously clean the various cleaning tools in the cold storage. He smiled silently. After the little monster was born, not only did he gain a companion who would never betray him, but he also no longer had to clean his house. This feeling of not having to clean was truly comfortable. Just as Ailin was sighing, he suddenly noticed a faint yellow glow emanating from the little monster brushing its teeth. Then, this pale yellow glow quickly spread throughout the house. As the halo spread, Ailin noticed a faint yellowish texture appearing on the walls and floor of the house. What is this? Surprised by this sudden change, Ailin stepped forward and stroked the walls and floor. As Ailin stroked the wall, the monster, having quickly brushed its teeth, excitedly jumped to his side. Its large mouth emitted a continuous click, click, sound, as if expressing its joy and perhaps even saying something. Ailin, whose mind had reached a state of trance, discovered that he could now seemingly understand some of the monster's cries. Stroking the monster's bald head, Ailin asked uncertainly, "Are you saying that after absorbing some of the power within the abomination, you gained a strange ability and became much tougher?" Seeing that its master understood, the monster happily uttered another click, click, sound. Then, its large head nodded continuously. Tough. The abomination's skin was impervious to weapons and ammunition. Even heavy machine gun fire and rocket artillery bombardment couldn't penetrate its skin defenses. Could this be the source of the monster's resilience? With this in mind, Ailin had the monster take out the pistols, submachine guns, and sniper rifles it had animated and begin testing them against its transformed wall. After a series of tests, Ailin discovered that the monster's defenses had indeed increased significantly. The wall, already animated by it, was now coated with a layer of film, becoming incredibly tough. Pistol and submachine gun bullets couldn't penetrate the wall's defenses. Sniper bullets could dig a dent in the wall, but would be deflected by the invisible film. Not bad, Ailin smiled, sensing the monster's increased defenses. As his reserved base camp, the higher the monster's defenses, the better. That way, if nothing else, Ailin could sleep more peacefully. Just as the delighted little monster was rubbing its big head against Ailin's body, a golden ball suddenly rolled out of Ailin's pocket. Chapter 168 The Clown. A golden sphere suddenly tumbled from Ailin's pocket. Just as it was about to hit the floor, a slender hand, like catching the moon from the bottom of the ocean, grasped the falling sphere. Looking at the sphere he had retrieved, Ailin's earlier trembling calmed down considerably. This thing is notoriously tough. The object within the sphere was none other than the evil aura sealed by the six-winged angel. The seal, cast with a small amount of the six-winged angel's power, was certainly not fragile. It shattered at the slightest touch. But the evil aura trapped within was no pushover either. In less than an hour, the once dazzling golden sphere had been significantly eroded by the evil aura. Ailin's eyes flickered slightly as he observed the golden sphere in his hand, which occasionally flickered with a faint light. Looks like I need to get rid of this hot potato quickly. Without the ultimate weapon of summoning an angel, Ailin's resilience was significantly weakened. He no longer had a powerful means to deal with this evil aura. If he wasn't careful and the evil aura escaped from the golden sphere, Ailin would be in big trouble. He was just a clown, and he couldn't handle the distorted monsters tainted by the evil aura. Of course, if the evil aura did escape, Ailin wouldn't have to deal with the other distorted monsters. It would probably contaminate Ailin first. Just as Ailin was about to enter the scale space, expend his fate points, and purify the evil aura from the golden sphere, a nearby monster looked at the golden sphere in Ailin's hand. A large pool of saliva dripped from the edge of its slightly open mouth. Delicious. I want to eat. I really want to eat. Ailin, still caressing the monster's head with his other hand, suddenly sensed the intense emotion emanating from his dog. He quickly turned, gazing at the drooling monster with a look of profound surprise. He tiptoed, holding the golden orb in his hand, and said, "You want to eat this?" The monster hesitated, then made another series of crunching sounds. Ailin, now understanding the monster's cries, automatically translated the crackling sounds. Want to eat, afraid, Afraid and still wanting to eat? Ailin patted the monster's head in annoyance. If the monster had such a strong appetite for the golden orb in his hand, then there was no doubt that swallowing the orb or the evil spirit trapped within it would bring some unknown benefit to the monster. However, the evil spirit, which required the full force of a six-winged angel to purify, was probably beyond the monster's current ability to digest. Otherwise, the monster wouldn't be afraid. Okay, stop drooling. You can't digest what's in here right now. After patting the monster's head, Ailin had no intention of feeding the golden sphere and the evil spirit within it to the monster. The evil spirit was different from the abomination he'd seen before. The abomination could be eaten, and even if the monster didn't gain any abilities from it, there would be no backlash. But the evil spirit was different. Although it was only a trace, its essence was too high. Even a single trace was beyond the monster's ability to digest. Who knew what would happen to the monster after swallowing it? Physical deformation wouldn't matter, but if the monster's mind was twisted and contaminated by the evil spirit, that would be truly disastrous. That was not what Ailin wanted to see. After giving the monster some instructions, Ailin re-entered the Libra dimension. Stepping on the white mist flowing like mercury, Ailin slowly crossed to the edge of the boundless silver river. Gazing upon the vast silver river once more, Ailin extended his hand. A giant silver scale phantom was projected before Ailin. Manifest a purifying light. Ding. Do you want to consume 1,000 fate points to condense a purifying light from the river of fate? Yes. After summoning the silver scale phantom, Ailin wasted no time, spending 1,000 fate points to materialize a purifying light from the river of fate. Watching the pure, ever-radiating purifying light floating before him, Ailin extended his hand and tossed the golden sphere he had brought with him, the one that sealed the evil god's aura, into the purifying light. The moment the golden sphere sank into the purifying light, the golden wisps of light enveloping it were rapidly decomposed and absorbed by the purifying light, becoming nutrients that strengthened the purifying light. Freed from the golden sphere's restraint, the evil god's aura, sealed by the golden light, erupted like a wild horse unleashed. But before it could even make a move, it was met by the purifying light that had already surrounded it. Almost a moment it came into contact with the evil god's aura, the purifying light, as if encountering its natural enemy, burst into an incredibly dazzling brilliance. The brilliance was so dazzling that it blinded Ailin. Sizzle, sizzle, it seemed like an eternity, then only a moment. When Ailin opened his eyes again, the wisp of strange evil god aura had been completely purged by the purifying light. What Ailin didn't know was that even after purifying the evil god's aura, the purifying light had not completely dissipated. With a slight flicker, the last wisp of purifying light sank into Ailin's body. The moment Ailin purified the evil god's aura, the seemingly boundless and infinitely vast river of fate before Ailin suddenly surged forward with a massive wave, then crashed down with great force. At the same time, another notification chimed in Ailin's ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for purifying the evil god's aura and resolving the evil god's contamination. The fate of the world is upon you. Almost instantly, a mysterious cyan beam descended from the sky, plunging directly into Ailin's body. Simultaneously, the scales of fate, perched above the edge of the river, exerted their power. Seizing the moment the river surged, they abruptly sucked in a vast amount of fate points from the seemingly boundless river. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8,000 fate points, 5,000 for purifying the evil spirit's aura, 3,000 for changing Harlem's fate of destruction. Detected that the host's fate points have exceeded 10,000 again. Activating the hidden advanced lottery option, asking whether to consume 10,000 fate points to combine into one advanced lottery. Note, the guaranteed reward for the advanced lottery is a blue item, with an increased chance of purple or higher level items, and a certain chance of a gold item. For the first advanced lottery draw, the chance of winning is doubled, and the guaranteed reward is a purple item. For a brief moment, a series of ding-dong sounds echoed through Ailin's mind. After quickly reviewing the information transmitted to his mind, Ailin looked at the 12,702 reward points in his stats column and fell into deep thought. It could be said that the number of fate points earned today, in just one day, completely exceeded Ailin's expectations. After the Joker's clone killed Crossbones, Ailin earned 500 fate points. However, he quickly traded 298 of these 500 fate points for other supernatural items in exchange for the Instigator potion, leaving only 202. He then sniped Sitwell, another Hydra high-ranking figure who had appeared in the storyline, earning him another 500 fate points. Afterward, returning home to count his gains, Ailin discovered that the reward for destroying the secondary forbidden item, Suffocating Shadow, which was incubating in the abandoned apartment building the previous night, had also arrived. A full 2,000 fate points. Even for a secondary forbidden item that hadn't yet been successfully incubated, Ailin had already claimed 2,000 fate points. This sum alone made Ailin feel his trip was worthwhile. Having earned nearly 3,000 fate points in a single day, Ailin had initially assumed that his next fate point income would come from Alexander Pierce, the former director of SHIELD and the hidden leader of Hydra. But who knew? On his way back, the Joker's clone happened to encounter the battle between the Hulk and the Abomination. And what about the subsequent Worm Plague and the descent of the Worm Demon? Ailin summoned the Seraphim and slew the Abomination and the Worm Demon, seizing the opportunity to instantly reap a fortune. Killing the Abomination earned Ailin 3,000 fate points. And then, completely purifying the aura of the evil god earned Ailin another 5,000 fate points. Reversing Harlem's fateful destruction earned Ailin another 3,000 fate points. Of course, concentrating that purifying light also cost Ailin 1,000 fate points. 500 295 plus 500 plus 2,000 plus 3,000 plus 5,000 plus 3,000 1,000, 12,702 points. In just one day, Ailin had earned 12,702 fate points. Even with his current state of mind, the sight of this massive sum of fate points in his hands still filled Ailin's heart with excitement, a feeling he couldn't quite recover from. After taking a deep breath, Ailin finally paid attention to the following pop-up messages on his fate panel. An advanced lottery? 10,000 fate points were needed to craft one advanced lottery? Seeing that advanced lottery option, Ailin's eyelids twitched. Previously, it was just a basic lottery, and now, with just a few more fate points, the hidden advanced lottery option had been activated. Damn! Why did it feel so much like a pay-to-win game? Complaints aside, the note below the advanced lottery had Ailin tempted. The guaranteed reward was a blue item, effectively eliminating white and green items, raising the prize tier by 2 levels. This guaranteed high-quality blue prize, even with the worst luck. That wasn't a big deal. But the note about the increased chances of purple and gold items was a different story. Not to mention, the parentheses even specifically note that the first advanced draw had a guaranteed purple item. Purple items. Ailin had only drawn them twice. Both the Cosmic Brain Meditation and the powerful Angel Scepter were incredibly powerful. Exchanging 10,000 fate points for an item of this caliber was undoubtedly worthwhile. Not to mention, advanced draws also had a chance of revealing even higher level golden items. Golden items. That was a top tier reward Ailin had never even seen. Ailin hadn't even seen a golden item yet. If his luck was so good he could win one this time, then. Thinking of this, Ailin's trance-like state of mind couldn't help but surge with excitement. I can't keep thinking like that. Otherwise, my newly ascended state of trance might even risk falling back. After finally suppressing the excitement within him, Ailin's mind shifted. 10,000 fate points were combined into a high-level draw on the Destiny Compass. The next second, a phantom of the Destiny Compass, hundreds of times larger than before, appeared above Ailin's head. This time, the destiny compass above Ailin's head seemed much clearer. Even the mysterious prize patterns on it loomed. After taking a deep breath, Ailin ordered, "Draw." The moment Ailin finished speaking, the shadowy destiny compass began to spin at a speed barely discernible to the naked eye. Although the high-level draw's destiny compass was significantly larger than before, the draw took about the same amount of time. Before Ailin could react, the massive needle of the destiny compass stopped at an area shimmering with purple light. Purple light? Could it be that this time, the prize was a purple item? Looking at the purple glowing area pointed by the destiny compass needle, Ailin, despite having already guessed, couldn't help but feel a hint of disappointment. After all, it wasn't gold. Just as Ailin's emotions were tumbling, the massive compass of fate above his head shattered into countless particles, disappearing into this mysterious space. At the same time, a purple ball of light fell from the sky. Before Ailin could reach out to catch it, the still falling purple ball suddenly burst into rainbow-like radiance. Then, at the core of that hue, a vibrantly colored figure slowly emerged. The next second, a multicolored clown, with a powerful push of his hands, tore through the purple ball of light that enveloped him and emerged. Chapter 169, Fuck Your Fate. The clown emerged from the purple ball of light, appearing incredibly happy, as if freed from its restraints. It somersaulted several times in midair. The next second, a bright red sphere suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, the colorful clown landed deftly, sitting firmly atop the suspended red sphere. Stretching and casually drawing a rainbow, the clown before him seemed to have had enough fun. He then cast his gaze towards Ailin, who was not far away. After a slight snort, a smile of surprise flashed across the colorful clown's face. "Hey, I smell a clown scent on you." Interesting. The next second, the colorful clown vanished, reappearing at Ailin's shoulder. Using its palm-sized body as a climbing mountain, it leaped up and down, having a blast. Looking at the clown jumping up and down, occasionally pinching him, Ailin frowned slightly and asked, "What are you?" Ailin had used the compass of destiny so many times, but this was the first time he had drawn a living being. After hearing Ailin's words, he reached out and hooked the corner of Ailin's clothes. With a gentle swing, the colorful clown once again jumped onto Ailin's left shoulder. "I'm nothing? Question mark? Huh? Wait, bah, you're nothing, and neither are your whole family." The palm-sized clown had barely finished speaking when it sensed something was wrong. After a brief moment of thought, it pointed at Ailin's nose and cursed. "I'm the greatest clown in the universe." The clown, having just said his name, seemed to remember something, and his endless shouting suddenly stopped. "I remember that after I shattered the wheel of destiny, the gods that followed were dragged along to be buried with me." "How?" There was a slight pause. After 2 or 3 seconds, the clown's face, smeared with paint and seemingly riotous colors, suddenly broke into a wide grin, revealing an expression of sudden realization. He chuckled, "So I've been dead for a long time." He, the clown, seemingly oblivious to his own mortality, looked up at the seemingly eternal scales of fate above the river of fate. The clown on Ailin's shoulder seemed to understand something. "Am I now a phantom, fished out from the river of history? Interesting, but the wheel of fate can't control my fate, and you, a tinted, broken scale, think you can control my life? Damn your fate." The next second, it suddenly turned to Ailin and said, "Little one, watch this. This is what a real clown is." Without waiting for Ailin's response, the clown, standing firmly on the red sphere, arrogantly pointed a finger at the seemingly eternal scales of fate above the river of fate. "In the name of playful life, reverse fate." As the playful life wheel roared, a terrifying, overwhelming aura suddenly emerged from its fingertips. It was an aura strikingly similar to the river of fate not far away, yet distinctly different. The moment that aura appeared, the boundless, radiant Milky Way of the river of fate seemed to tremble for a moment, imperceptibly. Then, a silvery white phantom of the river of fate emerged from behind the playful life clown. Like the Milky Way hanging upside down in the heavens, it strangely surged upstream, surging towards the immense scale of fate itself. Nearby, Ailin was stunned by the sight of the playful life clown, summoned by the compass of fate, actually attacking the scale of fate. This scene completely redefined Ailin's understanding of the items summoned by the compass of fate. Having only performed a single high-level summon, Ailin wondered if this was due to the uniqueness of the items drawn in the high-level lottery, or if the summoned playful life clown itself was unique. After all, it wasn't the first time Ailin had drawn a purple item, but none had ever been as unique as this hip-hop clown. Faced with hip-hop clown's defiance, the scales of fate, seemingly standing tall and proud above the river of destiny since time immemorial, seemed to tremble slightly. Within the silver-white scales, a vast energy seemed to be unleashed. A force greater and more immensity than anything Ailin had ever witnessed suddenly erupted from the scales. It was a force beyond words. Before it, the boundless scales seemed to shift, the world shifting. Even time and space were turned upside down. It finally settled above the phantom of the river of destiny, moving upstream. It enveloped the phantom. At that moment, all light, sound, and even all perception within the void of heaven and earth were instantly obscured. The phantom of the river of destiny, seemingly capable of sweeping across heaven and earth and reversing everything, was ruthlessly crushed by this force. Without a second thought, faced with this indescribable might, the phantom of the river of destiny summoned by the Joker was instantly shattered. It was as if it purified everything, reduced it to nothingness, transformed into the purest source, and flowed back into the scales of fate. But faced with this near-crushing outcome, the Joker, swimming upstream against the phantom of the river of destiny, let a hint of mockery slip into his face. His bright eyes seemed to silently utter two words, "Idiot." The next moment, the Joker was shattered to ash by the boundless force of the scales of fate. But just when Ailin thought everything was over, the Joker, who should have been crushed by the might of the scales of fate, suddenly appeared at the fulcrum of the scales of fate. Then, he spat fiercely at the scales of fate. "Ugh, fuck your fate, even if I'm just a shadow, I'm not a toy for you to manipulate." Just as the thick phlegm from the hipster clown was about to stain the scales of fate, the same crushing force from before descended with a terrifying force. It instantly shattered the phlegm and, perched atop the scales of fate, the hipster clown, into nothingness. This time, not even a trace of the hipster clown remained. This time, that hipster clown should be dead. From a distance, Ailin, watching the battle, breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the hipster clown's body instantly vanish into nothingness. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any more accidents this time. But before Ailin could even think of it, a tiny, booted foot suddenly appeared behind Ailin and delivered a vicious kick to his buttocks. The sudden, immense force sent Ailin flying backwards. But as he was being kicked, the Joker potion in Ailin's body, as if catalyzed by some force, was instantly digested. "Hey, boy, remember, clowns are the freest of all creatures, free from all those bullshit constraints, whether it's a potion or an external force. Remember, you control the power, not the one being manipulated or fooled by it. So-called acting is a means to facilitate your control of the power, not to truly become the one being portrayed. Accept my gift and grow freely. I hope one day you can break free from the shackles within you." Before Ailin could even hear the voice behind him, the Joker, who had suddenly appeared behind Ailin, suddenly vanished into nothingness by a mighty force descending from the sky, as if by teleportation. This time, the Joker seemed truly dead. Ailin had waited for an eternity, hoping to see him reappear. Feeling the Joker potion completely digested within him, and the faint, strange power that had emerged, Ailin stood there in silence. After a long pause, Ailin looked at the calm shadow of the scales of fate in the distance and let out a breath. This high-level lottery had been filled with twists and turns. Perhaps even the scales of fate couldn't have guessed that the Joker would attack it. However, thanks to the Joker, Ailin had truly witnessed the might of the scales of fate, gaining a deeper understanding of its power. Although the Joker had been instantly reduced to nothingness by the scales of fate, Ailin had not gained nothing. The Joker's final kick, in a way Ailin couldn't understand, had helped Ailin completely digest the Joker potion. It had also infused a special seed of power into Ailin's body, the power of Joker. An extremely hidden and unique power. Born from fate, yet subtly repelled by it. Able to conceal itself and evade fate's grasp, it could use its tricks to tease fate, drawing nourishment from the shadows, constantly strengthening its power. If the power of hip fate were strong enough, Ailin could even use it to directly warp destiny and rewrite the fate of all things in the universe. Of course, the power of hip fate within Ailin at this moment was only a nascent seed of power, far from the strength to rewrite the destiny of all beings. Looking at the seemingly eternal shadow of the scales of fate, Ailin's eyes flickered. But this power might also be an opportunity. The appearance of the hip fate Joker, and its final kick at Ailin's butt that instantly consumed Ailin's Joker potion, had almost completely disrupted Ailin's plans. Originally, Ailin had intended to quickly draw prize and see if he could find something suitable. Then, While Hydra and SHIELD were fighting, he could secretly eliminate the Hydra leader who ordered the killing of the Joker's clone. But now, having completely digested the Joker potion and capable of advancement at any time, Ailin naturally had to change his plans. For example, before seeking revenge against Hydra, he would first level up. The sequence 7, Magician, marks the stage in the Diviner's transformation from support to powerful. Once promoted to Magician, Ailin's strength will undergo a complete transformation. With a Magician's numerous extraordinary methods and uncanny abilities, Ailin's attempts to defeat Hydra will undoubtedly be much easier. However, this time, Ailin chose not to advance in the Libra dimension. Instead, he retrieved the tube of Magician potion he had drawn long ago and returned to reality with it. Watching the Magician potion in the test tube, like fireworks, red, orange, yellow, and green, constantly spreading and disappearing, Ailin flipped his fingertips. The coin, which had a hint of spirituality and had been cultivated by Ailin into divination coin, appeared between Ailin's index and middle fingers. With a ding, the coin, which almost possessed a hint of divination, was flipped up. Ailin was using divination to confirm the success of his advancement. Snap! The coin landed heads, a sign of approval. Excellent. After receiving the affirmation, Ailin didn't drink the potion immediately. Instead, he returned to his room, showered, and changed into clean, comfortable clothes. Then, he picked up the Magician potion again and brought it to his lips. Raising his hand and tilting his head back, Ailin drank the colorful Magician potion in one gulp, almost without hesitation. Gulp! As Ailin's Adam's apple moved, the cold potion flowed down his throat. Colorful bubbles continuously burst in Ailin's throat. Each bubble seemed to transform into fireworks, exploding explosively within Ailin's body. Almost instantly, veins bulged on Ailin's forehead. Within those veins, a trace of colorful blood seemed to flow. Amidst the powerful beating of his heart, a rumbling sound resembling a surging lake was heard. The stimulation the Magician's potion brought to Ailin was several times greater than that of the Joker's potion. Within this intense stimulation, countless strange knowledge and abilities, accompanied by unspeakable horrifying whispers, almost simultaneously poured into Ailin's mind. Each drop of the potion transformed into countless tiny particles, constantly transforming Ailin's body, imprinting one bizarre ability after another into his very being, even deep within his cells. However, this time, facing the terrifying whispers that practically filled his mind, Ailin coped with them with far greater ease than he had the last time he ascended to the Joker. Even the terrifying whispers had a much milder effect on Ailin than they had the last time he ascended. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Magician. No. It wasn't that the terrifying whispers had diminished in power. In fact, this time, the whispers were even more frantic than before. More precisely, Ailin's mind was far stronger than his last ascension. This strength had made him more resilient to the insane whispers. It was precisely because of this change that Ailin had the illusion that the whispers had weakened this time. The ethereal whispers, filled with immense fear and temptation, echoed once again in Ailin's ears and mind. As one firework after another exploded, Ailin's head began to expand and contract again. In this cycle, Ailin's thoughts continued to gather. Unconsciously, Ailin slowly entered a meditative state, constantly gathering his exponentially growing spiritual energy. An unknown amount of time passed. When Ailin opened his eyes again, he had gradually gathered most of his strength. The physical stimulation brought on by his advancement gradually subsided. The itching all over his body slowly subsided, and even his arms, which had been flickering between light and darkness, shifting between transparent and translucent states, returned to normal. A few minutes later, after completely suppressing the last trace of restless spiritual energy within him, Ailin slowly rose from the sofa. As his slender figure fully stood, a mysterious and captivating aura surged from him. From that moment on, Ailin had truly stepped onto the threshold of the middle sequence, becoming an extraordinary magician. Simultaneously with Ailin's successful advancement, the scales of fate hidden above the river of destiny vibrated once more. Under these tremors, like breathing, more black spots and air currents were shaken off the scales and fell into the boundless, indistinct river of destiny. As the river of destiny rolled, these strands of black light continuously merged into the silvery drops of its water. Every drop of the long river of fate represents the fate of a life. As the strands of black light merged with each drop of water, they also continuously contaminated and altered the original destinies of each life. For those beings, and even objects, already tainted by the black light, the reappearance of the black light was like a tonic, rapidly driving them to further mutate, transforming into something even more terrifying. After successfully advancing to the mid-sequence, magician, Ailin stretched his body and immediately began to sense the difference between the magician and the clown. First, Ailin's movement seemed much more agile, and even his hands became more nimble. Beyond the subtle vibrations of his body, the magical abilities granted by the potion were also infused into Ailin's mind through a mysterious and unknown means, imprinted upon his spirit, or rather, etched upon his genes. The magician stage is considered one of the most powerful of all sequences. Their extraordinary abilities are numerous and varied. Unlike mages who require a long countdown to chant incantations, the magician possesses swift spellcasting techniques. Ailin's abilities require no chanting or spiritual infusion. A simple gesture can swiftly unleash corresponding spells or spell-like abilities. Ailin briefly reviewed the mystical knowledge in his mind, excluding some minor tricks of limited practical application. The magician stage has 9 main abilities. One is pulling paper into weapons, a spell-like ability possessed since the clown stage. After advancing to sequence 7, this ability has been enhanced. Now, this spell-like ability can not only transform paper into sharp objects, but also temporarily shape it into clubs, bricks, and other weapons. Besides this ability, the magician stage's other abilities are damage transfer, flame leap, air bullet, paper doll substitute, fire manipulation, creating illusions, underwater breathing, and bone softening. Damage transfer can transfer a wound from one location to another on the same body through contact, reducing a fatal injury to a minor one. This is a very useful life-saving ability, but unfortunately, it can only be used once in a short period of time and cannot be used continuously. Paper doll substitute allows the magician to temporarily transform a paper doll into themselves at a critical moment, swapping positions with their own. In addition to blocking fatal blows, paper doll substitute can also effectively reduce the damage of curses. These 2 life-saving abilities have greatly increased Ailin's survivability. In addition to these 2 abilities, there are bone softening, which temporarily softens part of one's bones to break free from restraints, and underwater breathing, which creates a 5-meter-long air tube beneath the surface for breathing. And flame leap, which allows one to flash between their own or existing flames within a 30-meter range, similar to teleportation. These greatly enrich Ailin's escape options. Although they have reached the mid-series, where qualitative changes are beginning, the Coulson family remains worthy of being the Coulson family. Even for the most powerful magicians, a large portion of their core abilities are focused on escape and survival. But I like it. Besides those primarily survival abilities, Ailin also possesses the magical ability fire manipulation. With a simple gesture, he can manipulate flames within a 30-meter radius, transforming them into streams of flame that incinerate anyone or anything within that radius. Once he fully digests the magician potion or reaches a higher sequence, this fire manipulation ability can even summon streams of flame. At that point, whether used in conjunction with fire leap for escape or attacking with summoned streams of flame, it becomes a very useful ability. Besides fire manipulation, magicians can also create air bullets with the power and speed of a pistol by snapping their fingers or simulating sounds. This ability's effectiveness increases as Ailin's sequence level rises. Once Ailin reaches a higher sequence, air bullets will become air cannons, as powerful as artillery shells. Of course, there are more to these abilities. Ailin also places great importance on illusion creation, a magician's signature skill. This ability can influence the surrounding environment to create near-realistic illusions of color, sound, and smell. The effect is so convincing that it confuses the perception of humans and all intelligent beings. Combined with Ailin's spiritual cultivation and hypnosis, this ability will become a nightmare for those who oppose him. Feeling the numerous abilities suddenly awakened within him, Ailin smiled and said, "Looks like tonight will be another sleepless night." Having awakened so many bizarre and extraordinary abilities at once, how could Ailin not experiment with them? Furthermore, having awakened the ability to create paper dolls, Ailin must seize the opportunity to create a batch of paper dolls to save his life. As Ailin was experimenting with his newly awakened abilities after his promotion, within a heavily guarded building, Alexander Pierce, secretly the leader of Hydra but publicly a minister of the World Security Council, was fulfilling his duties as minister of the World Security Council. That means being scolded. According to incomplete statistics, the number of people killed in the catastrophe in Harlem tonight reached thousands, and countless more were missing or injured. In New York, a world-class metropolis, such a catastrophic loss of life occurred. As Minister of the World Security Council, Alexander Pierce could not escape blame. Therefore, facing the accountability of countries around the world and the high-ranking Federal Department of Defense official who had completely abandoned his former manners and cursed him, Alexander Pierce could only stand at attention and take the beating. After finally waiting for the meeting to end, Alexander Pierce closed the video conference link and exhaled. He took a sip from a nearby glass of bourbon before speaking into a nearby phone that had been continuously activated. Fury, you heard it too. The Harlem incident has had a disastrous impact. It's too devastating. I need to give an explanation to the Federation and to the nations of the world, and you also need to give an explanation to me. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before Nick Fury's voice rang out, I'll give you an explanation. Pierce, looking at the phone on the desk, which showed the call was disconnected, Pierce chuckled softly before placing it in a specially designed drawer. After this, Pierce, holding his glass upright, slowly crossed a brightly lit conference room and walked into a dimly lit room next door. The moment he entered the room, Pierce's aura shifted. It was as if, in that moment of light and darkness, the righteous, solemn World Security Council minister transformed into the Hydra leader hidden behind the scenes. In the dimly lit room, no one else was there except Pierce's secretary, who wore long black hair. However, several laptops in the room slowly emitted a dim blue light. My lord, the Baron and his wife are ready and at your service. Feel free to start the call, Pierce, reclining on the leather sofa with his wine glass in hand, said. Let's begin. The secretary, with long, black hair, nodded and tapped the table. The next second, a figure, hidden in the darkness, appeared on all three laptops. Pierce, you're late again. As soon as the video link was connected, a disgruntled voice echoed from the laptop on the left. But before Pierce could respond, a hoarse female voice echoed from the laptop on the left. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get straight to the point. I'm sure you've all seen those horrible guys that appeared in Harlem. Pierce, New York is your territory. Have you figured out the details of those monsters? Pierce, who was lying on the sofa with his head back, heard Mrs. Viper's voice and said, the Abomination and the Hulk who appeared first have been confirmed to be the experimental products of Admiral Ross of the military. Can the federal military already create monsters with such powerful strength? Baron Stark, who was sitting behind the notebook on the left, said in a low voice, it seems that I have to speed up my experiments too. No, Pierce shook his head. According to the intelligence I got, the appearance of both the Abomination and the Hulk was an accident, and General Ross could not control the two monsters. Otherwise, the battle between the two guys would not have been staged on the streets of New York at the beginning. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that Ross will optimize his experiments and create the kind of monster that can be controlled. After Pierce finished speaking, the hoarse female voice spoke up. The Federation military? I understand. Next, my men will infiltrate General Ross and try to steal his experimental data, but besides that, what about those demons and angels that appeared later? Are creatures from myth and legend starting to appear as well? Hearing this, Pierce rubbed his aching temple and said, I don't know. So far, I don't have any information about that demon or seraph, but Nick Fury seems to have some information. I'll try to get it. The meeting between the leaders of the major Hydra branches didn't last long. After exchanging various intelligence information, the meeting quickly concluded. After the meeting, the computers representing Baron Strucker and Madame Viper went dark one after another. Just as the third laptop, covered in garbled text, was about to go dark, Pierce suddenly spoke up. Dr. Zora, I'm going to accelerate the implementation of Project Insight. I need your help. Yes. The English word yes appeared on the screen of the last laptop, which was covered in garbled text, and then quickly went dark. Pierce breathed a sigh of relief after getting Dr. Zola's answer. After all the laptop screens went out, Pierce's secretary, a woman with long black hair, handed Pierce several photos taken by military satellites. Minister, based on the photos taken by the satellite and the news that Tony Stark acquired a funeral company a few hours ago, We can judge that the clown who had been against us has died in the final counterattack of the mysterious demon. Should we cancel the mission related to him? Looking at the picture of the clown turned into ashes taken by the military satellite, Pierce said lightly, since he's dead, let's cancel it. We don't need to spend too much energy on the dead, but it's too easy for him to die like this. Chapter 171 Invasion. Meanwhile, inside SHIELD, Nick Fury's face was gloomy as he looked at the newly released casualty report from Harlem. This was because of the recurring plagues of worms, demons, and even angels, supernatural elements. The World Security Council had already begun holding SHIELD accountable. If Pierce hadn't temporarily helped him with the pressure, the members of the World Security Council would have been calling him and beating him up. After all, SHIELD was established by the World Security Council specifically to handle all sorts of bizarre and extraordinary events. So much money was spent annually to support SHIELD, yet SHIELD failed to provide even the slightest warning. If the World Security Council didn't hold SHIELD accountable, who else could they hold accountable? Even if it was due to Abomination and the Hulk. The military also had an unavoidable responsibility and bore some of the blame, but SHIELD couldn't escape the blame either. Who is it that not only did SHIELD fail to provide warning, but also failed to provide follow-up support and handling? After all, General Ross had led his men on the front lines from beginning to end, while, aside from Natasha, none of the other SHIELD agents had even performed a remarkable feat. This left Nick Fury unable to shirk responsibility. But could he be blamed? He felt wronged. Who knew that after most of SHIELD's New York agents had been slaughtered that day, such a catastrophe would erupt in Harlem that very night? Nick Fury couldn't even mobilize agents from elsewhere in time. Thinking of this, Nick Fury's mood darkened even further, and he kept thinking about the now-deceased Joker. After all, if he hadn't killed so many SHIELD agents, they wouldn't be. Looking at Nick Fury, who exuded a dejected aura, Natasha silently took a half-step back. She didn't want to touch Fury's brow at this moment. It took a long time for Nick Fury to suppress his irritation. After taking a deep breath, Fury asked Natasha, "Have you compiled a list of high-ranking Catholic and Christian officials who have appeared in New York recently?" Natasha, who was standing by, handed a folder in her hand to Nick Fury. "All the lists are here." After opening the folder and flipping through a few pages at random, Nick Fury asked, "Do you think the mysterious man who summoned the six-winged angel will be on this list?" Natasha shook her head. "When I came here, I took a quick look at the information of the church leaders on this list, but these church leaders don't seem to have any special abilities. At least that's the information." After closing the folder in his hand, Nick Fury said in a deep voice, "In that case, let's expand the scope of the investigation. The six-winged angel that appeared in Harlem is too powerful, and coupled with this special status of angel since ancient times, we must never let this power be used by those with ulterior motives." "Understood." After nodding in response, Natasha hesitated for a moment and asked, "Director, that list..." Before Natasha finished speaking, Nick Fury interrupted, "I will handle the matter of that list personally, and from today on, that list is classified as level 10 confidential. You can't leak this matter to anyone except me. Do you understand?" Agent Romanoff, "Understood, Director." After Natasha left, Nick Fury's single eye gazed at the silver USB drive he'd hidden in a folder. A solemn expression on his face. Hydra, meanwhile, a faint mist had risen outside the port of Philadelphia, one of the oldest ports in the Commonwealth, on the Delaware River. Through the light of the lighthouse, the faint shadow of a dark ship could be seen, slowly emerging from the mist and gradually approaching the harbor. From the lighthouse, the night watchman, Ladim, spotted the shadow of the ship entering the harbor under the cover of darkness through the lighthouse's searchlight. Cursing, he threw on his coat, picked up his flashlight, and walked towards the slowly approaching dark figure. As he walked, Ladim grumbled, "It's so late, how could a ship enter the harbor in this awful weather? And why didn't anyone at the control tower notify us? Are those bastards on night watch sound asleep again?" he grumbled, shining his flashlight towards the vessel. He planned to lead the other party to a vacant ship dock at the port. But Ladim soon noticed something was wrong. Shrouded in a thin haze, the port of Philadelphia was unexpectedly quiet tonight. Aside from the crashing of waves, the entire harbor seemed devoid of any other sound. Even the bright lights that should have illuminated the entire dock were slowly swallowed by the thickening fog. Ladim, a longtime port worker, felt a flicker of nervousness creep over his face and silently paused. But then, a dark figure suddenly pierced through the mist, appearing in the light of Latim's powerful flashlight. It was a massive cruise ship. The Port of Philadelphia welcomed many large cruise ships each year, and as a veteran employee, Latim shouldn't have been surprised by a single one. But this massive ship, which should have been bright and boisterous, was covered in shellfish and seaweed. It looked exactly like a sunken ship just recovered from the seabed. What made Latim's heart tremble even more was the deathly silence aboard the cruise ship. As the ship fully emerged before his eyes, he vaguely imagined its shadow, transforming into vast, ominous gloom that enveloped the entire harbor. Gulp, Latim swallowed unconsciously. As a port worker, he'd heard many terrifying tales of ghost ships. Now, looking at the massive vessel before him, a sense of foreboding quickly washed over him. Ghost ship, almost instinctively, he took a few steps back. Latim, flashlight in hand, ran to the port's security room. There, a dozen security guards patrolled the night, maintaining order. While more security would be useless if this truly was a ghost ship, there was always safety in numbers. As he ran, Latim grabbed the intercom strapped to his chest, pressed the call button, and frantically called for help from his companions. However, the intercom, which had never had any problems, received no response except the crackling sound of electricity. The change in the intercom made Latim's heart beat faster, and his pace increased even more. But, 10 minutes later, Latim, who should have already reached the port security room, was shocked to find that his position seemed unchanged. The silent, huge cruise ship was quietly anchored behind him. Beads of sweat covered Latim's forehead, and his face was extremely pale. After running for a long time without success, he seemed to have realized that simply running would not get him away from this strange ship. After taking a deep breath, Latim gave himself a pep talk. No, don't scare yourself. Maybe everyone's asleep? Latim, don't be afraid. Constantly encouraging himself, Latim bravely climbed onto the rope hanging beside the cruise ship. As he climbed onto the ship's deck, covered in shellfish and seaweed, a chill ran down his tailbone and into his forehead. Within the pitch-black deck and cabin, there was. The next morning, while daylight was still fading, Tony Stark, who hadn't slept all night, arrived with Pepper at the Ailin residence's front door. Squeak! Without waiting for Pepper to open the door, the monster, who had already marked her access rights, manipulated the first-floor door open. Pepper, who was about to use her voice to unlock the first-floor access control, saw this, and a look of surprise crossed her face. Did Ailin upgrade the access control system again? Who knows? Maybe that kid added facial recognition or something. Tony Stark, standing nearby, wasn't surprised. After all, the smart system in his beachfront villa was more advanced than this one. Looking around at the crowd that had slowly turned their gazes towards him, Tony Stark, who hadn't slept all night, said wearily, "Okay, don't stand outside. Let's go in." With that, Tony Stark headed for the door. But just as he entered, a submachine gun loomed from the side, pointed at his head. The cold metallic sheen reflected off it, instantly confirming to Tony Stark, a man with decades of experience in munitions, that the submachine gun was a genuine weapon. With a submachine gun pointed at his head, Tony Stark's face paled. His right foot, which had just stepped out, before it had even completely entered the door, froze in midair. Oh, no, Pepper, standing behind Tony Stark, saw this and her face instantly changed. Just as she was about to move, she heard a familiar voice from the room. "All right, little monster, shut up. Let Aunt Pepper and him in." As Aaron's voice reached him, the submachine gun pointed at Tony Stark's head instantly vanished. Tony Stark turned furiously in the direction it had vanished, hoping to see who had the audacity to point the submachine gun at him. All he saw was a blank wall. Not only had the person pointing the gun at him vanished, but even the submachine gun itself had vanished without a trace. "Walter, where are the bastard who pointed a gun at me, and that submachine gun? Why are they gone, kid? Where did you hide them?" Aaron ignored the angry Tony Stark, but turned to Pepper, who was one step behind Tony Stark, with a hint of surprise in her eyes, and asked, "Aunt Pepper, why are you here? Shouldn't you hold a press conference or something now? After all, the famous Iron Man participated in the disaster last night from beginning to end." After seeing that Tony was okay, Pepper, who also looked a little tired, said in a slightly hoarse voice, "In fact, the press conference just ended. Last night, the military and the government had already held a joint press conference. It was not until just now that we got rid of those crazy reporters. At this time, Tony Stark, who couldn't find the hidden guy and the submachine gun, turned his head and said to Ailin with resentment, "Hey, yeah, we worked our asses off all night to get those messes done, but as soon as we walked in, someone had a gun pointed at our heads. Is that how you treat your friends? Don't blame me. Who told you to say bad things about Zyagwe last time, Zyagwe? Bad things? Is that the name of the smart butler who controls the access control system at Arling's house? He holds such a grudge. Could this kid's smart butler also be an AI?" As Tony Stark pondered over what Arling had said, Pepper, feeling a little heavy-hearted, didn't pay too much attention to this point. She continued what Tony had just interrupted and said, "In fact, we came here this time to discuss the funeral of Mr. Joker with you. Tony has already bought the best cemetery in New York for him, found the best funeral company, and contacted the priest of St. John's Cathedral to hold a funeral for him." At this moment, Tony on the side interrupted again. "Let me correct you. The money for that cemetery was paid by Pepper, saying that it was to thank that guy for saving her life, and the priest of St. John's Cathedral came to me directly after hearing that I held a funeral for Mr. Joker. He said that it was his honor to hold a funeral for a hero like the Joker. I just asked someone to help arrange the funeral." At this point, Tony Stark suddenly paused and said, "By the way, I still don't know the name of Mr. Joker. It's a bit disrespectful to always call a hero who sacrificed his life to save civilians Joker. We can't engrave Mr. Joker on his tombstone when the time comes, can we?" At the end of the story, even Tony, who is always smiling, turned serious. Tony still had some basic respect for such a hero who sacrificed his life to save others. "What's his name?" After hearing what Tony said, Ailin was slightly stunned. Ailin had never thought about this question. After all, Ailin knew very well that his clone was only temporarily dead. Moreover, even if the clone was really dead, the name of the tombstone could not be called Ailin's curtain. Otherwise, not only would his identity be exposed, but he would also have to suffer another social death. Thinking of this, Ailin pondered for a few seconds and said, "I don't know his name either. I only know that he likes to call himself the hipster clown." He deleted some and added nearly 200 words. Chapter 172. What? Tony, you are going to die. The Joker. Let's engrave that name on the tombstone as a tribute to the truly deceased Joker. After all, his clown clone was only temporarily dissipated, while the Joker who dared to tamper with the scales of fate was truly dead. He had at least helped him digest the Joker potion in advance and given him a special Joker power. It seemed only natural to erect a tombstone and pay tribute to him. Ailin felt that engraving the name Joker on the tombstone was reasonable, but Tony Stark, standing beside him, looked at Ailin with a look of astonishment. "Hippie clown? What the hell is that? Do you want to engrave that on your tombstone? And aren't you his friend? How come you don't even know his name? Is it weird that you don't know his name? When our circle communicates, we usually use code names or titles. No one uses their real name to communicate, and he has never mentioned his name." Tony couldn't help but complained after hearing what Ailin said. "You communicate entirely with code names. Are you sure your so-called circle is not some killer organization?" Ailin deliberately rolled his eyes when he heard this, and then said in a low voice, "Of course not. We use code names to communicate only to reduce some unnecessary trouble. After all, names contain many special meanings. Not only will they reveal our real information, but if used by someone with ulterior motives, the real name will become the best medium for the other party to curse you. Even the demons and angels in mythology have appeared. You don't think the curse is just a legend, do you? Curse? Is there such a thing?" Tony Stark shuddered when he heard this. Tony Stark would rather face a devastating nuclear bomb than these mystical curses. After all, he could still run from a nuclear bomb. But facing that strange and unpredictable curse, Tony Stark didn't even know where to run. Just then, Pepper, standing nearby, seemed to have a thought. She asked, "Curse? Speaking of which, last night in Harlem, many people were inexplicably bleeding from all 7 orifices and acting like they were mad. Some of them were healed and regained their sanity after being showered with feathers by the seraph, but others remain insane to this day. Are they also cursed?" "No," Ailin shook his head. "They weren't cursed. It was simply that their minds and souls were irreversibly tainted by gazing directly at the phantom of the evil god that appeared over New York. The feathers showered by the seraph may have cleansed some of the contamination, but that was only a fraction." Pepper was taken aback by Ailin's answer. "Those people were not cursed?" But they became like that because they looked directly at the phantom of the evil god that appeared in the sky above New York. Looking directly at a phantom makes people crazy. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. A sneer appeared on Ailin's face. There is such a sentence in the Bible, image of the invisible God. To put it another way, it actually means that you can't look directly at God. Even the merciful God does not allow mortals to look directly at him, let alone those evil gods. Of course, from the point of view of mysticism, it is not because God or evil gods value their own majesty that they do not allow mortals to look directly at them, but because their strength is too strong and their life level is too high. For ordinary people to look directly at such beings is like looking directly at the sun with an astronomical telescope, and the consequences are thousands of times more serious than this. In ancient legends, there are many records of ordinary people who suddenly changed their personalities and became crazy and cruel after seeing beings like the devil. This is not entirely due to Yi, but their spiritual will was polluted by higher beings. After listening to Ailin's analogy, Pepper's face changed. Then, he quickly recalled a passage from the Bible. Tony Stark, standing nearby, quickly pulled out his phone and searched back for the phrase Ailin had mentioned. Image of the invisible God. There actually was such a phrase. Just as Tony Stark and Pepper were stunned, Ailin turned and went back upstairs. In less than a minute, he returned from the second floor. However, this time, he suddenly had a briefcase in his hands. Returning to the first floor, Ailin didn't explain anything further to Pepper and the others. Too much is as bad as too little. What he had said today, this knowledge laced with illicit activities, was enough for Tony Stark and the others. Once they had digested it, Ailin took out his glass and poured Pepper a glass of warm water. While offering it to her to calm her, he also handed her the briefcase in his hand. What is this? Pepper's eyes flickered with confusion as she gazed at the briefcase Ailin had handed her. Here's a power of attorney for Stark Industries stock. I took advantage of the stock's plunge to short it at a high price, and then bought a bunch of Stark Industries stock at its lowest point. I heard, Aunt Pepper, that you were planning to hold a shareholders meeting to reorganize the company, so I asked a lawyer to prepare a power of attorney, authorizing you to exercise all my voting rights within Stark Industries. I don't own many shares, but they should be helpful in helping you integrate Stark Industries. At this point, Ailin said to Pepper, by the way, Aunt Pepper, I haven't even congratulated you on becoming CEO of Stark Industries yet. Consider this a gift from me. It's unclear if it was Ailin's influence, or if it was because Tony Stark was rescued from terrorists early and the Mark series armor was built ahead of time. In this life, Tony Stark became a hands-off boss even earlier. Pepper had become CEO of Stark Industries even earlier. Of course, it had only been a few days since Pepper's appointment. Furthermore, Pepper had handled the matter discreetly, avoiding widespread publicity. Had Ailin not been keeping tabs on Pepper's situation, he might not have known about it. After learning of Pepper's appointment, Ailin consulted a lawyer and drafted a share authorization document. With Ailin's authorization and Tony Stark's support, Pepper's position as CEO of Stark Industries would surely be much easier in this life than originally planned. But upon hearing the Stark Industries share authorization document in the briefcase in her hand, Pepper's eyes flashed with surprise and relief. Thank you. Pepper didn't refuse the share authorization document. Regardless of the size of the shares, it was a gesture of Ailin's heart. And Pepper was also relieved by Ailin's thoughtfulness. On the other hand, Tony Stark's mouth twitched when he heard that Ailin had taken advantage of the stock's plunge to short sell at a high price, then bought the stock at its lowest point. Wow. You're a true business genius. I'm sure that move was the smartest investment you've ever made. With a slightly sarcastic and exaggerated tone, Tony Stark glanced at the equity authorization letter in Ailin's hand. Well, speaking of which, I'm curious. How much did you make from that financial investment? 100,000, 200,000, 1 million, 2 million. If it's too little, this equity stake won't help Pepper much. After all, only major shareholders of Stark Industries can attend the shareholders meeting. Tony. Before Tony Stark could finish, Pepper raised her eyebrows and interrupted him in dissatisfaction. Almost immediately after Pepper's voice rang out, Tony Stark's phone rang with the voice of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Sir, according to my latest data, Mr. Ailin now owns 11.35% of Stark Industries shares. This is second only to you in the SHIELD, which is secretly holding shares, and even higher than the shares currently held by the Stanny family, Obadiah's family. With this 11.35% stake, plus your full support, Ms. Pepper will have a total voting stake of 51.35% of Stark Industries shares. This will be a huge help in her bid to become CEO. Walter, 11.35% of Stark Industries shares. But when Jarvis announced this figure, not only was Pepper stunned, but even Tony Stark, standing beside her, showed an expression of disbelief. Walter, 11.35% of Stark Industries shares. Even if Ailin had bought in large quantities at the bottom of Stark Industries' stock price, the amount he would have invested would still be astronomical. Even Tony couldn't come up with such a huge amount of money, let alone this kid. Meanwhile, Pepper, who had also thought of this, had a drastic change of expression. She looked at Ailin with an unprecedented seriousness, and said solemnly, "Ailin, tell me, where did you get all this money?" "Right." Ailin looked at Pepper, whose eyes were filled with worry, and said helplessly, "Aunt Pepper, what are you thinking? I haven't done anything bad, and you're underestimating a fortune teller who can predict the future." In order to avoid Pepper's further questioning, Ailin simply explained how he had cured Norman Osborn's terminal illness with a supernatural potion, exchanged it for a 5% stake in Osborn Industries, then used that 5% stake to secure a $10 billion bank loan. He then aggressively shorted Stark Industries stock in the stock market, then aggressively bought up Stark Industries shares at their lowest point. Ailin attributed the entire process to the mysterious divination, explaining how he had the audacity to short Stark Industries stock and how he had seized the opportunity to buy heavily at its lowest point. This series of operations stunned Pepper and Tony Stark. "Damn it, fortune tellers are so easy to make money with? This isn't fair," Tony Stark muttered, then suddenly remembered Ailin's mention of the mysterious potion that had cured Norman Osborn's terminal illness. That mysterious potion can cure Norman Osborn's terminal illness, so can it also cure my palladium poisoning? Thinking of this, Tony's eyes unconsciously flashed with a strange color. Beside Tony, Pepper, who was in shock at the moment, did not notice the strange color in Tony Stark's eyes. But at this time, Ailin, who had an extraordinary sense of emotions, keenly caught a strange color that flashed in Tony Stark's eyes when he heard that Ailin used the extraordinary potion to cure Norman Osborn's terminal illness. His thoughts turned slightly. Ailin quickly thought of something. Speaking of which, Tony has already passed the position of CEO of Stark Industries to Pepper. Does that mean that he has already noticed the palladium poisoning in his body at this time? Thinking of this, Ailin's eyes rolled, and then he turned to Pepper with a smile and said, "By the way, Aunt Pepper, where's the cemetery you bought earlier? If it's a nice place, I think you can reserve a spot for Mr. Stark." Ailin, Pepper, who was originally happy that Ailin could make so much money, and was touched that he gave her full power of attorney for Stark Industries, couldn't help but glare at Ailin when she heard this. She thought that Ailin was dissatisfied with Tony's previous words and was taking the opportunity to retaliate. "Aunt Pepper, why are you glaring at me? I'm not kidding." Ailin glanced at Tony Stark beside him and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the poison around Mr. Stark's heart has begun to spread throughout his body. If this continues, I think we may have to attend his funeral soon. So I think it's necessary to prepare a beautiful cemetery in advance." Ailin finished speaking. Pepper, who was glaring at Ailin with disapproval, and Tony Stark, who was standing beside her, both changed expression. Tony Stark, in particular, looked as if he had seen a ghost, staring at Ailin with disbelief. Having partnered with Tony for nearly a decade and knowing him intimately, Pepper's heart skipped a beat when she saw the look on Tony Stark's face. She instinctively covered her mouth and whispered in disbelief, "Oh my God, Tony, you're not really going to die? I have a slight fever, and I'm feeling dizzy from typing. This chapter might be a bit watery. I've had a cold and fever for the past couple of days, so my typing speed and chapter quality have been affected. I'm taking my medicine now, and I'll try to adjust once my cold is over." Chapter 173 Sky High Price Transaction. Seeing a flash of panic and fear in Pepper's eyes, Tony, feeling inexplicably distressed, subconsciously said stubbornly, "How could it be possible? It's just palladium poisoning. How could it possibly kill me? I've almost developed an antidote. Just give me a little more time and I can solve this little problem." Pepper ignored Tony Stark's sophistry and said with an extremely grim expression, "So, you really were poisoned? Why did you hide this from me?" Tony, as if realizing what he had admitted, immediately glanced at Ailin, the instigator, with a resentful look on his face. However, Ailin ignored his resentment and continued, "The toxin in Mr. Stark's body comes from the big light bulb on his chest. While the big light bulb provides Mr. Stark with powerful power and energy, it also constantly erodes his body. Every time he puts on his armor and activates the big light bulb on his chest at high power, he is actually accelerating the spread of palladium poisoning and overdrawing Mr. Stark's life. Mr. Stark should be very clear about this himself, but it is obvious that our Mr. Stark is now obsessed with his superhero plot and cannot extricate himself, even though he knows that every time he puts on his armor, he will overdraw his life, but he is already enjoying it. It's understandable to be obsessed with the glory of being a superhero. If it were a different toxin, with Mr. Stark's financial resources, there would definitely be a solution. However, palladium poisoning seems to be an incurable disease right now. Before the toxins in the palladium element completely erode his entire body, is Mr. Stark really confident that he can overcome this world problem and find a solution to palladium poisoning? After all, judging by the rate at which the palladium poisoning in Mr. Stark's body is spreading, within a few months, he might. With each sentence Ailin spoke, Pepper's expression darkened. As Ailin finished his last sentence, Pepper's gaze toward Tony gradually darkened. "Tony, I think we need to have a serious talk." After glaring at Tony Stark, Pepper turned to Ailin and asked hesitantly, "Ailin, since you can create a potion that can cure Norman Osborn's terminal illness, then the poison in Tony's body, it was obvious." After learning that Tony Stark was suffering from palladium poisoning, Pepper also thought of the extraordinary potion that Ailin had mentioned earlier, which had cured Norman Osborn. The extraordinary potion that cured Norman Osborn wasn't concocted by me, but by an extraordinary potion master. I simply happened to receive a gift from that master. After explaining this, just as Pepper's eyes dimmed, Ailin continued, "Although palladium poisoning is a bit troublesome, it's nothing compared to the universal antidote that master concocted." Huh? Upon hearing this, both Pepper and Tony Stark's eyes lit up. Tony Stark, in particular, realized quickly after realizing he had palladium poisoning. If the palladium element spread, he would soon die. For his own safety, Tony quickly began to save himself. He focused on researching palladium treatment options and replacing the palladium element with a non-polluting alternative for the small reactor in his chest. To this end, Tony Stark even reduced his outings for heroic causes and even handed over the presidency of Stark Industries to Pepper. However, during this time, Tony Stark had tried every known element in the world. But he couldn't find a new one to replace palladium. Even research on palladium poisoning had yielded little. Besides drinking that bitter chlorophyll every day, Tony couldn't even find an effective way to suppress the spread of palladium. For a time, Tony Stark even felt a surge of despair. It was precisely for this reason that when Tony heard that the extraordinary potion in Ailin's hands could truly cure his palladium poisoning, his eyes lit up. "Do you still have that master-made, universal antidote you mentioned?" Seeing Aunt Pepper's hopeful look, Ailin didn't bother to hide the truth or keep her in suspense. "I do have some universal antidote still in stock. If Aunt Pepper wants, I can even give you one." But Ailin glanced at Tony Stark beside him, and then continued, "But the root cause of Mr. Stark's physical problems is not palladium poisoning. Even if the universal antidote clears the palladium poisoning in his body, it is only a temporary solution and not a cure for the disease. With the frequency with which Mr. Stark wears his armor, I'm afraid in a few months, he will accumulate enough palladium poisoning to be fatal." After hearing this, Pepper pondered for a few seconds and suddenly asked, "What if Tony no longer wears that damn armor?" Ailin glanced at Pepper, who spoke, and then said, "If the big light bulb in Mr. Stark's chest is just functioning normally, then a universal antidote can at least extend Mr. Stark's life for a few years, or even more than 10 years. After hearing this number, Pepper breathed a sigh of relief. "That's enough. If we have a few years, or even more than a decade, Stark Industries' financial resources could easily establish a dedicated department to research and develop an antidote for palladium poisoning, regardless of cost. With that much time, I'm confident a cure can be developed. Don't you agree, Tony?" Tony Stark, under Pepper's gaze, didn't immediately answer her question. Instead, he turned to Ailin and asked, "How much of that potion do you have?" This question cut to the chase. After a laugh, Ailin didn't hide it. "The master gave me a dozen. Aside from the one for Norman Osborn, I haven't used the rest. 1 dozen minus 1, that means there are still 11 remaining. With so many universal antidote potions, one could extend Tony's life by several decades. That means, if Tony stopped being Iron Man, these extraordinary potions could last him a lifetime." Pepper, standing by, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Even Tony Stark, upon hearing that Ailin still had so many universal antidotes, felt a surge of excitement, a sense of having found a way out. However, Tony's excitement differed somewhat from Pepper's. He was convinced that with so many ready-made, universal antidotes, he could definitely replicate them. Would that mean that even if he couldn't find a new element to replace palladium, he could still rely on the universal antidote and continue to be Iron Man? Thinking of this, before Pepper could even begin to express her disapproval, Tony Stark took the initiative and said, "In consideration of my helping you collect your friend's body yesterday, could you please sell me 2 of the universal antidote you mentioned? Don't worry, I'll buy it at the same price Norman Osborn paid for it. I won't let you get away with it." Tony Stark's face tinged with pain at the end. Norman Osborn had paid nearly $10 billion for each universal antidote. If he wanted to, it would cost a full $20 billion. $20 billion isn't just $2 million. It's a colossal sum. Even Tony Stark, who had long viewed money as nothing more than a string of numbers, felt heartbroken. But compared to money, Tony Stark undoubtedly valued his life more. $20 billion for 2 universal antidote was such a stratospheric price that even Ailin, standing by, almost thought he'd misheard. Norman Osborn's life was hanging by a thread. Of course, he'd risk everything to save his life. Even so, he was willing to trade 5% of Osborn Corporation's shares for the universal antidote, even though he had been hypnotized by Ailin and paid a premium. Otherwise, who knows if the ruthless Norman Osborn would have resorted to hiring someone to steal the universal antidote from Ailin. After all, he had already taken countless lives. That's why Ailin didn't believe Tony didn't know the actual overpayment for a single universal antidote at $10 billion. Yet, under these circumstances, Tony was still willing to pay that price. It seems his anxiety and desperation for palladium are far more severe than I'd imagined. Of course, for Ailin, the thought of someone willing to pay $10 billion for the universal antidote was undoubtedly a sure win. So, he didn't refuse. After saying, "Wait," Ailin turned around again and headed upstairs. Meanwhile, Pepper, who had witnessed the entire transaction, gaped slightly. Ultimately, she didn't call out to Ailin as he ascended. While the price of the universal antidote was a bit outrageous, with 2 people present willing to fight and 1 willing to be beaten, why would she stop them? After all, they were among her closest people. Soon, Ailin descended from the 2nd floor again. This time, Ailin came back with 3 more vials of the universal antidote. After handing 2 vials to Tony Stark immediately said, "I don't have $20 billion in cash. I'll test it when I get back. If this potion really works as you say, clearing my palladium poisoning, then I'll do what Norman Osborn did and trade those 2 vials of Stark Industries shares worth $20 billion. Stark Industries stock is soaring right now. Believe me, you'll make a killing." Ailin wasn't surprised to hear Tony planned to use Stark Industries shares to pay off his debts. After all, while Tony Stark was a renowned billionaire, no other Federation billionaire would leave such a fortune sitting in the bank. Ailin wasn't opposed to using Stark Industries shares to pay off his debts. After all, as Tony Stark had said, after Tony Stark revealed his identity as Iron Man, Stark Industries' stock price had skyrocketed. Using $20 billion worth of Stark Industries stock to pay off his debts wasn't a loss for Ailin. On the contrary, it could be said he'd made a killing. So, with a nod, Ailin agreed to Tony's proposed deal. Okay, Ailin then turned aside and handed the remaining vial of universal antidote to Pepper. "Aunt Pepper, this universal antidote is for you." Seeing Ailin hand the remaining vial into her arms, Pepper instinctively pushed it back. "No, it's too valuable. I can't have it." After all, Pepper had just witnessed firsthand how valuable the universal antidote truly was. No matter how close Ailin and her were, she couldn't accept such a priceless gift with a clear conscience. Seeing Pepper's expression, Ailin smiled and said, "Don't worry, Aunt Pepper. It's not as valuable as you think. I doubt anyone in this world, aside from Norman Osborn and Mr. Stark, whose lives are on the line, would pay such an outrageous price for a tube of this extraordinary potion." Ailin didn't deliberately lower his voice. So Tony Stark, who had heard it all clearly, twitched his lips. Did this guy tell me I paid too much right in front of me? That's a bit too much. At this moment, Ailin also forced the universal antidote into Pepper's hands. Without waiting for Pepper to refuse again, he took it. Ailin leaned over to Pepper's ear and whispered, "Trust me, Aunt Pepper, Mr. Stark will need this universal antidote someday." Perhaps Ailin's final words touched Pepper, or perhaps something else, but she ultimately accepted the universal antidote that Ailin had thrust upon her. Perhaps it was Ailin's final words, almost implying he'd been taken advantage of. That stung Tony Stark's nerves, or perhaps it was the fact that the universal antidote he had obtained made him eager to return and study it. He wanted to see if the universal antidote Ailin had truly cured his palladium poisoning. In short, Tony Stark hurriedly left the Ailin residence shortly after receiving the universal antidote. Pepper, after discussing the details of the Joker's funeral with Ailin, quickly departed as well. After both of them left, Ailin closed the door, his eyes flickering slightly. Now that he has been promoted to magician, it's time to verify his previous guess. Chapter 174 Faceless Man Potion and Human Infant Fruit. In a moment of trance, Ailin's spirit leaped into the Libra dimension. After his promotion to magician, Ailin's spiritual energy surged. Coupled with the heightened spiritual realm of his trance, his connection to the Libra dimension grew even closer. Now, Ailin simply needed to channel his spiritual energy through that mysterious connection to leap into the Libra dimension, rather than relying on meditation to connect and enter. The only regret was that his flesh and blood body was too heavy. Ailin's current spiritual power wasn't enough to pry his physical body into the Libra dimension. Otherwise, Ailin's physical body could have leaped into the Libra dimension as well. This ethereal, unknown dimension, lost in the long river of fate, would become Ailin's best safe haven. Stepping on a white mist that swirled like mercury, Ailin continuously channeled spiritual energy into his eyes. But no matter how much spiritual energy he poured into them, it was still there. As he gazed upon this mysterious and anomalous scale dimension, he still felt a sense of illusion. Sure enough, the power of a magician is far from enough to peer into this dimension. Realizing his clairvoyance wasn't enough to peer into the secrets of this scale dimension, Ailin immediately dispersed the spiritual energy gathered within his eyes. Unable to even discern the secrets of this mysterious dimension, Ailin decided not to use his clairvoyance to peer into the eternal and unchanging scales of fate. After all, who knew what the consequences would be? After silently gazing at the scales of fate, for a moment, Ailin quickly calmed his restlessness. After spending 10,000 fate points on a high-level draw last time, Ailin had 2,700 fate points remaining. This time, after ascending to magician, he had the perfect opportunity to draw again and verify a certain hypothesis. With a sudden thought, Ailin summoned the scales of fate, phantom, and unleashed a basic 10-shot burst. With Ailin's confirmation, the phantom of the fate compass, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, began to spin rapidly. Watching the rapidly spinning phantom before him, Ailin's eyes flickered with the reflections. When the phantom dissipated again, 6 balls of light, 2 blue, 2 green, and 6 white, hovered in mid-air before him. As expected, he hadn't been incredibly lucky this time, pulling out a purple-level item. Still, getting 2 blue-grade items in 10 consecutive draws was quite impressive. Previously, even with 10 consecutive draws, Ailin had only gotten a single guaranteed blue item. Wait? Could this extra blue ball of light be related to the wisp of fate's favor he had previously received? 1 turned into 2. Was the effect of that wisp of fate's favor so pronounced? Or was it simply luck this time? Recalling the unexpected gain from purifying the evil god's aura, Ailin's eyes flickered with a strange feeling. The strangeness didn't last long. Because, whether it was luck or a ray of fate's favor, this was a good outcome for Ailin. Looking at the 2 blue balls of light not far away, Ailin's eyes flickered. He reached out to the first blue ball of light to fall on his left. A second later, as the blue halo around the ball of light shattered, a tube of strange black-green potion, occasionally emitting eye-sized bubbles, reflected various colors in the light, and faintly depicted a series of different faces, appeared in Ailin's hand. A fortune teller's path. Sequence 6, Faceless Man, Potion. Looking at the Faceless Man, Potion, the next step up from the magician level, which suddenly appeared in his hand, a hint of cold amusement crossed Ailin's lips. As expected. Was all this fate? However, compared to the last time he drew the magician potion, the extreme unease and terrifying chill that surged through his heart was even greater. At this moment, the expression on Ailin's face seemed much calmer. Firstly, He had already suspected that he'd coincidentally drawn subsequent promotion potions after each promotion. He was mentally prepared for the chance to draw the Faceless Man potion again this time. Secondly, after reaching the level of concentration, Ailin's mind had taken on a sense of calm. He should accept what came his way. Since he couldn't change fate's gift, he might as well enjoy it before he was powerless to resist it. After all, having someone prepare the subsequent promotion potion every time he promoted wasn't necessarily a bad thing, was it? At least, compared to Mr. K, who had to scour the world collecting potion ingredients after each promotion, he was much luckier. With this thought in mind, Ailin reached out and flicked the strange tube of Faceless Man potion, and it disappeared into Ailin's sleeve. After putting away the Faceless Man potion, Ailin cast his gaze upon the remaining 9 balls of light, then opened them one by one. The first 6 balls of white light he opened unexpectedly yielded 3 books, a can of exquisitely packaged honey, a set of silverware, and a bottle of red wine. Perhaps the destiny compass and ordinary firearms and ammunition were of little use to him, or what? This time, none of the 6 balls of white light contained even a single modern firearm. As for the 3 books, aside from one containing makeup tips from a famous beauty blogger from an unknown world, which Ailin felt offered some valuable insights into disguise and appearance, the other 2 books left Ailin with a lingering feeling. One was an actor's self-cultivation, the other how to pick up girls. While these 2 books weren't completely useless to Ailin, they were also nearly useless. While the items from the 6 balls of white light disappointed Ailin somewhat, the items from the 2 green balls of light were a revelation. Strange videotape, inserted into the TV to receive a strange videotape from a beautiful young woman. What are you waiting for, young man? Note, due to tragic past, this young woman has a rather short temper. Once you open the videotape, beware of the powerful attacks she can unleash. Hint. Be prepared for self-defense and possess sufficient skills to combat spirits before opening this strange videotape. Otherwise, you risk being torn to pieces by this ill-tempered woman or buried in the cold, ancient well in her home. Question notebook. Write down your questions in this notebook to receive their answers. Note, the answers you receive may or may not be what you were hoping for. Once your written questions are answered, regardless of whether the answers are what you were hoping for, you will be rewarded with a personal question from the notebook. Note, you must not answer the questions written in the notebook, and you must not give incorrect answers, or you will receive a notebook penalty. Note, this is simply an ordinary notebook. However, a being who has traveled through time and is nearly omniscient and almighty once used it to jot down a question in a childhood classroom. Therefore, imbued with the aura of that being, the notebook seems to have undergone a mysterious transformation, possessing some unknown ability. Neither the strange videotape nor the question notebook appear to be simple green items. The question notebook, in particular, possesses a subtle connection to a being who has traveled through time. The question notebook's functionality is quite good, the only caveat being that after receiving the answer you desire, you must answer a personal question. But strictly speaking, this isn't a serious side effect. If the green item's prize had made Ailin's eyes light up, then the final prize, the twitching prize within the blue light, was a truly surprising one. Space ring, a special ring with an internal space that can store any inanimate object. Note, this is a space ring created by a goblin with greed ingrained in his bones. Until his death, he clutched this space ring tightly in his hand, never revealing it to anyone. After the goblin's death, the ring seemed to have inherited his greed. Hint, every week, this ring collects a portion of the host's rent to satisfy its own greed. Note, if its greed is not satisfied, it will randomly devour an item stored within the space ring. Space ring. Within this ball of blue light was a space ring. Ailin coveted the space ring, a legendary essential for the protagonist. The closest Ailin had ever come to a space ring was when he drew a space stone. Unfortunately, Ailin lacked any forging skills, so he simply fed the space stone to the monsters. Now, the prize produced by this ball of blue light has fulfilled Ailin's longing. He reached out and took the unassuming ring, seemingly made of black iron. After a brief measurement, he slipped it onto his right pinky finger. The moment the ring touched Ailin's finger, a faint gray light flashed across his eyes. Then, information related to this space ring emerged in Ailin's mind. The function of this space ring was simple, it simply stored items for its owner. Furthermore, the internal space within the space ring was not small, a spherical space with a diameter of 5 meters. Like most items obtained from the Destiny Compass lottery, this space ring also had certain side effects. However, its only side effect was a weekly rent charge from the owner for using the space ring. The rent was not cheap. It would charge the owner a gold coin weighing 50 grams or more each week. This greed was unparalleled in its demand for rent. But for Ailin now, 50 grams of gold a week, converted into US dollars, would only cost him $1,000 or $2,000. Trading a $1,000 or $2,000 rent for the use of a 5-meter diameter space ring was still a good deal for Ailin, who now had plenty of money. Moreover, Ailin was worried about where to use the 15 small gold bars weighing a kilogram each that he had seized from the Water Ghost Gang's lair. 15 small gold bars weighing a kilogram each, equivalent to 15,000 grams of gold, would be enough to cover Ailin's rent for 300 weeks, or 5 or 6 years. But before that, Ailin still had to melt the gold bars into gold coins weighing around 50 grams. Otherwise, given the greed of the space ring, if the small gold bars weren't broken down, they might just be turned into a single rent payment. Since you're so greedy, I'll call you the greed ring from now on. After rubbing the greed ring with a smile, Ailin placed all the items he'd drawn in this lottery into its inner chamber. After putting them away, Ailin didn't draw again. Instead, he spent 1,000 fate points to materialize a human infant fruit from the River of Destiny, a fruit that nourishes and strengthens the soul and repairs damage. Human infant fruit, a special fruit grown in a dead and silent land where all spirits are extinguished. Consuming it nourishes and strengthens the soul of living beings and repairs damage. This human infant fruit was undoubtedly Ailin's way of reviving the Joker's clone. While the Joker's clone wasn't completely dead due to the special nature of his twin powers, reviving him would still require Ailin to pay a price. Furthermore, he had also been promoted to magician. If Ailin were to directly revive the Joker's clone, possessing the power of a magician, the price would undoubtedly be even greater. Excluding the 1,000 fate points spent on the lottery, he still had 1,700 fate points remaining. Ailin spent 1,000 fate points to materialize a human infant fruit. In addition, Ailin spent another 500 fate points to materialize a number of natural treasures that greatly replenished ki and blood. After all, simply nourishing the soul wasn't enough to revive the clown's clone. A few minutes later, he casually found a brightly colored suit in his closet and put it on. A clown, dressed in a suit and a top hat, reappeared in this world. Chapter 175. He casually picked up a bright red apple from the dining table, took a bite, and then, lying on the sofa, clutching his face, said with a look of shame, "This time, it was truly a bummer." He had imagined countless ways of dying, being beaten to death by meddling superheroes, being killed by the world's supervillains, or being murdered by insanely powerful masters like Odin or the Ancient One. He had also imagined silently disappearing in Thanos' snap. But he had never imagined that his first blood would be traded for one in a desperate one-for-one exchange by a demonic priest who had suddenly appeared from nowhere. Being dragged into a one-for-one exchange by the enemy. Isn't this the kind of treatment only enjoyed by those villainous bosses in movies? He hadn't even become a villain himself. He had finally enjoyed this crappy treat. Ailin himself also took an orange from the fruit bowl and peeled it, saying, "It was you who let your guard down this time." Ailin, the clown sitting across from him, rolled his eyes. "Are you an idiot? Or do you find it amusing to scold yourself?" Ailin the clown had been careless back then, but so had Ailin himself. It was only because he had summoned the Seraph itself, and with its protection, he had survived the cult's final soul blast. Ailin laughed heartily at this, but didn't he argue? While he had indeed been careless at the time, having summoned the Seraph, hadn't Ailin calculated the Seraph's protection? It was precisely because of the powerful Seraph that Ailin had let his guard down. He knew the Seraph's strength was enough to protect him. However, he hadn't anticipated that the clown clone would also come up to the rooftop to help him. And then the Seraph protected him. The clown's clone, unable to escape in time, became the enemy's mortal victim. Of course. This was also largely due to Aaron's weakness at the time and his limited skills. If he had advanced to the magician level by then, he could have easily escaped using techniques like Fire Leap. In the final analysis, we were just too weak back then. A gloomy look flashed in Aaron's eyes. After taking the last bite of his apple, he casually dropped the core into the monster's mouth. After patting the monster on the head, Aaron rose from the sofa. "Let's go. I'm going to see Dr. Banner first. Otherwise, if he keeps him waiting for too long and gets angry and runs away, It'll be hard for us to recruit him next time, Ailin nodded and added. By the way, when the time comes, you can also investigate where that cult priest came from. With that kind of power, he's no stranger, don't worry. Needless to say, I'll also investigate that Sothoth priest thoroughly. After all, he's the one who took my first blood. With that, Ailin the clown snapped his fingers and, using a fire leap, vanished from Ailin's house. Before leaving, Ailin the clown, too lazy to fold paper himself, took away dozens of paper figurines that Ailin had painstakingly folded by watching a video. Elsewhere, Ailin the clown, whose face had been painted with oil paint, fire leap and vanished dozens of meters away to the kitchen of a Chinese family cooking. The hostess, who had just left the kitchen with a pot of food, didn't notice the uninvited guest. But at the dining table, the little boy, waiting for his mother's food, saw the clown suddenly appear in his home. Plop! The next moment, the little boy dropped his spoon onto the dining table, pointing toward the kitchen and yelling, "Mom, there's a clown!" Before the boy could even finish his words, Ailin, the clown, made a subtle face and vanished into the kitchen in a flash of fire. When the young mother turned around, the clown had vanished. Not noticing any clown in the kitchen at all, the young mother raised her eyebrows and, with a hint of rage, approached her child. This child might have been a nuisance to his father, but today he had dared to tease her. Today, she had to teach her child a lesson: lying is not a good habit. Especially when it comes to lying to her. Soon, the sound of bamboo shoots frying meat and the child's wailing echoed through the Chinese household. Fortunately, the neighbors nearby were all Chinese people who valued family education. If it happened in another neighborhood, the noise alone would likely lead to a nosy complaint to the Child Protection Association for child abuse. Ailin, the clown, had been caught the first time he performed a fire jump. During his next fire jump, he activated a telekinetic force field. If anyone near the end of his fire jump, the clown would use the telekinetic force field to temporarily obliterate their memory. 10 minutes later, Ailin emerged from a magician's club, his face covered in a mysterious clown mask, and his attire remarkably similar to those of street magicians performing on the streets of New York. Thanks to the Federation's extensive internet network and Tony Stark's deliberate promotion, the story of the mysterious clown who sacrificed his life last night to save the citizens of Harlem, fighting evil, had spread across the internet. Because of the Ironmonger incident, many of Ailin's fans were publicly calling him a superhero like Tony Stark. Because of these fans, and the fact that Ailin the clown single-handedly stopped the worm plague last night and saved many citizens, despite some online disagreement, the majority still accepted the identity of the mysterious clown superhero. After all, the dead are the greatest. To commemorate the deceased clown, many young people wearing clown masks or clown costumes appeared on the streets of New York today. Therefore, Ailin, the clown magician, joined a large troupe of clowns today. His appearance on the streets of New York City was inconspicuous and did not attract much attention. And so, Ailin the clown, following the crowds, arrived directly at a cold storage facility in Hell's Kitchen. This small cold storage facility was inconspicuous among the surrounding small warehouses. However, if you go deeper, you will find a different world within this two-story cold storage facility. Ailin the clown, who has been in Hell's Kitchen for nearly half a month, certainly has more than just the drowned gang's lair. This cold storage facility near the Hudson River is also home to a different kind of place. In reality, it was the personal property of one of the gang leaders vanquished by the Joker, a safe house and retreat he had left for himself. However, ever since his death at the hands of the Joker, this hidden safe house, concealed by a freezer, has become a haven for the Joker. Meanwhile, Bucky, the Winter Soldier who disappeared from the Harlem battlefield, and Dr. Banner were inside the freezer. Dr. Banner, here, thank you. After handing a bowl of steaming soup to Dr. Banner, who was wrapped in a thick blanket, Bucky also took a bowl of the hot soup and sipped it. As the hot soup flowed down his esophagus into his stomach, a warm feeling instantly spread throughout his body, dispelling the chill that had settled on Bucky. While this cold storage warehouse was actually a well-stocked safe house, it also had all the necessary functions. To conceal its presence, it was kept at a very low temperature year-round. Although the room where Bucky and the others were was heated, the surrounding environment made the heating less effective, and the room still felt a touch chilly. Bucky wasn't affected much by the chill, but Dr. Banner, wearing only a pair of shorts, was shivering. He eagerly took the soup from Bucky and drank it, the warmth dispelling the chill. After recovering a bit, Dr. Banner asked Bucky, "How long will we stay here? And are you sure General Ross won't find us?" Dr. Banner didn't really have much of a problem with the freezing conditions. After all, the conditions in which he'd been chased by General Ross, fleeing through the air and into the wilderness, were far more arduous than this cold storage room. The coolness brought by the icy cold made Banner's mind unusually clear, which in turn helped him suppress some of the anger that was constantly rising within him. It even made Dr. Banner somewhat fond of this environment. Of course, it would have been much better to have suitable clothing in this cold storage. Unfortunately, apart from a few thick blankets, Dr. Banner found nothing suitable. Helplessly, Dr. Banner had to make do with the blankets for the time being. There was no shortage of food in the cold storage, but Banner was only concerned about how long they would have to stay there. Having a deep understanding of the Federation military's powerful intelligence capabilities, Banner was worried that if they stayed there too long, General Ross would be surrounded by a large number of Federation soldiers that day. Banner was not worried about his own safety. He simply did not want to stain his hands with the blood of innocent soldiers who only knew how to follow orders. Bucky, sitting across from Banner, took another sip of his soup and said, "Don't worry. The Federation won't be able to find us anytime soon. As for how long we'll stay here, you'll know when the bus arrives." "I'm already here," Bucky said. A familiar voice rang out from outside the partitioned room. Then, the door suddenly opened, and the figure of the clown, Ailin, appeared. Sensing the unique aura emanating from Ailin and the lingering connection deep within his soul, Bucky quickly confirmed his identity. "Boss." Standing up and speaking, Bucky's expression softened considerably, and he stood quietly to the side. Bucky's relaxed expression contrasted with Dr. Banner's face, filled with shock. "It's you, aren't you dead?" Although Ailin was now wearing another clown mask. But his unique aura, and the dangerous aura that stirred a ripple of agitation in the Hulk within Banner, quickly led Dr. Banner to recognize the clown before him. It was the same mysterious clown who had appeared at the Harlem battlefield the previous night. No wonder, when he brought him back, Bucky had said he'd already met the man behind him. But, wasn't the internet saying that the mysterious clown who single-handedly stopped a flight of worms was already dead? How could this cold storage room not be isolated from the outside world? It even had an internet-connected computer installed to facilitate information acquisition during his escape. And Bucky, who had brought Dr. Banner here, hadn't stopped him from using a computer or the internet. So, having browsed extensively on his computer regarding the Harlem battlefield the previous night, Dr. Banner had, of course, seen the widespread online news about the mysterious clown's death. Seeing the shock in Dr. Banner's eyes, a smile crept into the masked face of the clown. "Ailin. It's just a deception, Dr. Banner. Do you think I'll die so easily?" "A deception?" Dr. Banner, having seen a picture online of a dead clown disintegrating into a cloud of ash, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. No wonder I'd always felt that the way he died, turning to ash, was a bit strange. It turned out to be a trick. But to have fooled so many people, the effect of this trick must be a bit exaggerated. A flicker of doubt crossed Dr. Banner's eyes, and the next moment, he saw the mysterious masked clown reach into the air, and a set of clothes, still with the labels attached, appeared in his hand. "I bought some loose clothes on the way here, Dr. Banner. Try them for now," said the clown, Ailin, tossing the still-labeled suit to Dr. Banner. "Thank you," he said unconsciously, and Dr. Banner touched the finely crafted clothes in his hand, a flicker of doubt and relief passing through his mind. Was that just a trick, too? If what was just now was also a trick, then Dr. Banner seemed to understand why the death trick created by the clown Ailin could deceive so many people. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.